Dark Challenge. Dark Series, Book 5. By Feehan. Part 2. Chapter 9. At once Desari was gone, leaping away from him like a gazelle, her taunting laughter floating on the wind as she alighted on the huge fallen tree trunk. She took his breath away, standing there naked in the moonlight, branches swaying all around her. The wind tugged at the waves of hair cascading around her body like a cape. A sound escaped his throat, something between a growl and a groan. Julian was a hard man honed by centuries of a harsh existence. If he had ever had a sharing of laughter with others, it was but a vague memory of his youth. He had been damned to a life of solitude, yet now he wanted nothing more than to be with this one woman, to share his life with her, the mountains, the cities, the world. He didn't know how to play, didn't think of having a sense of humor other than an occasional strange amusement at the actions of another. But something new was rising in him. The sound of Desari's laughter was finding an answering playful note somewhere deep within him. He leapt after her onto the fallen log, reaching for her waist, but she was already gone, her body shimmering in midair then changing even as she landed lightly on another log and sprang away. Sleek, glossy dark fur now covered bare skin, her muzzle was rounded and beautiful. The female leopard glanced back once enticingly, then was gone, running lightly through the forest, blending in with the foliage. Julian grinned and followed her, his frame stretching and contorting into the heavy, well-muscled shape of a male leopard. He could smell her wild scent reaching out on the night wind to beckon him, and the wildness in him grew in response. To the male leopard, the female's scent was as alluring as the most expensive perfume. The female leopard's cry echoed eerily in the night, calling out to him. The male responded as if the call were a whisper of seduction. He picked up speed and moved effortlessly, a streak of golden fur as he silently stalked his prey. When he saw her, the wildness in him increased until he was more primitive leopard than modern man. She was rolling playfully on a soft bed of pine needles, her curves sensuous, almost serpentine. She was so alluring, the male leopard could only watch for a moment, until his age-old instincts triggered his rising need and he cautiously approached the female. The female eyed him warily but did not rebuff his approach. He circled her, watching her every moment. She rolled again, moved closer to him so that he could touch her with his muzzle. She accepted his caress, returned it with one of her own. They looked at one another and then began to run together, leaping over logs and branches, winding through the forest with consummate grace. Inside the body of the leopard, Julian reveled in the stretch of muscles and sinew, in the night itself and the freedom of the forest. He smelled her welcoming invitation, read it in the seductive playfulness of her body. He stayed close to the female, nudging her occasionally, enjoying the way his body thirsted after hers. He was patient. A female leopard's rebuff could be dangerous, and no male was going to risk her solid swipe. He simply stayed close to her, following his instincts. She slowed her run, then began to circle him playfully, occasionally crouching in front of him in invitation. When his heavier body went to blanket hers, she growled a warning and leapt away, only to return with another seductive invitation. Julian could feel the male cat's rising urges. They grew stronger and more intense with each pass she took. She was so beautiful, her fur so sleek and soft, her muzzle perfect. Once more she crouched in invitation, tempting him. He blanketed her body, his teeth finding her shoulder to hold her still as he pressed closer to her, using his heavier weight to keep her motionless. At that moment, he was so much a leopard, so much animal and instinct. He never knew afterward whether it was the leopard or the man that reacted. He sensed the dark shadow reaching for them just as the attack came. He used his considerable power to knock the female far from him to give her a better chance to run. At the same time he tried to roll, to take the oncoming blow on his shoulder. The pain was intense as razor-sharp claws ripped through his shoulder to the bone. Instantly he cut off, feeling to the area even as he melted out from under his attacker, shape-shifting as he did so. He faced the vampire in his human form, elegantly dressed, blood streaming from his wound, his golden hair a mane around his harsh face. Was this the one? Had his blood called his tormentor, betrayed his life-mate? From across the short distance between them he assessed his enemy, keeping his human body placed squarely in front of Desari. He didn't look at her, didn't waste time warning her to obey him. His entire focus had to be centered on the vampire. A small smile curved his mouth, unreflected in the icy gold of his eyes, and he bowed slowly. Very clever, I salute your timing. His words were soft, his voice gentle and pure. There was no recognition. This was not his archenemy. Julian didn't know if he was relieved or disappointed. The vampire regarded him with hooded eyes. He was tall, taller than Julian, but without his heavy muscles. His face was flushed from a fresh kill. Some unlucky camper, no doubt. Julian was uneasy when the vampire refused to be drawn into a dialogue. The creature simply stared at him. It was unusual for one of the undead not to boast or brag when he had scored a blow such as Julian had just received. Around Julian the forest seemed to blur, the ground rolling almost gently beneath his feet. Deliberately his smile widened, showing strong white teeth. A child's trick. I learned that when I was but a fledgling. I am insulted that you treat me with such a lack of respect. At no time did Julian's voice change pitch. It remained a hypnotic blend of mesmerizing compulsion and purity. His voice was grating on the vampire, he could clearly see. The vampire actually winced and shook his head in an attempt to stay free of the compulsion. The soulless creature moved then, his steps a gliding pattern, a hypnotic dance. Julian remained still, not drawn into following the strange dance. He stayed alert, his body relaxed and ready, on the balls of his feet, his mind scanning the areas around him, even the skies. This behavior in the undead was totally unnatural. Julian was missing something, and with Desari in danger, he dared not act too soon or make a mistake. His life-mate had not run, so he had to protect her. You think there is another out there? Desari was a shadow in his mind, aware of his thoughts, of his unease. She had scanned, but had been unable to detect another being. I am certain of it. And it would be better to face the two of them together? I would have a better chance to orchestrate the battle. Desari had made herself small, wanting to give Julian as little to worry about as possible. Now she drew herself up to her full height and, with great confidence, stepped to his left. It gave her life-mate plenty of room to maneuver, yet allowed him to see her so that he would not have to seek her with his mind. Do not listen to the music I will make, Julian, she cautioned, the words like the brush of fingers in his mind. She lifted her face to the blanket of stars and began to sing softly. Julian's entire body clenched at the first silvery note. It took tremendous willpower to force himself to shut out the sound. Her voice was haunting and beautiful, rising into the night air and spreading throughout the forest. It was carried on an unusual wind that seemed to swirl through the trees, reaching into the heights of the canopy and delving into the deepest ravines. It was a summons, a soft command to come forth, to come to her. All creatures, good or evil. Who or what could resist that otherworldly voice? It was pure and beautiful, the notes gold and silver, shimmering visibly in the dark night. Calling, reaching out, beckoning. A demand so soft and hauntingly beautiful it was mesmerizing, impossible to ignore. Julian watched the effect of Desari's singing on the vampire. The face became gray and drawn, the skin shrinking over the bones until the undead looked like a skeleton. The clothes began to tatter and shred, rotting from his body like his skin. He could no longer keep up the illusion of youth and cleanliness. He looked 1,000 years old, decayed, soulless, a parody of a living man. The notes drove him insane, beckoning him with the light of goodness and compassion, the things he had given up along with his soul. Growling, spitting, fighting every inch of the way, the vampire hissed and dragged itself closer to Julian and death. Still Desari sang. The night air groaned with the effort to support the gathering weight of the owls flying in, settling on branches all around them. Deer, mountain lion, bear, even fox and rabbits were drawn to the spot, circling the three upright figures. The vampire covered his ears, grunted oaths, swore vilely, yet his feet continued to drag through the dirt toward Desari. From behind Julian another crawled forward from the bushes. His eyes were red and glowing with hatred. He was staring at Desari, his jagged teeth snapping together, his hot, fetid breath heralding his arrival. He was more ancient, more skilled than the first one, evidently using the other vampire as his pawn to draw out the hunter. He was fighting Desari's compulsion with every breath in his body. But he was not the one. Julian knew immediately that he was dangerous and cunning. There was a ruthless set to the ancient undead's mouth and something alarming in the way his eyes never left Desari's face. "Take care not to look at him," Julian cautioned her, a rush of fear invading his calm confidence. He cursed the fact that she was there, that his senses were divided by such overwhelming emotion, terror for her. Julian struck without preamble, moving with the speed he was so famous for among his kind. But the vampire was not there. He had somehow broken the spell Desari had woven and was on her before she could move. Julian whirled immediately and went for the second target, his fist slamming into the wall of the chest, driving through muscle, bone, and sinew until he reached the one thing that could destroy the lesser vampire. The corrupt, pulsating heart was in the palm of his hand when he withdrew it from the chest, stepping back quickly from the screaming undead. The tainted blood spewed everywhere as the vampire insanely spun around in circles before falling to the ground, where he convulsed hideously. Julian was moving again, drawing energy from the lightning arcing from cloud to cloud overhead. The bolt hit the writhing body, incinerating it immediately. The flames then jumped to the heart where Julian had tossed it. In seconds, the lesser vampire was nothing more than smoking ashes. And Julian simply vanished as if he had never been. Desari's breath slammed out of her lungs when the clawed fingers of the ancient vampire circled her neck. His touch was vile, making her skin crawl. The air around him was foul, and she didn't want to breathe it. Julian had destroyed the other vampire so quickly she was barely aware he had done so before he dissolved, leaving no trace of himself anywhere. She was completely confident in him. She didn't stop to think why, but she knew with a certainty beyond anything she had ever known that he had not deserted her. "Why have you been stalking me, old one?" she inquired softly, using her voice as the weapon it was. The musical notes raked at the evil one. The vampire flinched and hissed, his poisonous talons pinching her skin in warning. "You will not speak," he ordered, spitting and growling as the words burst out of him. "I am sorry," she replied gently, her voice soft with innocence. She was determined to give Julian every advantage. The vampire was turning her in every direction, using her slender body as his shield, all the while keeping a razor-sharp talon pressed over her jugular vein. The tip pierced her skin, sending a thin trail of blood trickling down her neck onto the white silk blouse she had donned on shifting. Her captor desperately scanned the forest around them. He could find no trace of Julian. Above their heads, the owls began to shift their weight. Two of the mountain lions screamed, the human-sounding cries eerie. Other animals paced restlessly outside the invisible circle Desari had created. Their eyes glowed fiercely as lightning continued to arc among the clouds. "Your hero has deserted you," the vampire taunted her, his hate-filled eyes searching the night endlessly. "You believe that I need him to save me? I am an ancient. I can defend myself. Besides, you do not wish to slay me. You have not stalked me time after time simply to rid the world of my presence." Her voice was like velvet, the notes musical. "You have challenged two of the most powerful ancients I know to get to me. You would do this and then slay me? I do not think so, old one." His fingers tightened around her throat with bruising force, threatening to cut off her air. She laughed softly, tauntingly. "You think to frighten me with your empty threats? Your stench is more likely than your fingers to take my breath from me." The undead hissed in her ear, spat curses and threats, but suddenly he screamed, dragging her backward and spinning wildly, attempting to escape the flames erupting all over his rotting clothing and flesh. The vampire wrenched Desari's hair cruelly in retaliation for Julian's unexpected assault. But as he did so, the owls launched themselves from every direction, 100 strong, talons extended, going directly for the vampire's glowing eyes. The beating wings created a swirling frenzy of leaves and twigs and pine needles, obliterating sight. Desari ducked as the owls rushed at the vampire's head. A huge owl, his feathers soaked in blood, materialized out of thin air, strong, curved talons outstretched. They bypassed the vampire's eyes and went straight for its chest. Even as the talons bore into flesh, the other owls were raking and slashing at the vampire's face, keeping him howling and off balance, unable to use his power and ancient skills. Desari dropped to the ground and covered her head, but not one of the birds even scratched her. Julian had orchestrated the battle perfectly, giving the undead no time to harm her. She lay perfectly still, forgetting for the moment that she, too, could disappear. The sound of ripping flesh was terrible, the screams of the vampire unearthly. It wasn't until his foot touched her that Desari remembered to dissolve into droplets of mist and streak quickly into the safety of the trees. Perched in the top of one tall tree, she turned around and reappeared, biting her lower lip nervously as she watched. The scene was like something out of a horror film. Darius had always sheltered her from his hunts, as had Julian when he put her into a deep sleep. This was brutal and terrifying. The vampire's stink of evil intensified. He was deliberately attempting to foul the air, making it impossible for beast or man to breathe. But as hard as the vampire tried, Julian countered every poisonous hiss, bringing forth a cooling wind of fresh air. The undead was nearly blinded by the owls raking at his eyes. His chest cavity was cracked open and spewing a geyser of tainted blood that seemed to purposefully spray every creature in its path, burning like acid, even killing some of the birds. The animals were closing in tighter and tighter, a ring of restless, hungry beasts aroused to a fever pitch by the spectacle of violence and the smell of fresh blood. Her gaze was drawn to the huge owl she knew to be Julian, her life mate, terrible to see in his role as destroyer. Touching his mind tentatively, she discovered he had pushed out all thought of her, was as ruthless and merciless as the most efficient predator. He attacked from every angle, again and again, swift, deadly, wearing down the evil one with every razor-sharp slash, every deep laceration, always driving for the heart. The vampire had no chance to dissolve and escape, but his claws and tainted blood were doing immeasurable damage. Even in the shape of the owl, Julian was still severely injured by the first vampire's surprise blow. She could see the feathered creature protecting one side, its wing never spreading its complete span. Desari realized he would have escaped even that blow if his only thought had not been of her. He was incredibly fast, moving like lightning, striking and moving, giving the ancient undead little chance to gather his energy and wield his considerable evil power. Its howling was terrible to hear. The ugliness of it hurt her ears. She wanted to close her eyes, not see the dead and dying birds, the spray of blood shining black in the moonlight, hissing and sizzling as if it were alive. She didn't want to see the grotesque vampire, covered in blood, his straggly wisps of hair greasy with it, his eyes pits of it. The deep gouges on his face added to the horror of his hideous features. He was ragged and torn with a multitude of wounds, yet he refused to go down, refused to acknowledge he had no chance of survival. On the ground the tainted blood was moving, stretching out across the vegetation to seek a victim. Everywhere it touched, plants withered and blackened in the moonlight. Then Desari realized the blood was following the large owl's movements, waiting for an opportunity to strike. The tiny spot where the vampire's talon had pierced her neck was throbbing and swollen, as if his claw had been dipped in poison. If that tiny wound hurt her, what did Julian feel from his bone-deep slash? She could not imagine it, and again she touched his mind, but she found he had blocked all pain so that his entire focus was on destroying the evil one. Desari wanted to rush forward and gather up all the fallen birds that had aided Julian in the fight with the ancient undead. Wounded as he was, he had no choice but to accept their help, yet she knew instinctively that he would feel sorrow over the destruction of such beautiful creatures. Her heart ached for Julian, for her brother, for all those who had to fight and destroy a living entity. She knew the undead were wholly evil, that the only thing to do was rid the planet of them, yet those forced to do so risked their lives and, worse, their very souls, while they did so. Desari attempted to calm herself, so that her mind was not in turmoil, so that it contained only confidence and strength. Then she sent herself into Julian's mind, giving him the rush of energy her ancient blood and power could supply. She was incapable of killing, could not end a life, compassion ran too deeply in her, but she prayed that she did not impede Julian's ability to do so. Julian was grateful for the strength pouring into him. He had suffered tremendous blood loss, and the tainted blood of the vampire contacting his skin through the owl's feathers was burning deeply into his flesh. Still, he never hesitated but continued his relentless attack, beating back the powerful undead with his talons, driving deeper and deeper into the chest wall. Only when he was beyond the protective muscle and bone did he shapeshift back to his own body, his mind reaching for the remaining owls to release them of the compulsion to attack. Desari gasped, her hand going to her throat as she saw the blobs of tainted blood on the ground rush together to form a large pool. The blackened liquid began to obscenely form the parody of an arm, then stretched farther into a diabolical, shadowy hand that began to furtively crawl across pine needles and over fallen branches to reach its goal. Julian, on the ground. He didn't respond or acknowledge her warning. He simply faced the vampire calmly. His handsome face was lined with weariness, his golden hair flowing wildly to his shoulders. He stood straight and tall, his shoulders square, his amber eyes gleaming with a kind of fire. I bring you the justice of our people, Old One. What you have done is a crime against humanity, against the very earth itself. I carry out the sentence pronounced on your kind by the prince of our people and hope you find mercy in another life, as I can give you none here. The words were soft and gentle, hypnotic and compelling. Even as the vampire's body began to contort in a last effort to escape, as the tainted blood came within inches of Julian's shoes, the Carpathian hunter plunged his hand into the crack in the chest of the undead and extracted the heart. There was a horrible sucking sound as the pulsating organ came out of the shrieking fiend. Julian leapt away from the spray of blood and the grotesque hand reaching for his feet. The vampire flopped to the ground, tried twice to rise, then began to blindly feel around him, seeking the only thing that could keep him alive. Julian dropped the heart a safe distance from the apparition, who refused to believe he had been defeated. Desari felt the terrible weariness then, the pain throbbing and burning in Julian's body. She watched as he gathered the energy from the lightning and directed it first at the heart, then the body of the undead, and lastly into the ground itself, incinerating the dark blood that spread like a stain over the forest floor. Only then did he sink down onto a fallen log. Desari watched in fascination as he called down more glowing light to hold for a moment to cleanse his hands and forearms. Desari leapt from her high perch and would have run to him, but Julian shook his head and pointed with his good arm toward the forest. Moving slowly but steadily, several humans were heading directly for the ring of restless animals. Desari instantly began to sing, soothing the large animals, releasing them from the enthralling spell she had woven. Growling and snarling, the animals slunk into the forest's dark interior, away from the group of humans. They must have been camping within the sound of my voice, she told Julian. We have much to do this night before we can seek rest, he replied. We must find the vampire's kill and destroy all evidence. This ground must be cleared of any trace of the undead. Desari could hear the weariness in his voice, feel it in his mind. His blood loss had been great. I will take care of those things. You return to our campsite and place yourself in a healing sleep while I complete the tasks. A small smile softened the hard edge to Julian's mouth. Come here, Piccola. I need you close to me. His voice was a velvet heat she couldn't ignore. Desari found her feet moving toward him before it registered that she was obeying his soft command. The moment she was within range, his hand snaked out, shackled her wrist, and exerted pressure so that she was forced to sit beside him on the log. Hold still, Kara, he ordered. The vampire's claw was tainted. The poison is already moving through your system. I will drive it from your body, and then I must remove the memory of your song from these humans so that their lives will remain unchanged. You need healing far more than I do, Julian, she protested. Do not worry about so small a thing as this scratch. We can take care of it later. I will not allow such a thing, Julian said. Your health comes before all else. The vampire has been destroyed, but his poison is still lethal. Be still, Desari. I will do this. I know what it is to have the darkness growing and spreading inside, a thing that cannot be removed. I will not allow such a thing to happen to you." She read his determination, wished she could see the source of his grim resolve, but still it was hidden from her. Although she felt foolish having Julian attend such a tiny laceration when he was so badly wounded, Desari didn't attempt further protest. There would be no changing his mind, and she was not about to waste his time and energy on arguing. Julian's golden eyes closed while he centered himself and once more disassociated himself from his own pain and fatigue. He sent himself seeking outside his own body and into hers. He found the foul drops of poison almost immediately. The thick black flecks were growing insidiously, spreading throughout her bloodstream and multiplying. He was light and energy, fire moving swiftly to overtake each and every speck of toxic venom and neutralize it. It was a difficult task. He took care not to overlook the minutest particle, delving into every artery, vein, and organ to ensure she was completely free of any residual toxin that might later grow and spread, causing illness or harm. When he was finished, he made the journey back into his own body. Desari touched his face with loving, gentle fingers. He was gray and swaying with weariness. She pushed back his hair, her heart aching for him. She could feel the burning of his flesh, of his insides, the gaping wound in his shoulder. "You must rest. Let me do what needs doing." Julian shook his head. "You would be a great help to me if you would take care of the humans. I cannot allow you near the remains of the vampire or his victims. You cannot trust the undead, not even in death." "He is destroyed, Julian," she reminded him softly. "Trust me, cara mia. I have dealt with his kind for centuries. Their traps often lie in wait long after they are dead." He brought her hand to his mouth. "Do as I say, Desari. Help the humans. You do not want them to live the rest of their lives as zombies. Go now, and then go through the air to Darius. Call to him, have him put you in the earth. I will go to ground as soon as I safely can." Desari laughed softly at him. "Persist in your fantasies, my love. I am certain they will see you through this difficult time." She pulled her hand away from his and left him while she went to attend to the group of campers stumbling around the edge of the clearing. Julian watched her walk away from the scene of brutal death. She looked so serene and beautiful, so untouched by the violence and ugliness surrounding them. He felt his heart lurch, and a curious melting sensation followed. He shook his head in wonder at his luck, pushed back his hair, and stood on shaky legs. He was weak, far weaker than he had allowed Desari to see. The wound in his shoulder was a fiery pain that encompassed his entire chest. He could feel poison spreading throughout his system, and each laceration of his skin throbbed and burned. But he had a duty. He was honor-bound to see to his life-mate first, and then remove all signs of the vampire to hide their race from those mortals who would seek to destroy them. He knelt beside the dead and dying birds. Those already dead he could do nothing about. Those that still lived were suffering. Gathering the live ones to him, he once more sent himself seeking outside his body and into the creatures who had answered the call to help him. No matter how difficult, he would heal everyone that he could. Julian had a deep respect for wildlife. He ran with the wolves, soared in the sky with the birds, swam in the waters with the fish, and hunted with jungle cats in Africa. He lived as one with nature, and nature lived within him. Before Desari, wildlife had been his only solace in the long centuries of his existence. Desari completed the task of masking the hideous scene in the forest from the humans and turned back to see Julian kneeling beside the fallen owls. He looked like a warrior of old, battle-scarred but undefeated. His golden hair flowed around him, blood dripped steadily, his face was set as if in stone, lined with pain and weariness, yet his hands were gentle as they touched the birds, stroked the feathers, and chanted the Carpathian healing ritual in words as old as time itself. She found tears swimming in her eyes. This man who stood so calmly and faced death, who could destroy an enemy mercilessly, ruthlessly, thought first to heal her and then the creatures of the forest. Pride rose in her for this man. She might never understand what his words had done to bind them together, but she was suddenly glad that he had done so. Julian was an exceptional Carpathian male, It was clear to her that he thought of others before he thought of himself. I might just be falling in love with you. She brushed the words in his mind, her voice a stroking caress. Julian didn't look up at her, but she felt his smug smile. You already are in love with me, cara mia. You are just too stubborn to admit it to yourself. I walk in your mind with you. I know you love me. Keep on fantasizing, she teased, and turned back to the task at hand, leading the group of humans back toward their campground. Julian was uneasy with her leaving his sight. Call me if you feel in any way disturbed. Do not forget the recent trend of vampires traveling together in these parts. And you have now seen for yourself that lesser vampires, those who have recently turned, are often used by the more ancient and skilled undead. You must be very careful. I am beginning to think your lectures are even more tedious than my brother's, Desari replied, somewhere between laughter and exasperation as she led the humans away. She was no fledgling to be treated as if she weren't very bright. Sometimes the males of her race set her teeth on edge. Julian could not hurry the healing of the owls. Each feathered body had to be entered and healed from the inside out. He tried to push away every thought, but becoming energy and light so that he would make no mistakes. Still, he felt guilt for using the beautiful creatures, the price to be paid for once more feeling emotion. Sorrow and guilt over the owls that had lost their lives. Fear for Desari, for the separation forced on them through his own weakness. Wearily, he tossed the last owl into the air and watched the powerful wings lift the bird high so that it soared away. He was swaying now from the tremendous drain on his energy, from the volume of blood he had lost. He desperately needed to go to ground and seek the rejuvenating sleep of his people while the soil healed his body. Julian turned and surveyed grimly the blackened ground strewn with the owls he could not save. With a sigh, he once more called down the lightning from the clouds and sent a bolt slamming to earth to ignite the bodies. When the last of the forest floor was clean, he stepped away from the area to bring up the wind. It whirled around like a small tornado, sweeping ashes high into its funnel and dispersing them in all directions. Julian shapeshifted slowly, his muscles and sinews protesting, his shoulders shrieking in outrage as he once again compressed his body into the shape of a bird of prey. One wing did not want to move correctly, so it required great concentration and skill to take flight. Once in the air, Julian soared over the forest, seeking the vampire's recent kill. It, too, was a grim task, and he did not want Desari anywhere near the site. He spotted her with her charges, returning the campers to their tents and motor homes. He dipped low to ensure no danger threatened her before proceeding up the riverbank away from the main campground. Desari touched his mind with warmth and concern, and he attempted to feel strong and able so she wouldn't worry. He could feel her compassionate nature, her soft heart a beacon to guide her life mate back from the edge of predatory madness. Below him, he smelled the stench of death. He dropped low and circled the riverbank twice before gliding to earth. He shapeshifted as he landed. At once his body protested again, this time the pain nearly driving him to his knees. He had never been able to abide weakness in himself. Swearing eloquently to himself in the ancient language, he walked to the bodies of two young gold panners. They lay broken and discarded in the usual messy vampire manner, their faces rigid with terror. These two had seen the undead exposed in all his horror. They were young, not more than 23 or 24. Julian shook his head, irritated with himself for not having sensed the ancient's presence earlier. Ordinarily, no vampire could approach within miles of him without his knowledge. His emotions were so new and intense, colors so vivid, desires so compelling, he felt almost blinded. He certainly had been occupied with his life mate and his own needs instead of what was happening around him. Desari? He touched her mind gently, needing to know she was not in any danger. Everything here is taken care of, Julian. Shall I come to you? Her voice was a soothing breath of fresh air in his head. No. His warning was sharp. Do not, Kara. Go to the others and the bus, and I will meet you there. He was grateful for the beauty of her voice and longed to be away from the sight of evil and death, back in her presence, where he would find comfort. She withdrew without argument, sensing his weariness, knowing he was hiding the true extent of his injuries from her. She fed, certain he would need blood, but took care to use only women. The last thing she needed was for her life mate to go berserk on her. Julian, still a shadow in her mind, found himself smiling at her thoughts. He might be too weary to go berserk at this precise moment, but he was grateful she was considerate of his feelings. He incinerated the human bodies and blew their ashes over a large area, leaving their camp scorched and blackened, as if it had taken a bolt of lightning in a ferocious storm. The authorities would never find the bodies, and would perhaps presume the campers had drowned, the currents carrying them off. Julian felt for the families, but he could leave no evidence of the vampire's handiwork or tainted blood to be analyzed by some human coroner. Protecting his race was top priority. He had no other choice. He took one last look around to assure himself he had done all he could to hide any evidence of the undead. Satisfied, he began to walk toward their own campsite. Chapter 10. Desari kicked the wheel of the bus. The darn thing refuses to start. I knew it. I knew it would happen at the worst possible time. She kicked the tire again in frustration. Julian stood in the shadows of the trees, swaying slightly, his eyes glued to Desari's slender figure. She was all grace, like flowing water, her ebony hair cascading around her like waves of silk. She was beautiful even in her fit of temper. She swung around, her enormous eyes instantly locating him beneath the trees. At once her expression changed to one of deep concern. He was gray and drawn, blood coating his shirt. He looked so tired, she was alarmed. She instantly leapt across the space separating them, one slim arm curving around his waist in an attempt to support him. "Lean on me, Julian," she crooned softly. He had walked the distance, not flown or used his astonishing speed in any way. It was evidence of his ebbing strength. He circled her shoulders, putting a small amount of his weight on her. She looked so anxious, he wanted to kiss her in reassurance, but the poison inside him was growing and spreading, and he wouldn't take the chance of infecting her. "You must call Darius to us, Desari," he ordered softly. He had given this much thought on his return to her. He had wanted to call Grigori to him, the healer he knew and trusted, but there was no time to lose. He would need to avail himself of Darius's strength and expertise. She helped him up the step and into the bus. Julian went down the aisle on shaky legs and nearly fell onto the couch. "You need blood, Julian, and then, once in the ground, you will recover quickly." She sounded anxious in spite of her determination not to. Julian shook his head. "Call Darius to us." His voice was a thread of sound, his lashes sweeping down as if he were fighting to stay awake and cognizant. "Darius, can you hear me?" Desari was alarmed now. Julian was not the kind of man to ask for help. "You have need?" Darius was far away, but he could sense her fear. "Come to us now. Please hurry, Darius. I am afraid." Julian laced his fingers through hers. "You have called him to us?" She tightened her grip on him, afraid he was slipping away from her. "Yes. Feed now, Julian, and go to Earth until he gets here. I will not take a chance on contaminating you. Go to the others. They will protect you until your brother and I are able." His eyes were closed now completely, his skin ashen. Desari brought his hand to her mouth, but before she could kiss the lacerations on his knuckles, heal them with the agent in her saliva, he had snatched his hand away. "Do not." It was a sharp reproof. "Talk to me. Tell me why you refuse what I offer. It is my right to heal you, to feed you and care for you." Desari was hurt and afraid, the emotions swirling around until she could not separate them. There was a stirring in her mind, warmth, the impression of arms stealing around her shoulders, holding her close. His heart was beating abnormally slowly. She could feel it in her mind, hear the irregular pulsing. This was an ancient Kara, one of the eldest vampires, much skilled in the old ways. "His blood is extremely dangerous. You took it out of my system, Julian." She bent over him anxiously. "Take it from your own. I do not have the strength, Piccola. Do not fear for me. I will not leave you. Go now to the others so that I know you are safe." Desari sat up straight, suddenly comprehending. "You think more undead might come. I believe you and the other female, Sindel, are drawing them here. They seek mates, thinking that will guide them back to their emotions and souls. Go, Desari, while the sun is still far away. Julian feared he would come, his ancient enemy, feared he would be drawn right to Desari. Julian's voice was nearly gone. Even his breathing was labored. Whatever was spreading inside him was taking a stranglehold on his lungs and heart. Desari stroked back the golden hair falling across his forehead. He was cold and clammy. She knew his fears for her were very powerful, but how could she leave him? He had only been in her life a short time, yet he was the air she breathed. Her body recognized his. Her heart and soul were finally complete. She had to be wherever he was. Darius, please hurry, she whispered, knowing he was already in flight, powerful wings covering the distance between them in the shortest possible time. But he had to hurry. What would she do if the vampire had other partners? She was not a warrior. How would she defend Julian in his weakened state? Again, she had the impression of warmth and reassurance from Julian. Just then something hit the outside of the bus with enough force to rock the solid vehicle. Her heart leapt in apprehension. At once, Julian struggled to his feet, his face harsh and merciless, carved in granite. Sing the ancient healing chant, Desari. It is in your mind, I have heard it there. Merge with me while you sing. His transformation from being nearly dead to this commanding presence was shocking. His head was up, and he was striding purposefully to the door of the bus. Desari sat still, her heart pounding. She could not send him off unaided. He would have her strength and courage, her belief in him, and any other aid he should need. Her voice began the ancient chant, as old as time, something they were born with, the memory already imprinted on them. It was soothing and peaceful, and her unique voice strengthened the power of it. Julian listened to the notes as he made his way out into the night. Her voice was so pure, it pushed aside the effects of the vampire's poison enough for him to focus. Outside, shadows were moving under the trees, ringing the bus. Julian breathed a sigh of relief. Not another vampire, but merely the dead one's enslaved minions, the undead schools. These former humans had tremendous strength and cunning. The vampire's blood ran in their veins, but they were not immortal. They slept in sewers and graveyards to escape the deadly sun, ate living flesh and blood. They lived to serve their master, hoping that one day immortality would be bestowed on them. Julian knew such a thing to be impossible. They were already dead, mere puppets, living only by the vampire's whim and tainted blood. He stepped out of the bus and faced these living dead. Their target would be Desari. Though their master was destroyed, they had no choice but to carry out his orders to acquire her, and they would be brutal in their rage and fear. Julian's first task was to safeguard Desari, rigging the bus with the most powerful safeguards he was capable of weaving in the event the ghouls should defeat him in his weakened state. Darius would have to unravel what Julian had wrought. Stall them until Darius gets here. Julian heard the plea in Desari's voice. She couldn't bear him to be in any more pain. Sing for me, cara mia. That is what keeps the pain at bay. I can do no other than what I do. You are my life. My only reason for existing. I will not fail to protect you. A storm then. I can bring in the mist, whatever you need. Allow me to take whatever burden from you I can. She had no wish to argue with him or distract him from those that threatened. She could hear the dark murmurs, the rustling of leaves, and the breaking of twigs beneath their foul feet. The ghouls were advancing on Julian. Sing for me, Piccola. Your brother will send aid in advance of his arrival. Be ready for him to use your sight. Desari had to be satisfied with that. She began the ancient chant once more as she moved to the window to be able to see whatever Darius asked of her. Julian looked so alone to her. Standing tall and straight, the wind whipping his hair around him, his body, so racked with pain, relaxed and ready for the attack. Her pride in him grew. Desari? It was Darius, his voice calm and unexcited as always, filled with complete confidence. He sounded strong and close by. Tell me what is wrong with Julian. Desari continued to sing for Julian, but directed her thoughts toward her brother. She had been talking to him for so many centuries on their private mental path, she divided her attention with ease. He says the vampire he battled was ancient, that its blood had powerful poison. Julian was wounded, but he will not allow me to strengthen him through feeding. He is too weak to drive out the poison himself. He waits for you. You know what I will need, Darius responded. Prepare the bus with the necessary candles and herbs. Have the scents in the air when we dispose of those who now threaten you. Call to the others. We will need them to join with us in the healing ritual. Insist that Sindel join, as she has tremendous healing powers. Darius broke off the contact with his sister and glided unseen and undetected above the circle of servants to the undead. 7. This had indeed been a powerful ancient to sustain so many living dead on his blood at one time. Darius felt a deep respect for the Carpathian standing his ground, looking every inch the intimidating hunter. The fact that he had not manufactured a clean shirt told Darius the extent of Julian's weakness. Yet even with the pain and weakness, Julian was ready to fight. Darius dropped out of the sky, shapeshifting as he touched the ground, silently springing on clawed feet straight at his prey. The large male leopard sank its fangs into the first ghoul's throat, dispatching him with deadly efficiency. It dropped the body and padded noiselessly toward the next victim. This time the undead servant was turned away from him, but the leopard merely vaulted into the branches above his head, then dropped on the fiend, burying its canines deep, crushing the throat. Julian watched the abominations creeping toward him, 7 strong, in various stages of decay, with the master dead and no longer sustaining their lives. Then a dark shadow moved behind the tree line, and Julian caught a glimpse of glossy fur. The large jungle cat quickly dispatched 2 of the zombies. Julian let his breath out slowly. These ghouls were tainted with the vampire's infected blood, so it was more than likely that Darius also would be poisoned from his kills this night. Overhead, clouds were gathering, dark and ominous, blotting out the moonlight. Lightning began to arc, a strong, fast storm shrieking through the trees, sending limbs dancing and swaying. Julian knew it was of Darius's making. One ghoul lurched forward, his burning eyes on the bus and his target. The only thing standing between him and his goal was Julian. Growling insanely, drooling and slobbering, he moved toward Julian, showing hideous teeth as he shuffled in close. His huge arms swung clumsily at Julian's head. The hunter ducked the blows and retaliated with one of his own. The head of the ghoul rocked, and the neck cracked audibly. Julian sprang away to meet the second opponent moving in for the kill. This one swung an axe at him, the blade missing by a scant few inches. Silently cursing the fact that his arm hung uselessly at his side, Julian retaliated with a low spinning kick that swept the legs out from under the servant of the vampire. Then he swiftly delivered the killing blow to the head, crushing the skull just as the third zombie reached him. Despite its slowness, this monster was strong and cunning. He went for Julian's wounded shoulder, slamming into him like a charging bull. The pain was excruciating, exploding through Julian with the force of dynamite. It drove him to his knees before he could find the energy and strength to cut off feeling to the area. The air burst from his lungs so that he had to fight to breathe. His stomach clenched and knotted, rolling with nausea. At once lightning hit his attacker, the bolt driving through the body. Smoke streamed from his mouth and nose, and his clothes and skin turned black. A ball of orange flame looking like a meteor from space then struck him in the belly, incinerating the monster, who howled eerily as he turned to ashes. The flames then jumped from body to body, directed by Darius's hand, dispatching the remaining ghouls with the ease of a hunter of long experience and at full strength. At once his arm slipped around Julian and took his full weight. He carried the big man like a child, cradled gently in his arms. "Do you have the strength to remove the safeguards?" he asked. The voice was calm and confident, no change in breathing despite the long flight, the terrible fight, and the burden he carried. Julian nodded in answer to Darius's question and began the complicated task of unraveling the safeguards, carefully making certain it was safe. Desari flung open the door and stepped aside so that her brother could carry her life mate inside. Anxiously, she followed them to the bed. The motor home was dark, only scented candles gave off flickers of light. The soothing aroma of herbs and candles filled the air, so that each time Julian took a breath, the healing scent entered his body to help alleviate the pain knifing through him. "Is he going to be all right?" Can you help him? Desari asked anxiously, hovering behind Darius, trying to see around him to her life mate. He is correct. The vampire's poison is strong and unusual. I want you to stay out of the way. Join with the others in the healing chant and lend your strength to mine. I will heal him and then myself. Desari bit her lip, her hand going to her throat. How were you infected? The servants of the undead were tainted. A trap the vampire left behind for those who dared to thwart his plans. Darius spoke matter-of-factly, with no hint of alarm. His steady, calm voice, so familiar to her, was comforting. Darius bent over Julian. The Carpathian hunter shook his head without opening his eyes. You first, Darius. The poison spreads quickly and grows in strength. Heal yourself before it is too late. I will be unable to aid you. Do this for Desari, as I cannot watch over her as I should. Rest, Julian, Darius commanded, used to being obeyed. Few dared to question his authority. Darius sent himself seeking within his own body, searching out every particle of venom advancing through his bloodstream. He studied the nature of the poison, its cells and behavior. Satisfied he knew how it worked, he began to destroy it, driving it from his body in the same unhurried manner in which he did everything. Julian was right. The poison was strong and fast-acting, destroying cells and multiplying swiftly. It was a tribute to Julian's incredible strength that he was still alive, that knowing what the venom could do, he had placed his life mate and his duties before his own welfare. The healing chant, sung in Desari's beautiful voice, was lending strength to Darius, yet he found himself slightly dizzy when he emerged back into his own being. You are gray, Darius. Take what is freely offered that you and Julian can once again regain your strength. Desari quietly held out her wrist to her brother. Darius took her hand and turned it over. His sister appeared fragile and delicate, yet her ancient blood ran strong and powerful. He bent his head and drank. At once he felt his strength returning. If it had been difficult and draining to remove the lethal venom from his own body after such a short exposure, it would be a monumental job to save Julian. Desari touched her brother lightly, needing reassurance. Julian looked terrible, the lines in his face cut deep with his suffering. He was ashen and weak. His heart and lungs were slowed to impede the advance of the poison, but it was taking him over, she could clearly see. When she touched his mind to merge with him, his mind block kept her out. Julian was taking no chances that she would feel the gut-wrenching agony he was enduring silently. We will need all of our family to help, Darius said as he closed the wound on her wrist. Take care none of you falter, no matter what I look like. You can always supply me with what I need when I am finished here. Hear me, Julian. I will be with you. Wherever you choose to go, I will follow you. You are not alone. We will always be together. Desari whispered it solemnly in Julian's mind, making him hear her promise, understand her determination. She would not lose her life mate, even if it meant following wherever he led. This life, or the next, she would go with him. Darius took a deep breath to inhale the aromatic herbs, to carry them with him as he gathered himself into light and energy and entered Julian's body. At once he could see the bloodstream was a mess. The poison acted like a virus, mutating quickly, reproducing, attacking the body's defenses. It was running wild, working at killing the Carpathian as fast as it was able to meet the demands of its master. The vampire must have long studied and experimented. This was a challenge Darius had never come up against. Still, he was confident in himself and his abilities. He always found a way. He never gave up. He would triumph. He allowed no other thought, no other outcome into the realm of possibility. He moved into the chamber of the heart and surveyed the damage. Julian had known what was happening to his insides, and the pain had to be excruciating. He had slowed his heart and lungs to slow the spread of the poison. As Darius worked to repair the damage, he studied the mutated strains. It was not so difficult to stop the original decay. He already knew the structure from studying it within his own body. The mutations were more aggressive and complicated. It was important to know which was moving faster and doing the most damage before he began to go after them. By the time he had the walls of the heart repaired and the original strain destroyed, He had a good idea of how the virus broke up the cell, reshaped it, and multiplied. He moved into an artery to begin his real work. The poison was surging toward him, a solid army of cells on the offensive, rushing to overtake the threat to it. Darius became a general, manufacturing his own army of antibodies. He sent wave after wave toward the advancing poison. His creations began to pick up speed, moving quickly to destroy the vampire's last death trap. It took tremendous strength for Darius to hold his bodiless state, to be only light and energy, to keep up with the ever-changing virus as it tried to mutate to escape the onslaught of warriors he had created to combat it. He found himself admiring the vampire's work. It was genius, this taint, somewhere between virus and poison, fast-acting and lethal with a kind of programmed intelligence. Its entire reason for existing was to take over its host and ensure its own survival. Darius's work was complicated, but he did it with his usual confidence and calm. The battle was strange and unfamiliar, but it was simply a matter of unraveling what the vampire had wrought. Nothing would defeat him. At the same time, a part of him was analyzing the Carpathian male his sister had chosen for her mate. Savage was remarkable in that he had known the extent of the threat to himself, yet he had put Desari's health and safety before his own. He had even healed the wounded birds that had aided him in his battle with the Ancient One, a great cost in time and energy, and he had wiped out all existence of the vampires and their kills to preserve the secrets of their race. Then Darius discovered a shadowing deep within Julian's body. He studied it a long time. The virus had not tainted him thusly. This was something else, something Darius had never seen. It made him uneasy. Julian, however, was extremely calm and accepting of Darius's presence in his body, confident in his ability to heal. There was no doubt, no adrenaline to cope with, none of the body's defenses raised against him as he worked. And Julian was aware he had discovered the dark shadow. The ancient healing chant, soft and melodious, gave Darius added strength as his energy began to falter. The familiar voices were all present: Desari, her voice itself healing and soothing; Sindel, gentle and peaceful like her nature; Barak, strong and sure; Dian, the ever-present second in command ready to aid him should there be need. Only when he managed to wipe out the last mutating strain and manufacture the proper antibodies to hold it at bay did Darius allow himself to emerge back into his own body. His great strength was nearly depleted. He had worked for over 2 hours, an extraordinary time to be out of his own body. He was swaying with weariness, his body crying out for sustenance, and he could feel the first stirrings of unease at the approach of the sunrise. At once Dian thrust his wrist toward their leader. "Take what is freely offered," he said formally. Desari touched her brother's shoulder. "You are gray, Darius. Please feed." She didn't want to tell him his appearance was nearly as alarming as Julian's. She was wringing her hands anxiously, afraid of touching Darius's mind to know if he thought Julian would live, afraid of asking the question aloud. "I live, my beautiful one." Julian's masculine voice brushed at her mind, enfolding her in warmth and comfort and a kind of exasperated amusement. "I live to teach my life mate the meaning of obedience. Your brother is as adept as Grigori, and that, my love, is the highest compliment I could pay him." He sounded weary and far away, as if the strain to reach her was weakening him even more. "Julian," she whispered aloud. Darius swung his icy black gaze to her face in clear reprimand. With careful courtesy, he closed the laceration on Dian's wrist and then bent his head to speak to Julian. "Hear me, lawless one. You are in no shape to oppose me. If you do not wish me to place you under compulsion, you will remain silent and conserve your strength to battle what is attempting to destroy both you and my sister." There was a hard authority in his voice, complete conviction that he would do as he threatened if need be. Darius never repeated himself. He often didn't even bother with a warning. He struck hard and fast. Those who knew him obeyed without question. Julian lay as if dead, the action of his heart and lungs barely discernible, but incredibly, a faint grin eased the look of death on his face. Darius glanced at his sister. "This one has no liking for authority. Go to ground, Desari, and stop making a nuisance of yourself." At once the air in the room thickened with oppressive shadows. A warning, a promise of retaliation. Desari found herself holding her breath. She couldn't believe that anyone would defy Darius's orders, least of all a man half dead and still in need of help from the very one he threatened. Surely Julian knew Darius would never hurt her. He simply bossed her around because that was his way. Darius struck at the Carpathian lying so still on the bed with a powerful compulsion to sleep. In his present state, Julian had no way to combat such power. He had one thought before he succumbed to Darius's will, that this man was far more dangerous than any Julian had encountered in all his centuries of living, perhaps even more so than Grigori. Desari reached around her brother and brushed Julian's hair from his forehead. Her hand lingered lovingly on his skin. "He was only seeking to protect me," she whispered. Darius's teeth came together with an audible snap. "There is no need for his protection while I am with you. He knows that. He was warning me to mind how I talk to you." The black eyes glinted with menace. "He has enough arrogance for 10 males. Darius inhaled sharply, taking the soothing aroma into his lungs. "Resume the chant and add another candle or two. It might keep you out of trouble." Once more he simply blocked out everything and everybody until there was only the light and energy that was his strength and intelligence. He very carefully re-entered Julian's bloodstream to examine the poisonous virus for any new threats. Sure enough, a new strain was attacking the antibodies Darius had configured. Darius examined the cell structure, marveling at how it could wreak so much havoc. The original poison had carried the seeds to implant this far more virulent strain. It was fighting to reproduce over and over, replicating the monster that fought with such ferocity to carry out the vampire's last command of destruction. Darius sent out more of his army to fight the strain, leaving him free to begin repairs on the vicious wounds and lacerations in Julian's flesh. The newer poison had again weakened the artery walls and the chambers in the heart. Darius spent time restoring the systems. The shoulder wound was particularly bad, flesh and muscle torn to the bone. Darius slowly mended it, then meticulously returned to Julian's bloodstream to be sure it was completely devoid of the vampire's poisonous virus. He was taking no chances that his sister might be contaminated. He went through every muscle, tissue, and bone, every organ and vein, double-checking that he had removed every last vestige of the foreign cells. Then he turned once more to inspect the odd shadowing. It was there in Julian's mind, in his body. It was dark, tainted, the mark of a vampire. Darius studied it a long while. There was no way to combat such a mark. Julian had been in intimate contact with a vampire, and the beast was strong within him. A solitary Carpathian male's struggle to sustain his soul was hard enough without the taint of the vampire inside him. Darius could only imagine the fierce battle Julian must have suffered every moment of his existence. Still, he could do nothing to aid the Carpathian who had claimed his sister. With a sigh of regret, he entered his own body once again. He would keep a close eye on Julian to ensure his sister's safety. Instantly his eyes reacted to the dawn. Light was beginning to slowly streak the darkness a soft dove gray, heralding the morning. He closed his eyes to soften the effect. This recent weakness troubled him. Darius had never had to contend with weakness before. For centuries, he had easily managed to stay above ground until 10, sometimes 11 in the morning, but the last few endless years, his eyes had become far more sensitive to any light. Darius had a will of iron. When he chose to do something, no matter what the difficulty, it was done. Yet he could not overcome this sensitivity to early morning light. "Darius?" Diane touched his shoulder lightly to bring him back to them. "It is done. We must get him to ground, allow the soil to heal him. I will give him blood just before we place him under. My blood is ancient and should speed his recovery. Although why I should want such a thing, I cannot imagine." "Darius, you have given too much of yourself this night," Diane objected. "I will supply him." Darius shook his head. "I will not take a chance with your life. If I have missed one cell of this venomous virus, there is a possibility it could infect you." The real reason was more complex. If Diane ever turned, Julian should not be his hunter. Darius would take that responsibility on himself. And if the shadowing in Julian proved to be a beacon for a vampire if it endangered Desari, it would take Darius to destroy his sister's chosen life mate. Is there a possibility that you missed something? Desari demanded of her brother, not for 1 minute believing that. Darius was always completely thorough. Do not be ridiculous. Darius sounded wearier than he intended. He realized it when he saw the alarm in her dark eyes. At once he held out his hand to reassure her. Do not worry, little sister. Dian immediately offered his wrist again to supply the leader with whatever it took to aid him. By now Barak would have Sindel in the ground, safeguards strong to ensure her safety. It was always Barak who looked after Sindel, especially since the attack. Where once Barak had been easygoing and cocky, now he was much quieter, his eyes watchful, thoughtful whenever they rested on Sindel. Dian had been the one to aid their leader in the healing of the stranger, while Barak had protected Sindel. Dian found himself sitting abruptly, dizzy from the volume of blood he had supplied this night. Darius was already compelling Julian to feed. Dian could not help but admire the efficient way Darius did everything, his movements ever sure and powerful. The stranger had the same assurance about him. Dian studied Desari's choice of a mate. He looked dangerous even in his death-like state. He glanced at Desari, a little mystified why she would choose a man so like her brother when she often chafed under Darius's stringent rules for the women. Go feed Dian, Darius said. Desari and I will place Julian in the ground. I will lie above the two of them to protect both while he is healing. You must construct safeguards around our campsite to keep others out while we sleep this rising. Dian nodded. No problem, Darius. Do not worry. Call to me if you have need of my assistance. Dian rose and moved silently out to the hunt. Desari sighed softly. He seems very alone sometimes, Darius. Males are always alone, little sister, Darius answered quietly. It is something we all must face. He touched her chin with a fingertip. We are without your compassion and loving nature. What can we do to help? Desari asked immediately, her eyes shadowed with worry. Your singing helps, the peace in you. You and Sindel are our strength, Desari. Never think you are not. Yet we are the ones responsible for the gathering of vampires in this region. They are looking for us. Darius nodded. That is more than likely. But it is hardly your fault. Yet you have to destroy them. It is my duty. I accept it without question or thought. Now, Desari, I am weary, and we must get this man of yours deep within the earth to complete his healing. Let us go. Desari started down the aisle, then turned back to address him over her shoulder. The bus broke down again, Darius. I intend to put an ad in some of the papers looking for a mechanic to travel with us. I realize it will change things a bit, but we can easily control a single human. I can even place a compulsion in the ad so that we attract the one we are seeking. If he is out there. If your chosen one is not going to get jealous. He appears to be somewhat possessive. Desari turned away from her brother, pleased she was able to get that much of a concession out of him. Darius obviously believed she could never find such a person, but she was determined to try. She was tired of seeing to every detail of their travel by herself. They stepped outside into the gray light of dawn and moved hurriedly into the deep forest to select an area protected from the sun yet with several escape routes. Desari found such a spot and waved her hand to open the earth, revealing the healing coolness the soil provided to rejuvenate those of her kind. It beckoned her, whispering promises of sleep and protection. Behind her, Darius floated silently to the site with his burden. Very carefully, he laid Julian in the bed of soil. Sleep deeply, the sleep of our people, chosen one of my sister, that you will heal completely and wake refreshed and in full strength. He spoke the words formally as Desari followed Julian to earth. He watched as his sister waved her hand, taking her last breath before the soil poured over them. Darius stood a moment listening to the birds and the rustles of mice and small rodents foraging in the bushes. He was normally in the earth before the sun had risen this high. He had almost forgotten the sounds of morning. As he looked around at the black and gray world, he felt the utter loneliness the males of his race endured for most of their barren existence. Time stretched out before him, long and endless and ugly without hope. Nothing could change what was. It was but a matter of time before the black stains spreading in him enveloped his soul completely. It was only his iron will and strict code of honor, his responsibility for the protection of his family, that kept him from walking into the sun and ending the waking hell he existed in. How much worse had it been for Desari's life mate, with the mark of the vampire consuming his soul, eating him from the inside out. Julian Savage was a threat to all he came in contact with. And now he was a part of Darius's family. Chapter 11. The sun set slowly, hues of orange, pink, and red spreading across the sky. It sank behind the mountains, its colors radiating throughout the forest, casting dancing shadows on leaves and brushes. The wind blew gently, fresh and clean, renewing the cycle of life. Most of the campers had long since left the area, disturbed by some unknown sense of distress, as if something dangerous lurked nearby. 2 missing campers who had been panning for gold had never been found despite a search of the area on horseback, by helicopters, and with dogs. The search and rescue teams found themselves heavy of heart, an oppressive burden on their chests, making it nearly impossible to breathe. All of them secretly wanted to get out of the area. The barrier Diane had erected was a good one, and Darius had reinforced it when he rose several nights previously. The bus had also finally been repaired. Julian became aware of his heart and lungs beginning to function, of the sound of another heart beating close to his. Carefully, he scanned the area above and around him to ensure they were alone and free from danger. He checked for blank spots that might mask the presence of the undead. Then he opened the earth above them to reveal the swaying canopy of branches and the night that belonged to him. He moved in a slow, careful stretch to feel his body out. The movement brought him in contact with soft skin and silky hair. He inhaled deeply, bringing her fragrance into his lungs. Desari. It was a gift, a miracle he had been given that he would never again wake alone. He would never again roam the earth, always alone. His fingers touched the ebony strands, brought them to his mouth. How would he tell her the truth? He could never give her up. Julian had been strong enough to separate himself from his twin, from his people, but he did not have the strength to walk away from Desari, even if every moment in his company would be fraught with danger for her. He turned toward her to bury his face in the wealth of her hair. At once Desari responded, putting her arms around him, holding him with ferocious strength. He could feel her trembling against him. "I thought I lost you," she whispered softly against his neck. It was far too close. He tightened his own hold, molding her soft, pliant frame to his. "I told you to trust me, Kara. You were worried needlessly." Her hunger was beating at him along with his own. Both had stayed in the ground these last few risings while he healed and rejuvenated. Now both of them required sustenance. Julian took to the air first, rising swiftly to meet any potential danger to them, immediately. Desari followed only when he signaled all was clear. She closed the earth, leaving no sign of their occupancy, as she followed Julian across the sky in search of prey. The forest seemed quiet, nearly empty of human quarry. In the bodies of owls, they circled above the trees, taking in a far larger hunting area than they could in other form. Upriver several miles from their place of rest, Julian spotted movement below. He dropped down into the canyon and made a single silent pass overhead. 2 males were setting up a tent together, laughing at each other's jokes. Julian signaled Desari to find a tree on the rim of the canyon and wait for him. He continued to circle, scanning the area for dangers, ensuring she was safe before he flew to a tree near his prey. He tucked his wings under him and walked along a branch, his clawed talons digging into the wood. He studied the layout of the campsite, lifting his head to catch the wind's tails of the surrounding forest and river, making certain they were alone. Desari waited patiently for Julian to feed for both of them. She watched him, finding pleasure in any form he took. What was it about him that drew her gaze like a magnet? He had somehow stolen into her heart and wrapped himself around it until there was no living without him. She didn't really mind anymore. Their species was of the earth and sky, a part of nature itself. She had learned centuries ago, in an ever-changing world, that nature was wild and free, making its own rules and as quickly abandoning them when it no longer needed them. One could not remain rigid. Like the changing seasons, the rising and setting sun, the spinning earth itself, everything changed. Including her life. Julian was now a part of it. She watched him drop to the ground and shapeshift back into his human form. At once her heart somersaulted, and butterfly wings brushed inside her stomach at the sight of his tall, muscular form. He looked like a warrior of old, intimidating and dangerous, yet handsome and sensual. Desari followed his every movement, the casual, fluid way he moved when he approached the two campers, his friendly smile and softly spoken words hiding the instant enthrallment. He bent his head to drink. She noticed that he was careful and respectful, almost gentle with the first man as he helped him to sit beneath the tree before turning to the second man waiting so patiently for his turn to provide what the soft voice had commanded. Desari found herself marveling at the way Julian treated the humans, almost as if some part of him liked them. She liked humans. There were many good people in the world. Darius and the other men considered each of them a potential threat, even though Carpathians had the ability to control human thoughts and even implant or wipe away memories if need be. Desari assumed all the males were similarly distrustful. It was nice to realize Julian felt gentleness toward the human race. Do not credit your life mate so much, cara mia. I do not feel the compassion and camaraderie you are capable of feeling. I wish it were so, but I am primarily a predator. Desari found herself smiling even within the body of the bird. Julian was a shadow in her mind, monitoring her thoughts. It is the only way I ever hear good of myself, he explained. Aloud, you prefer to lecture me at every turn. Your thoughts are much more to my liking. I should be more careful. You are arrogant enough. You are crazy about me. A wealth of smug male satisfaction filled his voice. Desari tried to keep herself from laughing, but it was impossible. Julian Savage was everything she ever could have wanted. Even his warped sense of humor and overbearing self-confidence were too endearing to pretend otherwise. You wish I were. You cannot help yourself. Doubtless it is my good looks. And your charming manner. She laughed again, this time dislodging herself from the tree branch. The owl circled lazily over the canyon before settling to earth, shapeshifting as she did so. It is particularly your modesty that attracts me. Walk farther into the trees while I release these two from my command. I will not have them near you. Desari's head snapped up, and her dark eyes smoldered dangerously. She walked away, but she was tired of all the orders the males of her race seemed determined to toss out as fast as they were able. Has it occurred to you, Julian, that I can sing a binding song and leave you trapped in the body of a bird the next time you choose to shapeshift? Julian laughed softly in answer, that same male smugness that made her want to wring his neck. He had moved with his incredible speed and was keeping pace beside her with his easy, fluid strides. His arm circled her waist, and he bent to brush the side of her neck with the warmth of his mouth. You might do so, cara mia, but you would not leave me in such a state for long. Your need of my company would be my freedom. Excitement was rushing through her body at the touch of his. He smelled clean and fresh, his clothes immaculate as if they had not been covered by earth these last few days. His veins were bursting with life, his heartbeat calling to hers. Arrogant man, she sniffed with pretended indignation. All at once his playful boasting didn't matter. She hungered, her body crying out for sustenance, and mixed with that need was a bolt of lightning streaking through her, turning her insides to molten lava, spreading its heat low and wickedly. Julian caught her up in strong arms and took her, airborne, through the forest, far from any other being, to a deserted emerald island in the middle of a small lake. He was already finding her mouth with his own, a fiery domination that was met with hot demands from Desari's silken lips. Her hands were everywhere, pushing at his clothes, insisting he be rid of them. She traced his shoulders, his chest muscles and ribs, the broad expanse of his back. Her fingertips explored his skin, assuring herself there were no lingering signs of his battle with the undead, that he was completely healed. Her clothes felt heavy and cumbersome, an irritant to her suddenly sensitive skin. At once she rid herself of them so that nothing was between her and Julian's hard frame. He felt so right, his arms locking her close. She burrowed closer, needing to feel him, wanting to crawl inside him, wanting him buried deep inside her. After so many centuries without someone of her own, without a chance for children and someone to truly love her and want her, Desari woke with joy each rising. "Someone to need you," he corrected. His voice was husky as his hands did their own exploration. He dropped to his knees in front of her, looking up at her dark, smoldering beauty, the fire and flame in her. She was such a part of the night of their world, shining like the moon and stars. Julian caught her slender hips firmly in his hands and forced her forward so that he could trace every inch of her satiny thighs. He found each and every hollow, her body already committed to his memory for all eternity. It was as if time stood still for him, allowed him a moment from the universe, a moment that would last forever, to be consumed completely by the wonder of woman. The firmness of her muscles, the softness of her skin, the sheen and silk of her hair, the smoldering sexiness in the depths of her coal-black eyes, even her long eyelashes, inky and dark, and the triangle of dark curls that guarded heat and fire. She was so beautiful to him, such a miracle of light and goodness, that for a moment tears shimmered in his eyes before he could blink them away. Julian rested his head on her thighs, inhaling her scent, while the wind whispered its secrets and teased their bodies. She was a creature of the night, as wild and hungry as he. She was his other half, and yet a part of him could not comprehend that she wouldn't vanish to leave him to be consumed once more by utter isolation, by total hopelessness. His mouth found the warmth of one silken thigh, leaving a long trail of kisses, every one of them in thanks for what he had been granted. He was still awed by her whispered promise to him as he lay gravely wounded, her voice soft and husky, pure and compelling. There could never be untruth in her, not with her voice. She had meant that promise to him, meant it with all of her being. Had he slipped away to the afterlife, she would have followed him. Always together. "You are not alone. I will follow you." Her commitment to him went beyond anything he could have hoped for. His hands tightened possessively on her small bottom, drawing her closer to him. Her heat beckoned, her wild scent calling to him to assuage her need. Julian wanted only pleasure for her, for everything to be perfect for her, the night itself, the touch of his mouth, his hands, his body inside hers, locking them together as they were meant to be from the beginning of time. Desari cried out at the first touch of his lips. Her body seemed not her own but his to caress and touch, to kiss and explore. He was finding places so secret she hadn't known they existed, places of such pleasure that she could only stand helplessly while he swamped her body in waves of earth-shattering ecstasy. She had to curl her fingers in his thick mane of golden hair to keep herself anchored to earth. She was soaring out and away, high above ground while her body rippled with pleasure. She was gasping for air when his mouth covered hers, and he began pressing her down onto the soft ground. His body was hard and aggressive, his hands parting her thighs and wrapping her legs around his waist. His teeth grazed her neck, then traced a path down her throat to find the soft swell of her breast. Desari pressed closer, wanting to take him inside her, keep him a part of her for all time. Her hunger was raw and aching, a need so intense, she dragged his head up so that her mouth could find his skin. She felt his body shudder, the hot velvet tip of him sliding into her. She thrust with her hips, intent on forcing his complete entrance, but he refused to move, his palm catching the back of her head to hold her face pressed against his chest. Julian wanted it all, her complete union with him, heart and soul and body. Her mouth moved over his heated skin, sending flames licking over him so that he clenched his teeth and pressed her even closer in anticipation. Her teeth scraped over his chest, back and forth, until he thought he might go mad with need. His hips moved impatiently, but he held back, waiting, prolonging the moment. She bit him, a tiny bite followed by the soothing swirl of her tongue. Desari. Her name was wrenched from him, a plea. He felt her tremble in response to his aching need, felt the moment in her mind. Even as he thrust himself deep within her, her teeth sank deep into his chest. White lightning flashed through them. Electricity arced back and forth, sizzling and melting until they were welded together, one being. He heard his voice shout hoarsely, the pleasure so intense he was unable to stay silent. His hands tightened, one in her hair, the other cupping her bottom. The deeper he drove, the wilder her body's response, the friction of fiery heat gripping and releasing him excruciatingly erotic. Her mouth was moving in a frenzy of hunger and craving, the rich essence of his life's blood heightening her pleasure. Her body was moving restlessly, wildly, without inhibition, wanting him as deep inside her as possible. He was touching her in places that shattered her earlier, lesser ideas of eroticism. She closed the pinpricks her teeth had made with a stroke of her tongue. At once he caught her wrists and stretched her arms out away from her, pinning her beneath him while he bent his head to her full, creamy breasts. She cried out when his mouth closed over her taut nipple, already aching and sensitive with need. Julian responded by burying himself deeper, riding her harder, keeping them both on the edge of fulfillment. "Julian, please," Desari found herself whispering, her body coiling tighter and tighter. His mouth moved to her throat, his teeth nipping her skin, his tongue following. He laid a path of kisses to the underside of her breast, and his teeth found tender skin, gave a brief bite followed by the moist heat of his mouth. She gasped out his name, tried to free her arms so she could pull him to her, force him to relieve her of the flames licking along her skin, the fire blazing out of control between her legs. Julian held her still, his body thrusting deeper, the lines in his face etched with hunger. The wildness was on him, the heat and need. He rode her long and hard, surging into her again and again. "I want you so much, Desari, just like this, so wild with need you cannot be without me. Feel it, the fire between us, my body and yours where I belong. I am part of you like your heart, like your breasts." He bent to lavish attention on her nipples, pulling strongly with his mouth. "I never want this to end." He was so hard and thick, swollen with his seed and the fury of the fire between them, that her body seemed to be exploding, shock after shock ripping through her as if it would never cease, could never cease. She cried out with the endless climax, afraid if it continued she would die of sheer pleasure. Still he went on, his mouth nuzzling her throat. "I want you like this," crying out for me to release you but wanting it to go on for all eternity, he whispered against her skin. "Pleading with me to end this. Begging me to never stop. It is there in your mind. I hear you, see your fantasies. I know each of them, and I will fulfill every one." His teeth pierced her skin, in domination, in possession, white lightning streaking through her with blue heat. He took her completely, her mind and heart, her body and soul, her very blood, staking his claim as he held her at her climax, until the firestorm consumed him and his body reacted to her desperate pleas. His hips thrust again and again, burying him deep as he poured his seed into her, as he took the essence of her life from her throat. His hand tangled in her hair, holding her still while his body raged its release, taking hers with it, spinning out of control until there was no Desari or Julian, until they were ecstasy and fire united as one. Desari lay trapped beneath him, unable to believe the explosion between them, unable to believe he could create such a mind-shattering response in her body. Even now ripple after ripple surged through her, and her muscles convulsed and gripped at the thick length of him. Julian lay for a moment, his mouth at her throat, before reluctantly closing the pinpricks. At once he bent his head lower so that he could take possession of her breast. She was soft and firm, and with every strong pull of his mouth, he could feel the answering rush of liquid heat between her legs from her very core. Her body was so aroused, the merest brush of his fingers across her breasts had her gasping. He moved his lips gently, without a hint of aggression, a soothing rhythm designed to ease her. He could feel the grip of her velvet muscles surrounding him, the way her body clutched at his. He continued to move gently, tenderly, alleviating any soreness his rough behavior had caused. "I love the way you feel, Desari, so soft, your hair like silk. It is a miracle how you are put together." His hands traced the supple muscles beneath her satin skin. "And I love the way you respond to me." She linked her hands behind his head and closed her eyes, giving herself up to the gentle rocking of his body, the velvet friction promising to relieve the terrible demands her body was still making. Julian rolled them over in one smooth move, afraid his weight might be too much on her. At once Desari sat up, shifting so that she could arch her back and ride him at her own pace. Each movement brought her closer to her goal. She liked watching his face, the satisfaction in his smile, the admiration in his golden gaze. His eyes were riveted to her, taking in the line of her throat, her swaying hair and breasts. Julian made her feel infinitely sexy as she rocked her hips, taking him deep within her, watching her. Her body was already rippling with pleasure. Desari threw her head back, her hair brushing across Julian's skin, intensifying his own reaction, so that he thrust deeply inside her over and over, increasing the friction between them until their next, even more shattering release. It was in perfect unison, tumbling them together in a sea of color and beauty. Desari let out her breath slowly. I cannot believe the way we are together. Surely we are going to burn ourselves out in a couple of years. The heat rises over the centuries, life mate. It does not cool, he told her with a taunting, all too smug grin. I will not survive it, she warned, sweeping her hair over her shoulder, her dark eyes still smoldering with passion. The gesture was sexier than she could have known, lifting her breasts, her narrow rib cage emphasizing her small waist and fine bones. Julian swept her down to him, finding her mouth with his because he had to find a way to thank her for simply existing, for being so exquisite and perfect. Desari returned his kiss with the same tenderness he was showing her. He could melt her so easily, the way he could go from wild hunger to such gentleness. Reluctantly, she allowed his body to be free of hers. It was almost too much to bear the separation. And Julian said it was only going to grow, this need she had for him, the intense emotion she was coming to know as what the humans called love. It was not an emotion she could name so easily. No words she knew could describe the strength, the intensity of what she felt for Julian. To keep from crying and making a fool of herself, she rose and walked to the lake, submerging herself in the shimmering water. Julian propped himself up on one elbow to watch her in the darkness. She swam like a sleek otter, moving through the water with her hair streaming behind her. He caught enticing glimpses of her rounded bottom, of her breasts, her small feet. Just watching her took his breath away. He ached inside with some unnamed emotion. Then he was on his feet and striding toward the lake, unable to keep still when his insides were twisting in knots with so many unfamiliar feelings pushing in. He hit the water running and did a shallow dive toward deeper water. He surfaced close to her, needing the nearness. He had failed to read the danger to them several risings earlier because he was so aroused. It was a difficult lesson, one that could have taken Desari's life, had almost cost him his own. It would never happen again. A part of him continually scanned their surroundings. It didn't seem likely that there were many more vampires in the area. Most often those that traveled together temporarily were an ancient or experienced vampire and one or two lesser pawns. The undead, even the lowest of them, could not tolerate company for too long without a battle for supremacy. But somewhere out there was his archenemy, waiting, perhaps watching. Although he felt certain the human society of killers would not strike again in the near future, either, he would not forget they had also made an attempt on Desari's life. Desari had several concerts scheduled in the near future, but the troupe would take a well-earned break after this next one. Her family members were already setting up for it, waiting anxiously for her arrival. Desari and he had to cover the distance between them this night. As it was, she had missed her last stop. He wished they could miss all of them. But her concerts were advertised far in advance, and she hated to disappoint her audience. Still, it made Julian uneasy that anyone could know where they were going to be at almost any given time. Julian glanced skyward. The night was gleaming with stars, clear and welcoming. Water lapped at his body, creating sound in the quiet. A slight breeze rustled the leaves of the trees, bats dipped and wheeled overhead. His world. The night. He glanced at Desari as she paced herself, swimming strongly across the lake. He did a lazy crawl after her, keeping within easy reaching distance of her. She was determined to do this next concert, to put herself in danger, just to entertain humans. His fist hit the water hard, sending a geyser shooting into the air. It brought her attention back to him. He felt her in his mind before he could censor his thoughts. Not just to entertain Julian. For myself, for my family. For Darius. He needs to keep busy. There has been such a change in him over the centuries. I cannot take the chance of quitting now when he needs me the most. I told you I felt that way. Julian had already told her they would stay with her family, so she would not have to worry about Darius. I am not changing my mind, Piccola. I am simply considering what a pushover I have been with you. You could help me out a bit by learning what obedience is all about. In truth, he was ashamed of himself for putting her in danger, for not being man enough to leave her. Was it not a matter of honor? He had lived for honor, yet now, when it counted most. Desari's soft laughter added to the beauty of the night. I would not hold my breath if I were you. This will be good for you. Learning to deal with my family, interacting with the human race. It will improve your social skills significantly. You are saying my social skills need improvement? There was a threat in his voice, and he began swimming toward her, his body gliding silently through the water like a shark, like the predator he was. Desari splashed water at his face and dove deep to escape the arm snaking out for her. She felt his fingers brush her ankle. She kicked strongly, hoping to put distance between them before she surfaced. But the laughter welling up was making it difficult to hold her breath beneath the water, and she was forced to head for the top. At once strong arms captured her. I can always find you, cara mia, Julian reminded her, his mouth warm against her neck. You cannot escape me. Do not count too heavily on that, Desari told him sweetly, and very innocently she began to sing. Julian was enthralled by the notes skipping across the water, little silvery notes like leaping fish. He stared, intrigued by the display of power. Did all Carpathian women have special gifts? The few women he had known were far too young by Carpathian standards to have learned the more difficult skills. The notes rose into the air, silver slivers that danced and swayed as if alive. He felt peace stealing into him, surrounding him, so that his body relaxed and for a moment his mind refused to function beyond drinking in the soothing, peaceful lapping of the water and the purity of her voice. He had never known such peace, not since he was a child. Julian deliberately ducked beneath the water to clear his head. He was furious with himself. Once again, he was so intrigued with everything about Desari, he had allowed himself to become distracted by the vivid new colors and the overwhelming emotions crowding in. It was much like being reborn. But he needed to be always alert, even when he thought they were alone. He could never forget they were hunted. She was hunted. His life mate. Desari. Julian. Desari swam back to him, her arms curling lovingly around his neck. What is wrong? She was scanning the skies, the area all around them. His stillness, the glittering gold of his eyes, made her shiver. You distract me too much, cara mia. I cannot forget what is most important. That is, above all else, your safety. I will not allow you to be placed in danger again. His voice was quiet, that soft, black velvet voice that was menace personified. Desari could see that he meant what he said. She had been playing with him, teasing him, and just like that, he turned it into a lesson. She didn't answer him, simply dropped her arms, her dark eyes mirroring her hurt right before she closed off her mind to him and swam away. She had been teasing him, she admitted. But what was wrong with having a little fun? She sensed his inner turmoil, felt how difficult having feelings was on him. He was experiencing everything anew, from sexual need to jealousy, from fear for her to frustration with her antics. And that strange shadowing he was so reluctant to share with her. She had used her voice to provide a concert for him alone, sharing with him her special gift. It had been from her heart, something she never did for another being. Was she so wrong to want to tease him, to soothe him? She was his life mate and had the same need to care for him as he did for her. Desari's movements were smooth and graceful as she swam away from him, but Julian was not deceived. Hurt was radiating from her as bright as any sun. He let out his breath with a soft sigh. He had much to learn as a life mate. He knew the things necessary to ensure her safety and health, yet what seemed so simple a task was not nearly so easy to put into practice as it was in theory. I hurt you again, Desari. This seems to be a pattern I do not like in myself. I have seen other males in similar dilemmas, yet I thought them fools not to impose their wills on their women. In truth, it was me who was so clearly the fool. I have much to learn. He meant every word. It bothered him that he had stored centuries of knowledge, knew how to move the earth and command the seas, direct the lightning and clouds, could hunt the most challenging of adversaries, be they animal or vampire. Yet he could not meet his life-mate's needs without hurting her. It was ridiculous. The most important thing in his life, the one person vital to him, the only person who mattered in his existence, and he did not know how to communicate properly with her. He swam after her, attempting to find words to express himself. How did one strike a balance between safety and play? Even making love out in the open seemed a risk. Yet even now, as they swam across the lake in unison, he ached for her, his body craving hers more and more. It seemed the longer they spent time together, the more intense his hunger for their merging became. Desari retreated inward. She wasn't angry with Julian. She could even understand him to a point. She was a woman with deep passions and a quick, intelligent mind. She might choose to follow Darius's lead, because most times his way was her way. But no one else, not Diane or Barak, could command her allegiance the way Darius did. She did not want the same relationship with Julian as she had with her brother. She wanted a partnership, to be considered an equal with him. Desari instinctively knew she could never be truly happy with less. She wanted Julian's respect, to be able to discuss things and make decisions together, not have him lead while she followed blindly. She had powers of her own. She could be of use to him in times of need if he had faith in her. Why was it she could see his strength yet he could not see hers? Desari. There was an ache in his voice that sent butterfly wings brushing at her insides. I know you're upset. He caught her arm in a gentle grip, halting her flight away from him. His legs treaded strongly in the water, holding them both up, one arm circling her waist, locking her to his larger frame. Do not turn away from me. If I cannot read your thoughts and know what is important to you, I cannot provide for you. Her teeth tugged at her lower lip. Her dark eyes did not meet his golden ones. Even with her face averted, Julian could read the confusion there. She did not want to merge her mind with his. His hand moved up the smooth line of her back to the nape of her neck, his fingers easing the tension from her tight muscles. I have much to learn, Desari, about the relationship between life mates. I have such intense emotions, wild and chaotic at times. I feel almost panic-stricken with the fear of losing you or allowing you to come to harm. He wrapped his arms tightly around her, holding her against his heart. Darius was correct when he said I was partially responsible for the success of the assassin's attack on you. I have replayed it 1,000,000 times in my mind. In my arrogance, I assumed you and the rest of your troop were human, and I gave no thought to the distraction my presence would cause. Darius felt my power and was busy trying to detect the undead. Later, when you began to sing, I was so caught up in the colors I saw and the emotions I felt, with the excitement of knowing you were in the world, my life mate, I could not believe it. I think I stood there frozen, unable to move, in shock. If I had not been so caught up in my own emotions, I would not have allowed any assassin to get close to you. His thumb traced the line of her jaw, then moved to brush her lower lip. Just the feel of her made his heart jump. Desari. His voice was mesmerizing, playing on her soul so that she could do no other than listen. I have failed you so often, failed to detect danger to you. In all the centuries I have existed, I have never made such mistakes. The last person I wish to fail is you. Can you not understand what I am saying? Chapter 12. Desari lay her head on his shoulder, uncertain what to do to ease the situation. I am trying to be understanding, Julian, but it is not easy. Contrary to what you are often thinking, I am no saint. I haven't the patience of Job. What I want from my union with you is to be respected for what I am and for what I bring to this relationship. If I do not know more of your past, things that would help me better comprehend your fears for me, it is because I have respected your wishes and left your memories alone. Julian felt as if she had punched him hard in the gut. His fingers tightened around her upper arms. I have invited you to merge your mind with mine. She straightened beside him, the water lapping at her waist. Why are you shadowed, Julian? Why have you been alone all of your life? You have chosen a life of utter solitude when it is not your nature to be alone. You were born a twin. You needed another close to you, yet you cut yourself off from him. I know you love your brother, yet you will not speak of him, will not speak to him. Her dark eyes regarded him steadily. I am no child to be shielded. I want a full partnership with you or nothing at all. My past is not what is haunting our relationship. Your past is haunting you, Julian. She gestured at their peaceful surroundings. We are in a paradise where I wish to make love with you often and in many ways. I see nothing wrong with it, yet you are afraid you bring danger to me. I cannot understand why you would choose to hurt me, to chastise me, rather than simply tell me what it is you are so afraid of. She looked so beautiful there in the moonlight. She stole his breath as easily as she had taken his heart. I have exchanged blood with a vampire. He said the words starkly, with no gentle explanations, the plain ugly truth that had haunted him all his life. The truth that had robbed him of his family and his birthright, the truth no other had ever been told. Desari went very still, her face pale as she stared into his pain-filled eyes. The tip of her tongue wet her lips, her only sign of a reaction. How terrible, Julian. When did this happen? There was love in her voice, compassion. It was in the depths of her eyes. She moved to cover the distance between them, her arms wrapping tightly around his waist to press her breasts against his chest. Julian actually felt tears in his eyes. He buried his face in her hair. I would understand if you chose not to stay with me. Her teeth nipped his skin, a small punishment for doubting her. When, Julian? I was 12 years of age. He looked young and handsome, and he knew all sorts of things I wanted to know. I visited him in his mountain lair nearly every day, and I told no one as he bade me. Not even Aiden, although Aiden suspected something was wrong. There was a wealth of self-contempt in his voice. Desari pressed closer to him, kissing the hollow of his shoulder, running her hands up and down his broad back to comfort him. You did not know he was vampire. You were but a boy, Julian. Do not excuse me. His voice was a whip of self-loathing. I wanted what he had. I always sought to learn things I should not have known. He saw that in me. The darkness gathering. And one day, when I saw him make a kill, he leapt on me, and he took my blood and forced his tainted blood into my body. He tied us together for all time. He would know where I was, who I was with. He could use me to eavesdrop on others, to betray them. If he wanted to, he could even use me to kill. He was powerful, and I was not yet, so I had no choice but to leave, to stay away from everyone I had ever cared about. He rubbed his neck as if it burned him. For centuries he tormented me, but I grew in strength and knowledge until he could no longer use his power over me. But then he vanished, and I could never find him to try to destroy him. I searched every continent, everywhere around the world, and I could not find him. He must use some special power I do not know to keep me from tracking him as I could others who do not have my blood in their veins. Perhaps he is dead. Desari circled his neck with her arms, holding him close. Julian shook his head. I would have felt his death. The shadow would have gone. I fear he will be drawn to you through me, that he will come for you. She stayed very still in his arms, taking comfort from the strength of his body. You are no longer a boy, Julian. You have grown very powerful. He could feel the tension running through her like a fine wire pulled taut. His hand pushed at her back, a gentle guide toward shore. They had to complete the trip to the next concert site before the sunrise. He was powerful when I was but a boy, Desari, not yet even a fledgling. Julian chose his words carefully. For centuries I have chased the undead and destroyed them, removed all traces of their existence to protect our people. I have witnessed much death and horror, the cunning and destruction these soulless creatures cause. They victimize our people and humans alike. And they grow in power as they age. You were a child, she said softly. He more than likely only seemed an ancient to you. Her heart ached for him, for the terrible loneliness he had endured. Why did you not tell your prince? Or your healer? Or your brother? He said he would use me to kill my brother, he admitted without expression. That pain ran so deep, Julian couldn't totally share it. Ever since I have dedicated my life to destroying the vampire. You have not seen, as I have, what they can do. I cannot let myself allow you into such dangerous situations to appease your desire for equality. I have no choice but to protect you, even though it may mean at times we cannot agree. Desari waded onto the shore and, automatically, without conscious thought, regulated her body temperature so she did not feel the cold of the night on her wet skin. She wrung out her long hair. Is it so different then, being a hunter, a powerful male, than a powerful, ancient female who does not hunt? Julian shrugged his broad shoulders with a lazy ripple of muscle, striding easily after her. We males are predators first, Desari. We have not a female's compassion and goodness in us. Our lives are ones of justice, right versus wrong. Those of us who are hunters see death continually, betrayal by old friends and even family members. We are forced to destroy those we once cared for or perhaps even owed debts to. We must protect the females from these horrors they were not made for. You are much like my brother. You and Darius think and react almost alike, Desari admitted as she donned clothing with a wave of her hand. Blue jeans and white sweater with pearl buttons down the front covered her, hiding her skin from his view. I see why you think I should give you obedience, but I am no child, and I am not capable of returning to that state. Cara mia, I value your opinion in all things. But I am a hunter, a male Carpathian. It is imprinted on us, before our very birth, what our duty is. We know the ritual binding words, and we know we must protect our women and our children above all else. I cannot rid myself of this responsibility, nor do I know if I would want to do so. Desari stood tall and straight, her long hair flowing in the slight breeze. She looked regal, like a queen. It is shocking to me that males of your acquaintance have forced females no older than a fledgling to bind with them. I am no child or fledgling life mate. I am a woman with much power. I know who I am and what I want. I do not wish to be ordered about as if I have no common sense. Why would you think I would interfere in your battles with the undead? But it is my right as your life mate to aid you, be it with strength or healing. Julian clothed himself in matching blue jeans and a white shirt. He turned her words over in his mind and found himself agreeing with her. She deserved the same respect he gave to Darius. Were her gifts any less than her brother's? He did respect her. How could he not? He respected any woman strong enough to become life mate to the Carpathian male, fledgling or no. He let his breath out slowly. Was this the dilemma of every hunter when he found his true life mate? Julian. Desari touched the back of his hand. I am not trying to chastise you, but I feel you should know what I am. Who I am. I will never settle for a master. You will be my partner or we are never going to have a true relationship. I cannot be subject to your rules any more than you could be to mine. Do you not see that what I say is so? Julian sifted strands of her ebony hair through his fingers. Do you believe I think you less than myself? Desari looked up at him. I think perhaps you believe I have not the strength and wisdom to protect myself from harm. Do you? He asked it seriously, his watchful gaze never leaving her face. He did not attempt to enter her mind, wanting to give her the courtesy of privacy in this matter. Desari's first inclination was to tell him that of course she was strong and wise enough to defend herself, and that surely she could prevent a vampire from taking possession of her. She even opened her mouth to say so but then closed it again. Could she kill, even a vampire? The answer was no, she could not. She could not destroy even such an evil one. It was not in her to do so. Nor could she have fought the effects of the poison as Julian had. The vampire might have triumphed after all. I do not have the will to destroy, she answered honestly. But that does not negate what I have said to you. I do not feel that just because I cannot do what you do I should be forced to obedience as if I were a child. I did not in any way impede you in your battle, nor would I have done so. His fingers curled around the nape of her neck, gently, tenderly. Your very presence was a hazard, Desari. My attention was divided. Every moment you were in danger, I could barely breathe. In the past when I went into battle, all there was the vampire and myself. And what is so different now? Desari's voice was soft and beautiful, its purity touching the darkness in him with soothing peace. Julian found himself letting out his breath slowly. The difference now is that if I am destroyed, so might you be. Desari, can you not see that the world needs your gift? The peace your voice brings to it, to all creatures of the earth and sky? To humans, to us, our people? We do not yet know, but that your voice might even aid our cause, help find a way to provide female children for our dying race. Aside from the possessiveness I feel, the need to have you with me, I feel the responsibility for your safety even more upon my shoulders. I can understand the pressure on Darius all these centuries. You have a priceless gift, life mate, one we cannot risk. Desari smiled in spite of the gravity of their conversation. Do not place me so high I am soaring, life mate. I do not know if my voice can do the wonders you imagine, but I thank you for the honor you give me. The point is, Julian, I may not have the skills to destroy the undead, but I have wisdom to know not to engage him in battle. More importantly, Julian, I respect your ability and have pride in your strength. I am not illogical or the type of person to place myself in danger deliberately, out of defiance. And I must remind you, you should not try to force my obedience, particularly when your mind is divided. I will follow your advice in these matters because I choose to do so. Her chin tilted at him in a slightly haughty way. Julian was used to being the sole authority in his world, and he had always viewed women as the gentler sex, to be protected and hidden away from danger. It had not occurred to him that a life mate might wield as much power in her own way as he did. Desari was right. He should not force her obedience. Even when their lives were threatened, she would obey only with her full consent. How arrogant the males of his race had become. Julian thrust a hand through his golden hair and arched an eyebrow at her. There is something to what you say, he admitted, deliberately slowly, as if mulling it over. Her dark eyes smoldered. There is truth in what I say. He rubbed the bridge of his nose thoughtfully. I suppose I can concede there could be some truth in what you say. She couldn't help but laugh at him. You are deliberately provoking me because you cannot stand that I am right. It deflates your male ego. Not only mine, cara mia, he admitted with his mischievous grin, but that of all the other hunters who find their life mates. I will enjoy watching them learn this interesting fact of life when it is their turn. But in the meantime, Desari, should we be around other males, you could pretend that you obey my every word, lest we warn the others of their impending lesson. Desari found herself suddenly relaxing, her dark eyes dancing. Julian wanted to see her point. And he had finally opened his memories to her of his own free will, allowed her to see the scars of his childhood. Darius is much like you, Julian. That brother of yours, Julian said with his slow, taunting drawl. You like him? Julian raised an eyebrow. Darius is not a man you like, Kara. He is someone who inspires more emotion, to anyone who can feel emotion, than the word like implies. You might admire him, respect him, even fear him. But Darius is not someone you like. He is a hunter. Few, if any, would challenge him. You would, Desari said with complete conviction. No one has ever said I was brilliant, Julian answered. Do you think my brother is going to stay with us? Julian rubbed the bridge of his nose again, his eyes suddenly blank. It is possible at some point, Desari, that you will want to establish our own family rather than stay with this unit. She paced away from him, then returned. You think he is close to turning vampire. I think your brother is a powerful hunter. He would make a lethal adversary, and I would not want the job of tracking him. Darius will hold on as long as he is able. He will not choose to lose his soul without a fight. Do you know any hunters greater than yourself? Desari asked, curious. Besides my brother, of course, she added impishly. His eyebrows shot up, his grin slightly sardonic. Do you wish to become a hunter groupie? I assure you, I am more than adequate for the job. She burst out laughing. You idiot. I was curious, that is all. Darius learned only through his own experience. Are his skills as good as those of your people? Your brother is extremely strong and skilled. Perhaps it is inherited, in your bloodline, he mused aloud. Remember, Kara, Grigori, the Dark One, a most powerful hunter, second only to Mikhail, our prince, is brother to you and Darius. We are of the same people. Desari nodded, intrigued. Do you think all hunter skills are inherited? The greatest hunter, as well as the greatest and most unique vampire, came from your bloodline. Those who choose the life of a hunter sometimes serve an apprenticeship under an experienced guide and are taught the rudiments of how a vampire must be destroyed almost from birth. But your brother did not have this information. But not all who hunt are guided? Desari asked. Julian shook his golden head wryly. Some have not the patience for either the teaching or the learning. Desari laughed at him. I think I know what kind you were. Julian looked into her dancing eyes, the beauty of them. Is hunting always a choice, or does your prince order it? It is by choice unless, of course, one stumbles upon the undead. It is kill or be killed in that situation. We have lost many males unprepared for such an event. The more ancient the vampire, the more dangerous he is. An unskilled hunter has little chance against a vampire who has survived many centuries. As our skill grows with experience and time, so does the vampire's cunning and knowledge. And my bloodline has both a vampire and a hunter famous for their skills? She was uncertain. She wanted to hear of the vampire. She wanted to hear that her bloodline was too strong to allow one of its own to turn. Her brother was becoming more deadly every day. She tried not to notice how distant he could be, how completely emotionless. He used to pretend, at least, that he could feel affection for her. Now he seldom made the effort. Julian's arm circled her shoulders with easy familiarity, the move comforting. His chin nuzzled the top of her head. Darius will not choose eternal darkness, cara mia. He has lived in it far too long. Do not fear for your brother's soul. As always, he read her thoughts easily, a shadow in her mind. Desari let out her breath slowly, his nearness easing her worries. He had experienced how Carpathian males changed over the centuries. He had lost feeling and colors until his world was one of bleak darkness, yet he had survived. He had even survived the mark of the beast, the vampire's shadowing of his soul. It could be done. Tell me of my ancestors. After all these centuries of believing we were the only ones of our kind, it is interesting to know our family can be traced back to such legendary creatures. Julian nodded. There were two of them. Twins. Gabriel and Lucian. They were alike in everything. Tall and dark with eyes that could look straight through a person to his very soul. I saw them once, when I was a child. They were like gods striding through our village, visiting with Gregory and Mikhail for a brief time, then gone again. The wind went utterly still when they were near. The earth seemed to hold its breath as they passed. They were relentless, unswerving angels of death once set upon a path. Desari shivered. Not so much at his words as at the pictures she glimpsed in his mind. True, they were the memories of a boy, yet she could see the images clearly. The two men very tall, elegant, their faces cruelly beautiful, as if etched in stone, their dark eyes merciless. Strong Carpathians trembled in their presence. They were loyal to the prince of our people, but all knew that should the two choose darkness, no one would be able to destroy them. Was the prince this Mikhail you speak of? Desari asked. Mikhail's father was our leader when I was a small child. I believe the twins, ancients even then, had served Mikhail's grandfather long before that. In any case, they were always together, inseparable. It was said they had made a childhood pact, one with the other, that if one turned, the other would destroy them both. They were so close they thought alike, knew what the other would be doing at every moment, hunted and fought as a team. They were born together, like you and your brother? Julian nodded. Some said they were demons, others called them angels, but everyone agreed they were the most lethal of all Carpathians, the most knowledgeable, the most skilled. What one learned through study or experience, he shared with the other, doubling their power and ability. Many of our race were terrified of them, yet they were much needed. In those days vampires were achieving a kind of popularity among humans, a disaster in the making for our people. Without the two angels of death, Carpathians would have been hunted to extinction, the vampires would have triumphed, and the world would have become a deadly, desolate place. There was chaos and war. The hunters of our race stretched beyond their capacity. Why would humans ever embrace the undead? It was a time of great self-indulgence and decadence among the rich. They would have orgies of drinking and gluttony and sex. They would watch bloody, violent clashes and worship the victor. It was an atmosphere for the undead. They can be as cunning and charming as they need to be, and influencing those already corrupt is not so difficult. We had to do something to change the course of history. It was Gabriel and Lucian who did so. Which was the vampire? Julian shook his head with his now familiar, taunting smile. Just like a woman, no patience. She quirked an expressive eyebrow at him. I am the one without patience? I think not, Julian. You are the one impatient. His mouth swooped to take hers in a slow, leisurely exploration. He lifted his head, his eyes molten gold. Then I will have to be more careful the next time to be slow and thorough. I want you to be completely satisfied in all things, life mate. Her slender arms circled his neck. You know I am. And if you were much more thorough, we might both be dead. He wrapped his arms protectively around her, pressing her body into his hard frame. You are so perfect, Desari. For me there is no other. Nor for me. Before you, my world was not bleak and barren. I had emotions and colors, my singing to sustain me, my family to love, but I was alone. There was a part of me missing. A part of me restless and wild, searching for something. We wandered the continents to cover the fact that we did not age, but all of us were also looking for something to end the emptiness. We just did not know what it was we sought. Her hands were stroking his thick mane of hair, allowing the skeins of silken gold to run through her fingers. I do not want to be apart from you, Julian. I want us to be always together. He held her in silence for a time, breathing in the scent of her, trying to comprehend why he had been handed such a miracle, why he had been granted a reprieve at the last moment, been rewarded with a woman such as Desari. Julian tried not to think of the vampire who could destroy them both. She felt his thoughts, the waves of intense emotion overwhelming him, things he could not put into mere words. Desari rested her head on his chest and listened to the steady beat of his heart, knowing hers tapped out the exact same rhythm. It was right. They were two halves of the same whole. She wanted to comfort him any way she could. He needed, and that was everything to her. Stop wasting time, little sister. I can take only so much of the syrup between you and the one you have chosen. Have you forgotten you have commitments to fulfill? Darius's soft, emotionless reprimand echoed in her mind. I am coming. She sent no more, unwilling to share her private thoughts. Again she mourned the fact that Darius felt no emotion, not even love for her. I may not feel it, little sister, but I know it is there. Do not fear me now after all these long centuries. I fear for you, Darius. Do not go away from us. She hadn't meant to show her deepest anxiety to him, yet it slipped out. There was only silence. Desari found herself trembling, her breath suddenly hard to find. Julian tipped up her chin to search her dark eyes just as he was searching her mind for what had frightened her. He will not leave you, Desari, will not seek death until he knows he cannot hold out any longer against the darkness within him. If that should occur, you must willingly allow him to greet the dawn. He is far too powerful. If he became the undead, many of our hunters would die before he could be destroyed. He carries that knowledge with him. It makes his existence still more difficult for him, a two-edged sword. He knows he has a chance of surviving as a vampire, of feeling at least the thrill of the many kills he would achieve, yet he still has his memories of love and duty, his code of honor, which help him hold on. He knows those he loves would be destroyed first should he turn. Desari broke away from him to pace restlessly across the pine-strewn forest floor. Her movements were graceful, her ebony hair gleaming as if 1,000 stars were tangled in it. Tell me more of my bloodkin, Julian. Tell me of their fate. He nodded. You must remember, Desari, the twins had lived centuries longer than most of our people without finding a life mate. They were hunters, having to kill often, the kind of double burden nearly impossible to long endure. As each century passed and their legends grew, more people feared and shunned them. It was rumored they were more powerful than the prince, much more dangerous. It seemed not to matter that they followed him and protected those that could not hunt. Their lives were ones of nearly total isolation from all society. It had to have been torment. Julian knew the torment of isolation. Yet they continued, as you continued. Desari pressed back against a tree, her eyes enormous, searching his story for a shadow of hope for her brother. Julian nodded. Always they endured. They went after the vampires high society had embraced. The battles were long and fierce, as the undead were ancients with much power and now government backing. Rewards were posted for Gabriel and Lucian so that humans and the undead alike hunted them. They fought the many servants of the vampire, hosts of ghouls and zombies, and demented creatures created at the undead's whim. Always they were the victors, and while our people were thankful, each time the twins emerged alive, the whispers grew of creatures half in our world and half in that of the darkness. How unfair. Desari was angry at such treacherous behavior by those of her own race. What if Darius were to be treated in such a manner by those who followed Mikhail? Her fists curled at her sides until her knuckles grew white. Yes, it was unfair, yet not altogether untrue. As a male ages, as the hunter grows in strength and the number of his kills, he does live partially in the world of darkness. How could he not? They were powerful, and there were two of them, their pact strong. They would be invincible should they turn. Who could destroy them? Grigori was young then, as was Mikhail, though they sometimes secretly sheltered the two warriors when their wounds were severe. I know that Grigori and Mikhail both supplied blood on more than one occasion. Julian rubbed one eyebrow thoughtfully. Grigori knew I saw them, but he said nothing to me. I was very young, you understand, no more than 9. I was very awed by the two legends, and, even then, by Grigori, who was rapidly growing in stature, and Mikhail, in line to be prince. I would never have betrayed their secret, and I think they knew that. How sad the twins' lives must have been. Desari sounded as if she might weep. Julian was across the distance, separating them instantly, wrapping her in his strong arms. Really, Julian, to have the people so unappreciative of their sacrifices must have been a terrible thing. They were like men without family or country or even friends. As Julian had been. She suddenly realized the enormity of his sacrifice. He had been a man without family, country, or friends, and he did not even have his twin brother beside him. Love and compassion surged through her, strong and powerful. Julian would know love. He would have a home, a family, everything she could give him. That is the danger inherent in the hunter's acquisition of power and skill and experience in centuries of battles. The two were lethal hunters, equal in strength, in intellect, in fighting ability. None was their better. And then the wars came. The Turk invasions that depleted the ranks of our people, destroyed our women and children. Our people had chosen to fight alongside those humans they had befriended and known for years, but we lost the ancient prince and most of those skilled in hunting. That is when Darius saved us, Desari offered. Julian nodded. During that period, yes, he agreed. It was at that same time that Gabriel and Lucian really became legendary warriors, two against the Turk multitudes and the vampires thriving among them, driving the armies to do hideous things to their captives. The tortures and mutilations you can read about in history books. Some individuals slaughtered countless innocent women and children, drank blood, bathed in it, and feasted on living flesh while the orchestrators, the vampires, looked on and rejoiced. But Gabriel and Lucian were in constant pursuit of these enemies, and the body count the two of them achieved was so high, no one could believe they were real and not some mysterious death winds blowing in and out of villages, leaving little in their wake. Vampires disappeared by the dozens, and legions of their soldiers and demented creatures, mostly noblemen and women, were killed or exposed. War raged everywhere. The damage to humans and Carpathians alike was devastating. Sickness and death followed, homelessness and hunger, savage slavery of the impoverished. It was a hideous, merciless time for all. And my kin. Few actually could claim to have laid eyes on them, but they were everywhere, tirelessly destroying the enemy, saving our few remaining women, still without life mates or hope of their own. It is said they consulted with Grigori and Mikhail at this time, and I witnessed one such meeting right after Mikhail's father was killed trying to save a human village. Shortly after, at Mikhail's order, I was taken from the region and placed in hiding with the remaining children. Mikhail was young to be a leader, but he had vision and realized our people were facing extinction. He and Grigori, the next oldest to survive, moved at once to protect the few surviving women and children. Grigori and Mikhail seldom spoke of the two ancients or that time, perhaps because both had lost, or thought they lost, their own families while trying to save their race. But their skills and accomplishments at such a young age were almost inconceivable. And what of the twins? She prompted, intrigued by this history she had never known, her roots, her bloodline. When things finally settled down in Transylvania and Romania, Throughout the Carpathian Mountains, it is said the pair traveled to Paris and London, and anywhere else in Europe vampires were striving for a foothold. They hunted throughout the continent, always working together as a single unit. The stories of their unearthly powers grew beyond legends to mythology. Julian moved away from her and shoved a hand through his golden mane. The rumors started about half a century later. That Lucian had fallen to the dark side. That he was vampire preying on the human face. No hunter could find him or even his trail. Only Gabriel would have been able. The hunt for Lucian went on for well over a century. It was unlike anything our people had known. Vampires are messy killers, leaving a trail of blood and death recognizable to any of us, exposing us to discovery by mortals and their inevitable mistaken assumptions that vampire and Carpathian are one and the same. In some ways, it is fortunate for us that human police often label the murders and mutilations as the work of serial killers or cults. Otherwise, we all would be hunted until we were no more. But Lucian was unlike any vampire ever known. There is no record of him slaying a woman or child, of creating servants or ghouls. He made hundreds of kills, but only among the corrupt, the evil, the scourges of the earth. Many of our hunters were misled, perplexed, and came away thinking perhaps the twins were mythical, not reality. Only Gabriel recognized Lucian's work. Only Gabriel could track him. No one else would help him? Julian shook his head. No one else could help him. Gabriel was a legend himself. An angel of death. No one approached him or dared try to ease his task. He pursued Lucian, often found him, but because they were equals, the battles were long and ferocious, but never decisive, with both striking terrible blows, only to break apart and attempt to heal themselves for the next battle. It went on for years until, one day, they both simply seemed to vanish off the face of the earth. Desari's long lashes fluttered for a moment. That is it? The entire story? They just disappeared? There are many stories our people believe. One is that Gabriel ended Lucian's life and then chose to greet the sun. I believe that is what happened. Ancient as he was, he would have been so close to the darkness himself, and without a life mate or even his brother to hold him, long dead, I believe Gabriel simply laid it down. He had lived long and alone. He deserved release into the afterlife. Desari shook her head. I cannot believe that after holding out for so long, fighting so many battles, Lucian would choose darkness and Gabriel would be forced to hunt his own brother, his twin. It is so terrible. It is a chance all hunters take. The kill triggers a sensation of power in us. For one who has no emotions, no other feelings, it can be tempting, addicting. There is also the problem of when to stop. If Lucian hung on to fight vampires as long as he was able, he might have been too late to make a rational choice. Some say Gabriel turned also, and when the two vampires fought for supremacy, both were killed. I do not think that is so, because there would have remained some evidence of the battle. Gabriel respected Lucian. He would have chosen to destroy all evidence of their battle and Lucian's defeat before he walked into the sun. You cannot hunt like these men any longer, Julian, Desari said, biting at her lower lip. I cannot bear this to happen to you. It is a horrible story. Two men who gave their lives for their people, and no one cared for them, no one appreciated them. His smile was tender. Piccola, there is no need to fear. I cannot turn now. You are my light, the goodness to my darkness, the air I breathe and my reason for existing. The twins did not find their life mates, but do not think they were unappreciated by our race. Though they were feared, they are also much revered, and many stories and songs have been written in their honor. A bit late for them, she sniffed indignantly. It is hardly a happy story, and I do not like the ending. I do not wish this for my brother. We must find for him whatever he needs to survive. He needs to find his other half, Kara, and there is no telling when or if that will happen. Maybe I will see what I can do. My voice is powerful. My words can weave enchantments. I have brought couples back to love and laughter, healed grief-stricken parents. I will try to draw to us the one my brother needs. If she comes to your concert, believe me, Desari, there will be no need of enchantments. Darius will recognize her instantly. He will not allow her to leave. He does not have this knowledge. Maybe I should tell him. Julian shook his head. No, it is better to allow nature to take its course in these things. If one is close to turning, one might try to force what is not there. If it happens for him, he will know what to do. Every male is born with the ritual words, with the instincts to bind his woman to him. It will be there for him when he needs it. What if she does not want him? Desari asked. We have seen that ourselves, he teased. Her hand cupped his face, her thumb lovingly tracing the hard line of his jaw. I wanted you from the first moment I saw you. Desari shook her head. No wonder the males of our species become so arrogant. They are able to tie a woman to them without her consent or even her knowledge. That must make them feel very superior. Her tone conveyed her annoyance. I think they are more inclined to feel humble, he answered sincerely. When a male has survived so many centuries with no color or emotion, and he finds the one who brings him light and compassion, music and joy, he can do no other than revere her. She quirked an eyebrow at him. They still should not have the right to tie a woman without her consent. What is wrong with courting her? It might help to calm her fears and make her feel she is special to him. How could a woman feel anything but special when a man needs and wants her so much? A woman has only to touch her lifemate's mind to know what is in his heart. She knows who he is, his good traits and his failings. Even if she is a fledgling, any ancient could hide whatever he wanted from one so young. I cannot imagine the fear a woman would feel tied without her consent to such a powerful being. She would not have a sense of her own worth, who she was, or even what special gifts or talents she had. Julian captured her hand, placed a kiss in the center of her palm, feeling her distress for the women unknown to her robbed of their childhood. It had been difficult enough for Desari, as strong a woman as she was, to accept that Julian had some kind of dominion over her. Even knowing she had the same dominion over him, it was still frightening to her. It was an admission of need. A need to be close to him always. Julian's hand framed her face. Never fear the need between us. Whatever you are feeling, Kara, I feel twice as much. I was without color or song or emotion for far too long. I have had many bleak centuries to help me learn appreciation for my life mate. You did not need my existence in the same way that I needed yours, even to continue my life, to save my soul. Had we never met, you would have lived far longer before the emptiness of your existence became too much to bear. Desari lay her head on his shoulder, wanting to hold him close. I think our need for one another is mutual, Julian. Desari. The night is winging across the sky, and you two are still gazing into one another's eyes. This concert is yours. We have not yet rehearsed, and there is no way to plan without your presence. I will not repeat myself in this matter. Darius's black velvet voice was soft with menace. He demanded her presence, and she must comply. Desari sighed. We must go before it is too late to cross the distance this night. The others wait for us. Julian's hand cupped the nape of her neck so that he could hold her still while he bent his head to find her mouth with his. She could sense his amusement at the order for their return to the family fold and her obvious need to comply with it. We must, Julian, she whispered, afraid he might attempt to defy Darius. He smirked at her, his white teeth flashing. Come along, little chick, we must obey the big bad wolf or something terrible might happen. You do not even know, she answered solemnly. His laughter was his only answer. Chapter 13. The crowd was enormous. Julian inhaled deeply, allowing the air to tell him every story. The smell of excitement, of sweat, of rising tempers, and lust. It was all in the breath he drew into his lungs. He was looking out for danger to his life mate. His amber eyes inspected the huge throng pushing to get into the building. He found himself tense, his every inclination to keep Desari far from these humans. He could hear myriad conversations even as he was scanning innumerable minds. Human security guards were using metal detectors on the people entering, but still he was uneasy. Julian caught sight of Darius. He was an imposing figure, moving silently and swiftly through the crowd, his black eyes icy, piercing the crush of humans restlessly, in unceasing motion. He was every bit as alert as Julian, determined to protect his sister at all costs. Diane, although he played in the band, was at a side entrance, as on guard as the others. Barak roamed inside the building, mingling with the crowd to add further insurance to Desari's safety. Both musicians were projecting images unrecognizable to the public. The two leopards, Sasha and Forrest, were locked in one of the rooms provided for the band members. Sindel, too, had taken her usual form of a female leopard and waited with the other cats. Julian wanted to protest the action, aware of the sadness in Desari at Sindel's withdrawal from reality. Julian had noticed that Barack was very edgy around all of them. He often placed his body squarely between the other males and Sindel. Clearly the terrible attack on her had shaken the males' faith in one another. With the assassins making their attempt on Desari and vampires, threatening them for their women, the men were all on edge. Darius paused briefly beside him. "Anything?" Julian shook his head. "Nothing but a feeling of uneasiness. I do not like this. Desari exposed to all these humans." "There will be no mistakes made this time," Darius said softly, confidently. "There will be no further attempts on my sister's life." Julian had to respect the man's total conviction. It was difficult not to believe in Darius. Power clung to him like a second skin. There would be no chances taken this night. Julian nodded at Darius and continued pacing among the humans, scanning minds, listening to the conversations around him. To his left, a fight erupted between two men. Pushing and shoving, voices raised. But the human security personnel were there instantly, escorting the scufflers away from the building. Julian could detect no animosity toward his life mate, so he ignored the incident, not wanting to be distracted from his primary task of protecting Desari. Desari was in the dressing room, putting the finishing touches on her makeup. She liked to put it on herself in the human manner. It soothed her somehow before she went on stage. It was also her habit before each concert to scan the minds of the crowd and try to find those in need so that she could pick the songs most suited to healing and helping. It was important to her to seek the mood of the audience, listen for what they wanted to hear, their favorite ballads or the haunting new melodies she could produce. She liked to know which people had come to more than one of her concerts, who had traveled long distances to see her perform. Sometimes after her shows she would seek out those who had traveled far or often to hear her sing and introduce herself to them and chat. For the most part, the crowd was eager, moving restlessly, excitedly, in their seats, eager to hear her sing. Desari tuned them out in order to prepare herself for the stage. At once her mind, of its own accord, sought Julian. She smiled as she felt an instant flood of warmth, strong arms surrounding her. Julian was not thrilled with her family unit, as he called them, nor were they all that happy with him, but no one was snarling at each other. To his credit, Julian hadn't made even a single protest when she entered the theater to dress for her concert. "You are the life mate of a sensitive, modern male." Julian's lazy amusement warmed her further, confirming what she already suspected, that he often stayed a shadow in her mind. "How fortunate for me." Desari smiled at herself in the mirror. Her dark hair cascaded in waves down her back. There was a sparkle in her eyes. She knew Julian had made her feel more alive than she had ever been. "Sensitive, modern men are so to my liking." "Men?" I am certain I did not hear my life mate use the word men. The plural. "No man is allowed to be to your liking other than myself." He sounded stern, the fierce Carpathian male at his most menacing. Desari laughed aloud. "I suppose I can see your point, Julian, but really, it is so difficult to keep from noticing all of those handsome hunks in the audience." "Handsome hunks?" His voice dropped low with the affront. "They're more like lovesick fops. If they could feel the vibrations in the air, they would show sense and run for their lives. It is bad enough to read their fantasies and hear them talk their trash, Kara, but it is altogether worse to hear that my woman is looking back. One smile at the wrong man, life mate, and trouble will find the man quickly." "You sound jealous," she accused him, amusement curving her soft mouth. "The first rule for all women to know and never forget is that Carpathian males do not share their life mates. Your brother has much to answer for that. This was not drilled into you since birth. It was his job to prepare you for my coming." It was said somewhere between jest and complaint. Desari drew in her breath sharply, finding herself wavering between laughter and exasperation. "My brother had no idea of your existence, you arrogant male. Besides, how could he possibly prepare me for your total ignorance of women? More likely, had he known you were coming to speak your ritual words, he would have been waiting to ambush you. I myself would have burrowed deep within the ground until you passed beyond my surroundings. You would have burst from the ground straight into my arms, cara mia, and you know this to be true. Now he was laughing, that smug, taunting male amusement that should have set her teeth on edge, but instead made her laugh. I think you are trying to find something to dictate to me about just so you do not lose your ability. Go away and practice this male art form on someone else. You will be singing to me tonight, piccola, and to no other man. You are a spoiled little boy, not a grown man. Should I come show you what a grown man I am? His voice was suddenly low and warm, so sexy she felt a rush of answering heat. She could feel the brush of his fingers against her throat, trailing down the valley between her suddenly aching breasts. Go away, Julian, she laughed in answer. I cannot have you getting me hot and bothered just now. As long as I know you are hot and bothered for me, I will do as you request and go back to work. I can only hope. Desari heard the familiar steps coming up to her door, Diane knocking loudly with his usual 5-minute warning. She knew Barack would be checking one last time on Sindel. Excitement was setting in, the quick rush right before she walked out onto the stage. Desari paced across the floor once or twice, ridding her body of unused adrenaline. The second knock came 3 minutes later. Julian and Darius stood on the other side of the door, their eyes and minds continually scanning every inch of the building and the audience. Desari felt small wedged between the two larger bodies, suddenly aware of the potential danger to herself. That someone wanted her dead for reasons unknown was shocking to her. She moved closer to Julian for protection. He touched her arm in a gentle caress, nothing more demonstrative, his mind obviously filled with security measures, tuned to the air around them. Yet Desari instantly felt comforted and safe. Diane and Barack were waiting to enter the stage with her. As they moved forward, the roar of the crowd drowned out every other sound. Julian began to pace the perimeters of the building, taking his time, getting a feel for the audience. He knew every nook and cranny of the interior, every possible hiding place, every entrance and exit. He knew every position, high or low, that a sniper could utilize. His gaze continually swept the areas that provided the most cover for an assailant. In the recent past, he had watched over Mikhail and Raven's daughter, Savannah, while she performed magic shows during the 5 years of freedom Gregory had allotted her before he claimed her as his life mate. Several times her human security people had to prevent overeager men from rushing the stage to meet her. But Julian had kept his presence a secret there only to fight off the vampires who often stalked her without her knowledge. He had not had to handle the humans attracted to her. This was different. Desari's voice itself was a lure, an enticement to all who heard it. And she was so beautiful up there on the stage, her long dress flowing fluidly around her slender figure one moment, then hugging her body the next. Her ebony hair glittered in the light and cascaded in waves down her back, brushing her shoulders and breasts, her waist and hips. She was irresistible. Julian felt his breath catch in his throat. She awed him. The way she moved, the way her perfect soul shone so brightly for all to see. Desari was beautiful not only on the outside, but also on the inside, and it showed. She was literally breathtaking. He dragged his gaze away from her, forcing his mind to remain alert, to scan for trouble. Desari's voice poured into the air and flowed through the concert hall. The silence of the crowd was complete. No shuffling in seats, not even soft murmurs. The audience was spellbound. There was enchantment in her voice, a soft, misty blend of laughter and tears, haunting, evoking memories, creating hopes. Feelings of deep, abiding love welled up in those listening. Older audience members recalled every wonderful moment with their spouse, holding hands, making love, creating children, their joy in being together as both lovers and parents. The younger ones dreamed of their perfect partners, that first sighting, the first touch, the first kiss. Couples growing apart were reminded of their vows and the love they felt for one another before resentments began to eat away at them. Desari's voice gave them all comfort and hope. Julian was amazed at her power. She was not adding compulsion. She simply possessed a gift that was a treasure to the world. His pride in her grew with each song. It was as if instinctively she sensed what was needed by certain individuals or the group and was able to deliver it. Julian turned toward the area just in front of the stage, a shadow creeping slowly but surely into his mind. At once he signaled Darius, who was closer. Darius was already moving, directing security in the same direction. Diane and Barak closed in on Desari immediately, moving so quickly they were nearly a blur, placing their bodies squarely in front of her while two men clambered onto the stage. Slightly drunk, they reeled toward the band members. They had taken no more than 2 steps before a wall of security guards had them in custody and were ushering them out of the hall. Desari's voice was soft with laughter, an invitation for the crowd to join her. Poor boys, they have no idea what just hit them. But because of an unfortunate incident recently, my security people are treating me as if I were gold. Please bear with them. She held the crowd in the palm of her hand. Julian could not believe how easily she did it, softly excusing the 2 overexuberant fans, teasing about her security guards, and making light of her vulnerability and her celebrity status. Unfortunately, the shadow remained in Julian's mind. He glanced at Darius, whose dark eyes were as cold as ice. Darius shook his head slightly to indicate the danger to Desari was not past. The 2 of them began to move in opposite directions, circling the huge theater, covering ground slowly, scanning as they did so. Something was not quite right. Both felt it. Diane and Barak felt it too. Their faces were expressionless, but they stayed positioned protectively near Desari, and their eyes moved restlessly, unceasingly, all of them seeking the source of that shadow. The Carpathians on stage continued to play, and Desari's voice was more beautiful than ever, weaving such an enchantment on all within hearing that it was difficult for Julian to keep his attention fully on her protection. Something malignant was infiltrating the building. It was such a soft, slow flow of tainted air it was barely discernible. Julian tried to find its direction. He had already scanned the crowd several times and knew there was no real threat from that direction. It was something far more powerful. Nosferatu. The undead. Desari and Sindel had to be the reason vampires were frequenting these parts even with Julian's brother, Aiden, living so close by. Aiden was a hunter renowned for his skills, yet lately this area seemed to be overrun with the undead. Julian could see no reason for it other than the presence of the 2 Carpathian females. Few would be aware that Desari had been claimed, and to a vampire it hardly mattered. The undead were so arrogant, so bloated with their own power, they were certain they could gain possession of any woman for themselves. Julian's gaze, a glint of glittering gold, shifted back to the stage. Barak suddenly stumbled on a note, his head going up alertly. At the same time, Julian felt the wash of hideous power pouring into the air around them, rushing toward the band's dressing rooms. Automatically, he blurred himself, streaking through the concert hall, as did Darius. But it was Barak who beat them both to the room where the leopards waited. Behind them, as if by design, Diane went into a lively melody, his voice and guitar accompanying Desari, so that the audience went wild, clapping and stomping their approval. It took both Darius and Julian to restrain Barak before he burst through the closed door. He snarled at them, his fangs savage, eyes red-hot with killing rage. It was Darius who spoke to him, using the family's peculiar mental path that Julian was slowly becoming familiar with. The order was velvet soft, soothing, a promise of protection for Sindel. Barak took a calming breath and nodded his reluctant acquiescence, relaxing beneath the grip of the 2 hunters. Julian dissolved immediately, flowing beneath the door into the room as tiny molecules in the air. The 3 leopards were pacing restlessly, low warning growls rumbling deep in their throats. He tried to touch their minds, but found chaos and anger, the mood dangerous to any that might enter the room. Sindel had deliberately buried herself deep within the body of the leopard, she had assumed to prevent the one who sought her from telling her apart from the other 2 real specimens. She paced along with them, every bit as moody and dangerous, raging in her mind at the evil threatening them. Even he could not tell which female was actually Sindel and which was the genuine leopard. He did not yet know her well enough to discern her spirit from where she had it buried so deeply within the spirit of the leopard. Julian felt Darius's power filling the room, knew the moment he reached to calm the prowling leopards. The vampire was close, too close, stalking Sindel, but the undead was projecting his whereabouts from all directions so neither Darius or Julian could get a firm fix on his location. They waited with the patience of ancient hunters, still, calm, simply waiting for the moment when the aggressor must make his move. The impact slamming against the door was tremendous, a huge bulging spreading inward. The door itself blackened even as thunder shook the building. A part of Julian remained connected to Desari, determined to always ensure her safety. She was easily holding the audience, projecting calm, her voice soothing as she sang a haunting ballad, Diane accompanying her on the guitar. Diane and the security people were close around her, the human guards uncertain how Barak had disappeared from the stage. No one had quite caught his exit. Yet they stayed close to Desari, directed by Julian without their knowledge. Desari and Diane were incredibly smooth, Desari now perched on a high stool in the middle of the stage, her long dress flowing around her in graceful folds. Diane played the soft, mesmerizing music on his guitar while the beauty of Desari's voice continued to fill the concert hall. The leopards were pacing restlessly now, the male twice throwing himself at the door in agitation. Julian streamed back to the other side of the door, pouring out into the hallway with a rush of cold air. He knew Darius would stay behind to protect Sindel. On the other side of the door, Barak was in a fierce battle with a tall, gaunt stranger. The evil one had red-rimmed eyes and a vicious slash for a mouth. He raked at Barak with sharp claws, aiming for the jugular, but Barak eluded the quick strike and was ramming straight into the chest of the emaciated vampire. His fangs tore at the throat even as his hand bore straight to the heart. Easygoing Barak seemed lost in the ferocious beast that had taken his place. Julian sought the man's mind and found a red haze of hatred and rage, directed not only at this vampire, but at the one who had so violently attacked Sindel and left her so withdrawn. It took a few moments to find the mental path that Desari's family shared with one another. Do not drink his blood, Barak. He is dead already. You have destroyed him. The blood is tainted. Julian spoke softly into the mind of one gone mad with rage. Do not interfere. He lives. When Julian glided toward the struggling pair, Barak roared a warning, a growl that shook the hall. Julian stopped at once, not in the least surprised when Darius materialized at his side. Do not, Barak. Darius's voice was a soft menace. You cannot drink as he dies. Not in the rage you are in. Release him and allow him to fall away from you. Barak lifted his head, his fangs stained red, his eyes glowing hotly. The heart was flung aside, still pulsing wickedly. The rumbling grew louder, a clear warning to back away from him. Darius and Julian glanced at one another with the same thought. If they joined together, they could force Barak to obedience, but he would never trust nor respect either of them again. Barak was definitely dangerous, and neither wanted to alienate him. He was a Carpathian male, and it was his right to do as he was doing, protect the females in his family unit. Protect any female of their race. Not only his right but his duty. Julian reached for the leopard's minds and found Sindel nestled in the smaller female cat's body. Barak is in danger. We cannot reach him. You must do it. Call to him. Do it now before it is too late and he is lost to us for all eternity. He cannot consume the blood of the thing he is killing. Julian felt Sindel's immediate alarm. At once she shapeshifted, taking her human form, her slender, shapely figure shorter than Desari's, but radiating the same inner light and beauty of the Carpathian female. She moved with fluid, elegant grace, her dark, expressive eyes touching him, then jumping away hastily as she gave him a wide berth. Her gasp was audible as she surveyed the bloody, violent scene in the hallway and the darkness so close to the surface in Barak, his own face nearly that of the beast within the Carpathian male. Darius was close to the undead, close enough to distract Barak from feasting on its blood. Still, power and rage ate at the younger Carpathian, allowing the beast within to take over his mind, so that all that was left was instinct and fury. Without hesitation, Sindel approached Barak. Do not step in the blood, Darius cautioned her, his dark eyes watchful. If Barak made one wrong move toward Sindel, there was no doubt in Julian's mind that Barak would be a dead man. Sindel was unafraid, ignoring both Darius and Julian as if they were invisible. "Barak," she whispered softly, almost intimately. Her eyes were on the savage crimson streaks on his chest and face. "Come with me now. I have need to heal your wounds." Despite his ferocious growls, she laid her hand gently on Barak's arm, careful to stay away from the blood coating his clothing. "Come with me, brother. Allow me to heal you." Barak's head swung around, red eyes glowing fiercely. For a moment his eyes switched between red and black, as if the man fought the beast within for their shared body and mind. "I am not your brother, little one," he hissed, struggling to overcome the killing rage. For a moment Sindel hung her head, as if his words denying their relationship had cut her deeply. Then she stepped closer to him, so that her soft body brushed against his larger frame. Barak's hands immediately, instinctively, spanned her small waist and lifted her away from the thick pool of blood spreading across the floor. The moment he released the vampire, the body of the undead fell, thrashing around, head flopping and talons digging long, deep furrows into the wall. "Barak, do not touch Sindel's skin with tainted blood on your hands," Darius cautioned with his black velvet authority. Julian was already gathering energy into his palms, taking it from the electricity in the air itself, rolling it into a ball to send it flaming into the vampire's pulsating heart so that there was no chance of the undead rising again. The sparks then jumped from the incinerated organ to the blood, reducing the thick pool of curling black ashes. Barak reluctantly allowed Sindel's feet to touch the floor far from the hideous scene. He was breathing hard, struggling to gain control of the beast within, ashamed that Sindel should see him so out of control. At Julian's gesture, he held out his hands so that the flames danced for a moment over his stained skin, burning the tainted blood from his hands and arms. Barak took possession of the white-hot ball of energy and ran it around Sindel's waist where he had touched her, cleansing her of any tainted blood staining her clothes. He tossed the fire back to Julian before turning his entire attention to the woman who had shown so much courage. "Are you hurt?" Sindel asked him softly, ignoring the other two Carpathians as if they didn't exist. Her fingertips brushed Barak's arm, and she tried not to show how his denial of their relationship distressed her. If he chose, after all these years, to reject the ties between them, she was not going to let him see how bad it made her feel. She could only suspect it was because Feehan had raped her, and Barak could not accept her anymore. Perhaps he thought she had brought the assault on herself in some way. Barak had not been the same since the attack on her. He had spent a great deal of time in the ground avoiding her and the others. Now he seemed sober and stern, so unlike his earlier, easygoing self. He watched her like a hawk, almost as if he didn't trust her, or as if she were a fledgling not to be trusted to care for herself properly. She wanted to weep and run off and hide again, but something in her refused to leave Barak in such a state, with so many lacerations. Sindel lifted her chin but refused to meet his eyes. "Let me heal you, Barak. It will take but a few minutes." Finally, he took her elbow and led her away from the other two men. Julian and Darius watched them walk off. Julian glanced down at the body of the vampire and then up at Darius. "I guess we have cleanup duty." He directed the flames toward the undead. As he always did when the vampire destroyed was not the ancient he sought, he experienced a deep letdown. But this time he wasn't alone. From the concert hall, Desari sent him warmth, love, her beautiful, haunting voice wrapping him up and holding him close to her heart. Darius had been ensuring they were alone in the hallway, keeping humans away while Barak destroyed the vampire. Barak has never before fought the undead. He has never even shown interest in hunting. Yet he was here before either of us. Julian nodded thoughtfully. "Is it really a surprise?" Darius shrugged his broad shoulders. Barak has always stayed close to Sindel. He often protects her. As young children, they were inseparable. Lately, though, she is so withdrawn that no one can get close to her, not even Desari. She spends far too much time in the form of the leopard. "There is no way she will recover from her trauma if she does not face it," Julian replied casually. Darius nodded. "She trusts no man." It seems a miracle she answered your call and aided us in persuading Barack to leave the vampire to his fate. She does not like to be close to any of us males. I do not think one can blame her, Julian said distractedly. Already, he felt the need to be with Desari. He could touch her mind at will, see what she was seeing through her eyes, look into her mind, but he was still uneasy without her in his actual sight. Desari standing so vulnerable in front of such a large crowd brought out the worst in him. His need to protect her was so incredibly strong. He found himself fighting his own deeply ingrained primitive instincts. He went quickly to the concert hall. She was so beautiful, she took his breath away. He watched the way she moved, gentle and flowing, her hips swaying, her long hair cascading like waves of silk down her back to brush around her slender body, drawing attention to curves and hollows. He wanted to carry her off to some secluded spot for all time, out of danger, away from prying eyes. He wanted to listen to her voice for eternity and watch her smile and light up the spaces around her. At once, even in the midst of her laughing softly into the microphone, seemingly totally bonded with the crowd, he felt the brush of her fingertips at the nape of his neck, and hot flames engulfed his gut and clenched his muscles so that he stood still, shocked at the power of her touch over him. He had spent an eternity feeling empty, a gaping hole in his very soul, so that what little compassion and gentleness he had once experienced had slowly seeped away, lost to him. She had brought back his emotions, his joy in life. He had always thought he might resent the need for a life mate. He was a solitary hunter, enjoying the animals and nature more than the company of others. But it wasn't so. Desari was a miracle to him. There was a soft hiss in his mind, not the standard path Desari's family unit communicated on, but a private, new meeting of the minds. Power. Authority. Male. It could only be Darius. Their sharing of blood had forged a bond, allowing Darius to communicate easily with him at will. Stop daydreaming. We have a job to do. My sister has you wrapped around her little finger. I notice you have not stopped her from pursuing this dangerous career she has chosen. It was you who allowed such nonsense in the first place. Julian was more than happy to point that out. He was moving around the packed hall, his senses flaring out to read any signs of danger. It is your decisions that should guide her now, Darius replied. Do not attempt to push your failures off on me. It will take much time to undo all the damage you have done with your permissive guidance. I will have to work slowly, without her knowledge, ease her out of this insane notion that she is allowed to make her own decisions. Julian could not help the humor creeping into his voice. The last thing anyone could do would be to put something over on Desari. She was no fledgling to be pushed around by an arrogant male. Barack returned to the stage, his long hair pulled back to the nape of his neck, his face unmarked and handsome, his clothes immaculate. Julian sensed Sindel's presence in the hall, but she had made herself unseen to the human eye. It was Barack, looking sternly toward one corner of the stage, that tipped off her location to Julian. Barack had obviously dragged her there. Julian could tell he wasn't about to perform unless Sindel was where he could see her every moment. She was sitting on the edge of the platform, slightly behind and to Barack's right. She looked so sad, Julian felt an instant response, wanting to comfort her. Sindel appeared fragile and worn, a slight figure, almost childlike. Barack must have ordered her presence in such a way that she had chosen to obey him. Julian couldn't blame him or any of the others for their protectiveness. This was an explosive situation, one not easily controlled. Protecting two women in such a large crowd from human assassins, overeager fans, and vampires was difficult. They needed the women close together where they all could watch over them. We are not children, Desari reminded him, taking her bow before the roaring crowd. And Barack was quite harsh with Sindel. He should be more gentle with her. She didn't provoke the vampire's attack on her. She smiled at the crowd, flashing the famous sexy grin that seemed to stop a few too many hearts for Julian's peace of mind. Her arm gestured back gracefully toward the two male Carpathians on stage, including them in the standing ovation. Several females in the front row screamed and waved at the two guitar players, one throwing herself against the ring of security guards, calling for Barack and tossing a pair of red silk panties in his direction. The underwear landed almost in Sindul's lap. She picked them up gingerly by the tips of her thumb and forefinger, studied them for a moment, then, with absolutely no expression on her face, tossed them onto the neck of Barack's guitar. To the audience, red panties seemed to fly straight up into the air at him. They roared with delight, coming to their feet once again. Sindel rose with her casual grace and started off the stage. At once Barack moved, cutting off her retreat. To the audience it simply appeared as if he had stepped away from Diane with his back to them, his hips swaying provocatively. Several girls screamed louder, trying to rush the stage. Barack played his guitar solo for several chords, the music swelling, cresting like a wave racing toward shore, then crashing onto the sand. The audience was electric with intensity, yet every Carpathian's attention was on the scene taking place between the male and female. Sindel glared at Barack, her body rigid with anger. Her eyes blazed at him. "You have no right to tell me what to do or where to go. As you pointed out earlier, you are not my brother. Darius is the leader, and he has not said that I must stay and watch you entertain these adoring women." She waved a disdainful hand at the screaming row of girls. "Do not push me this time, Sindel," Barack warned softly, a growl rumbling deep in his throat. "I do not care what Darius has said or not said to you. You will not leave my sight until I know you are completely safe. In this matter you will obey me." For a moment Sindel faced him in silent rebellion. It was impossible to guess what she was going to decide to do. "Please, Sindel," Desari said softly, persuasively, "we have an audience. Do not give Barack any reason to go berserk on us." Sindel blinked once, her long lashes fanning her high cheekbones. Her large eyes moved over Barack with faint haughtiness. She swung her long hair over her shoulder and seated herself for the second set, her back to Barack. There was something regal about the way she held herself. Barack finished his guitar solo, his body once more relaxed, but his eyes remained hard and watchful. Desari flashed a quick, relieved smile Julian's way. Diane's guitar joined Barack's and Desari's voice soared into the air, bringing the spectators to their feet. Sindel began tapping her foot to the rhythm of the music. It was entirely involuntary, the first time she had responded to their music since the savage attack on her. She had always been musical, easily playing any instrument set before her, usually the keyboard and drums. The group had explained her absence to their fans by saying she had taken an extended vacation and would return soon. Desari inwardly breathed a small sigh of relief. It was the first sign in a long while that Sindel might find a way to come back to them, to herself. Perhaps her love of music would bring her back. While her mind turned the matter over, her voice continued to keep the audience mesmerized. And it suddenly occurred to her that while she had had family close by all her life, Julian had been totally alone. To guard his brother in the best way he knew, to guard his people, he had been always alone. "Not anymore," Julian drawled, his voice a purring caress. "As you are my responsibility now, I suppose I have no other choice but to help your brother protect and guide this pack of fools. What I should be doing is hauling your beautiful little butt out of here. The Carpathian Mountains are our homeland. It is where we all belong, not here among so many mortals." In truth, he was beginning to like the feeling of belonging to a family, of belonging to Desari. "Baby." She whispered it in his mind like the stroke of her fingers along his skin. Teasing. Loving. Their own private world. Julian swallowed hard. His face was a mask of indifference, aloof, his hard, watchful eyes surveying the crowd mercilessly, yet inside he was melting with the warmth only she could produce in him. Chapter 14. Julian took Desari's hand and walked her out into the forest. The concert had seemed endless, and there had been so many people to talk with after the performance. Well-wishers, reporters, fans, far too many people for Julian's liking. It went on for most of the night. Now he allowed the peace of the mountains and the night breeze to push away the sounds of the crowd and the crush of so many humans pushing close to his life mate. He was not altogether certain he would survive this life she insisted on. It was so foreign to the nature of a Carpathian male to allow so many near her, yet Desari took it for granted that he would just accept it. "I do not, you know." "I have never taken anything for granted," she protested, sharing his thoughts. "I know how difficult this is for you, and I appreciate the way you support me in my choice. His dark eyes swept over her sincere expression, his eyebrows raised slightly. "You do you? Appreciate the way I support your choice." He said the words softly, a hint of laughter in their depths. "And you look so perfectly honest and genuinely earnest with your far too beautiful eyes." She tightened her hand around his. "I am completely sincere, Julian. I know this is hard on you, but it truly is my way of life. This century, Kara. For only this century will I allow it." She laughed softly. "You think? I know. My heart cannot take the constant strain of worry. So many males hanging around you with not-so-pure thoughts. It sets my teeth on edge. And we are not even counting the vampires who appear to be stalking you and the other female at every turn." "Sindel," Desari corrected softly. "Her name is Sindel." Julian heard the reproof in her voice, felt the tears in her mind. She loved Sindel as a sister, loved her and missed their close camaraderie. Even Julian filling her life could not take away the sorrow of what had happened. She wanted Sindel back again, whole and healed. Even her voice could not undo the brutality of what Feehan had wrought. Sindel wouldn't accept her aid. Desari felt helpless and could only watch as Sindel seemed to withdraw more and more into herself. He caught glimpses of Desari's memories. Sindel laughing, her eyes alight with the sheer joy of living. Sindel hugging her close, whispering womanly nonsense after they had teased Darius to distraction. The plots they hatched to attain a few hours of freedom. Secretly laughing at Barak's anger with Sindel and Darius's lectures when they were caught. They had had centuries together, so close, the only two females, with no other friends or confidants sharing their innermost thoughts, fears, and joys. Julian bent his head and rubbed his chin in the silk of Desari's hair. He loved her. Love. It was so small a word, and people seemed to use it for everything. To him it was sacred. Desari was joy and light, truth and beauty. She was love itself. She was the world and what it should be. He felt complete and at peace with her, even when she was driving him crazy. It amazed him, her cool confidence and tremendous gifts. Of course their women would have extraordinary gifts. Why hadn't any of them realized? They had been so arrogant in their beliefs that the men had the powers, yet in truth, the males held only dark powers. How could that possibly compare to the gifts women brought to their world? Aside from the creation of life, obviously they had other things to offer, blessings of nature and peace, healing gifts far beyond the scope of the males. Julian let his breath out slowly. Sindel will be whole again, Piccola, whole and happy once more. Time can heal where other things cannot. I feel it. I know it will happen. Do not continue to know such sorrow. She will return to you in a way totally unexpected. I do not know how I know this, but I do. Her large eyes searched his face before her long lashes veiled her expression. You are not just saying this to ease my mind? I do not say things to ease anyone's mind. You should know that about me by now. Lifemates cannot tell an untruth to one another. Seek the information in my mind, Desari, and you will know I believe in what I say to you. And I will call her Sindel as you wish me to. If it is your desire that she be a sister to me, then it will be so. Why do you never speak her name? He shrugged with his easy, casual grace, the ripple of power he took for granted, the enormous strength she was coming to know. Habit. We do not often socialize with unclaimed females of our race, and we do not personalize them. It is a protection for both parties. As males grow close to the end, we would not want any of them fixating on one of our eligible females, and perhaps he trailed off, suddenly not wanting to articulate it. Desari swept a hand through her hair. Attacking her, she finished for him. Sindel did not do anything to provoke Feehan or lead him on. I know she did not. It never occurred to me for one moment that she did such a thing. A female does not have to do anything to entice a vampire. The undead are perverted, grotesque, wholly evil. In their warped imaginations, they think that if they find an unclaimed female, or perhaps make a widow of one with a mate, they will find their lost souls. It can never be. Once they have chosen such a path, it is for all eternity, until one of our hunters is able to properly destroy them. Most try it some time to find a mate. They use mortal women and sometimes are even able to turn them without killing them. But the woman becomes deranged and feeds on the blood of children. It is a terrible burden to be forced to destroy such a victimized creature. That is the worst of all our jobs. He stated it matter-of-factly, without looking for sympathy. Her head brushed his shoulder, their bodies close as they walked together through the forest, winding their way aimlessly through the trees and brush. It was a small gesture, but the touch sent little shock waves through his body. She took away his distress. She gave him so much pleasure. Just being near her gave him pleasure. Breathing in her scent gave him pleasure. "Julian, you give me the same feeling," she assured him, pleased she was able to lift his spirits. "You are a miracle to me," he said. "You have no idea what you mean to me, what you are to me, and I can never find the words to tell you." But she was in his mind. She could feel his emotions, and they were overwhelming to her. To be thought of as he thought of her. It was a powerful weapon the men of their race wielded. How could a life mate possibly refuse to comfort and love such a man? She wanted this for Darius. She wanted a woman to love him the way she loved Julian. She wanted someone for Sindel and Barak and Diane as well. Julian laughed and curved his arm around her, sweeping her beneath the protection of his shoulder. Of course Desari would think of all the others, wanting to share her joy. It only made him love her more. "Look at the stars tonight, Desari. Tomorrow night there will be a storm. I feel it closing in around us. But tonight we walk together in the open and have time to enjoy ourselves." "It is nearly dawn," she reminded him, a little smile creeping into her voice. "It is a few hours until dawn," Julian replied. "More than enough time to accomplish my task." "You have a task?" she asked, her dark eyes dancing at him. "Absolutely. I have to convince you completely that I am the only man you will ever want or need in your lifetime." "My lifetime could be quite long," she pointed out in warning. "It will always be my first duty in life to ensure your safety at all times, cara mia. I want you to live with me a very long time." She turned to him, her body pressed close to his, her arms sliding around his neck. "How long is a very long time?" she murmured, her teeth nibbling at the strong line of his jaw. His arms closed around her tightly as joy swept through his soul, and a tidal wave of need consumed him. Julian bent his head to find her mouth with his. The sweet perfection of it. Velvet fire swept over him, through him, electricity arcing between them so that flames danced up their skin and through their bodies. A low growl escaped his throat, a soft sound of possession. Desari responded by moving even closer to him, her smaller frame molding itself to his. A sound intruded. It was barely discernible, the rub of fur against a leaf, but it was enough to elicit a frustrated groan from Julian. He leaned his forehead against her crown. "This family unit you have is driving me over the edge. We have no privacy, Piccola, none whatsoever." She laughed softly with the same frustration. "I know, Julian. But it is one of the small sacrifices we all pay for caring for one another. We help each other through any crisis. Who is going to help me through this one? Believe me, Kara, I am definitely having a crisis. I need you before I start to go insane." "I know. It is the same for me," she whispered, her lips against the corner of his mouth, teasing, tempting. There was an ache in her voice, an answer to the ache in his. "We will have our time." "It had better be soon," he growled, meaning it. There was a hidden laughter in her, one he felt in her mind, in her heart. She found humor in the situation yet wanted him with the same urgent need. Julian found he was smiling in spite of his body's demands. There was something contagious about Desari's laughter, whether it was in her mind or aloud. It was joy. Pure and simple. There was joy in him now where there had never been before. Desari kissed his hard jaw, his stubborn chin. "We cannot desert Sindel at this time. It is rather difficult to help her when she spends all her time in the form of a leopard." "Shoo. There is nothing wrong with her hearing," Desari cautioned, rising on tiptoe to kiss his eyebrow, rubbing at his frown with her cheek. "If she is willing to reach out for just a moment and talk to me as we used to, then I must be here for her." "Fine," Julian agreed grudgingly. "But if that idiot Barak happens by with his hangdog look, tell him to keep going. He seems to be strutting around these days with a rather macho look," Desari pointed out. "He has gotten progressively worse since Savon's attack on Sindel. He has appointed himself her personal bodyguard, and he is not very nice about it. Julian, she added, her dark eyes lighting up with her brilliant idea. Maybe you should tell him to quit being so bossy. She needs him to be more gentle. Julian snorted inelegantly. As if that will happen. I absolutely refuse to interfere with anything Barak is choosing to do. Carpathian males cannot do such things. We believe in allowing one another to work things out alone, especially anything that might have to do with a woman. Now that I am thinking about it, perhaps I should go and leave you two females to talk privately. Coward, she whispered, her teeth nipping his ear. Do not go far, as I have great need of you. Julian's tall, muscular frame shimmered, then became transparent in the night air. He was smiling down at her, that little smirk that always got under her skin. Desari felt her heart take wing, soar, even as he disappeared, becoming part of the night itself. Desari turned as the female leopard burst out from the brush, shape-shifting as it did so. Desari. Sindul's voice was a mere thread of sound. I am going to go away. I need to be far from these overbearing males. I do not wish to leave you, but it is necessary. Sindul was upset. Desari knew her so well, she knew every nuance of her voice. Yet, as always, Sindul appeared calm and unruffled. Desari reached out and took her hand. It never bothered you before to have the males beating their chests like cavemen. We have always laughed together over their silly ways. Why are you allowing them to get to you now? If Darius has upset you, sister, I will speak to him myself. Sindul pushed impatiently at the long strands of hair framing her face. It is not Darius, although he is bad enough. And Diane, too, watches me all the time. But at least he does not say anything annoying to me. Barak, however, thinks himself my boss. He is rude and obnoxious all the time. I do not wish to put up with his arrogance one more moment. She ducked her head so that her silky hair fell around her like a cloak, hiding her expression. He denied I am his sister. Desari felt Sindul's pain. Barak had really hurt her with that denial. They had been family, closer than family for centuries. How could Barak have said such a hurtful thing to Sindul? Desari had an unfamiliar urge to strike him. She put her arm protectively around Sindul's shoulders. I do not know why he would say such a thing, but you know he cannot mean it. He must be so worried about you that he says things without thinking. Things to punish me because he thinks I, in some way, am responsible for what Savon did. Perhaps he wished Darius had killed me rather than Savon. He always looked up to Savon, you know that. Sindul shrugged painfully, staring up at the darkened sky. Who knows, maybe I did do something inadvertently to provoke Savon. Absolutely not. Desari denied adamantly. You do not believe that, Sindul, and neither does anyone else. Julian says that the males turn after so many centuries without finding their other half. He says they have a choice, to meet the dawn or choose to lose their souls. Obviously Savon chose the latter. You cannot in any way believe you are responsible for anything that has been happening to the males of our race for hundreds, even thousands of years. They all treat me differently now, but Barak is the worst. Sindul, Desari said gently, her voice soothing and gentle, you are different. We all are. It is a change we have to go through just like any other, but as always, we go through it together. Barak may be having a difficult time adjusting to what happened to you. He may even feel responsible. Maybe he noticed Savon pulling away from us and did not say anything. Who knows? I believe he is simply trying to protect you. Perhaps he is going a bit overboard, but it might be that we should cut him a little slack. Sindul's perfect eyebrows shot up. Cut him some slack? He should cut me some slack. You do not see how he is with me. He is rude and abrasive and totally out of line. Even Darius does not speak to me as he does. Desari sighed and shoved a hand through her hair. Do you want me to speak to him, Sindul? I do not think it will be necessary. I meant what I said. I will be taking a vacation. It is time I went my own way for a while. Sindul's voice was defiant. Darius will never allow you to go away unprotected, Desari reminded her gently. He would send one of the men to look after you. A male leopard, large and well-muscled, moved out into the open and leapt with casual ease onto a low tree branch. It stared at the two women, its eyes unblinking, its sides rippling with power as it breathed steadily. Sindul glared at the animal. Desari shook her head. Barack, you must stop pushing her so hard. She is going to run if you keep this up. She used their common mental path, trying to convey the desperation Sindel was feeling. She will go nowhere without the consent of Darius. And if he were to give it, there would be nowhere she could go that I would not follow. The voice was arrogant. Without warning, Julian shimmered into solid form beside Desari, his arm dropping protectively around her shoulders. His eyes, molten gold filled with menace, were fixed on the leopard above them. The disturbance in Desari's mind had brought him instantly to her side. In that moment there was nothing easygoing about him, only a hard, implacable warrior honed by a merciless life. Do not drive her away from us, Desari pleaded. I beg you, be more gentle with her. You do not understand what has happened to her. She needs time to recover. I understand far more than you think, Desari. She is no longer living. She is merely existing. I cannot allow it to continue. Barack sounded cold and distant. Desari's dark eyes filled with tears. She turned her head into Julian's shoulder. Please, Sindel, do not leave me. Not now. I need you here with me. Everything is so different. Sindel reached out and touched her hand. If that is so, then he will not force me from my own family. I am strong enough to stand up to him. She glared at the leopard, who simply watched her without so much as blinking. Nodding at Julian, she moved away from them, disappearing into the trees. The leopard jumped soundlessly from the branch and padded after her. Desari glanced up at Julian. Do you realize how really intimidating you can look when you want to? What did you think Barack was going to do? He shrugged with his casual grace. It did not matter, Kara. I did not like the way he made you feel. These other males seem to think they have the right to interfere with you women. Only your brother, as the acknowledged leader, has such a right and duty. The others can do no other than protect you, as Barack has tried to do with Sindel. He cannot chastise you. You are my life mate and answerable only to me and the prince of our people. In your case, perhaps to Darius as well. But not to Diane. Not to Barack. Only to the leaders and your life mate. Her dark eyes flashed with fire. I am answerable to you? Her voice was even softer than usual, a velvet volcano waiting to erupt. Julian rubbed the bridge of his nose, trying not to allow the smile creeping up from his heart to show in his mind or on his face. As I am answerable only to you, my life mate, and to the prince of our people. She studied the sensual beauty of his face for a long time. He was amused by her flares of feminism. She could clearly read that, although he wisely attempted to cover it up. Yet, she found herself appreciative that Julian cared enough to try to put them on the same footing. Whatever rules he deemed necessary in his mind for his life mate, he attempted to be fair enough to place the same on himself. Julian was in many ways a chauvinist, like most of the males she had encountered, yet he was at least attempting to make their relationship an equal partnership. She caught at his arm and slipped her hand into the crook of his elbow. I seriously believe that I am beginning to fall in love with you. His smile was pure masculine arrogance. You are madly in love with me. Face it, Cara Mia, you know you cannot resist me. Her small fist thumped him in the middle of his chest. When you talk like that I can. Occasionally I think I must be insane to put up with you. Madly in love is not a way I would put things. His arm swept around her waist. Sure you would, Piccola, if you were not so stubborn. Julian bent his head to bury his face against the slender column of her neck. He loved her scent. She smelled so clean, so tempting. Beneath his wandering mouth, his stroking tongue, he felt the rush of life in her veins beckoning to him. Deliberately, he nuzzled her neck, his teeth scraping back and forth over her delicate skin, an enticement that sent shivers down her spine and caused a trembling to start deep within her. Desari moved even closer to him, her soft body pressing invitingly into his. We might actually be alone if we move fast enough. Her smile was frankly sexy, her long lashes sweeping down in invitation. Julian's arm tightened almost to the point of crushing her, yet he held her carefully, so that she could feel the power in his arm but know he was protecting her from bruises. She loved how he made her feel feminine, treasured and cherished, while taking nothing away from her. Why is it that I want you so much? She whispered against his ear. Why do I feel such a burning need that is so much more than mere want? His low laughter was all satisfied male. Because I am so incredibly sexy. He was rising from the earth with her while all around them the night enfolded them in loving arms. The wind rushed past Desari's face, so she kept it buried against his chest, her arms winding around his neck. That may be true, arrogant one, she conceded with that soft rasp of velvet that turned his insides to molten lava, but it is more than that. My skin cannot bear to be apart from yours. My mind tunes itself to yours. My heart and lungs do too. Inside I burn for our joining. It grows stronger with every passing moment. Why is this? We are life mates, he answered seriously, his hands beginning a slow exploration of her back even as they flew through the air. You know this area much better than myself. Show me an image to guide me where we can be undisturbed. There was a gravelly edge to his voice that sent her heart somersaulting, as if he, too, was so impatient for their joining that he could not wait much longer. Automatically, she brought up her memories of the area and her private resting place deep within the bowels of the mountain. Her skin was so sensitive she could barely restrain herself from ridding herself of the clothes rubbing uncomfortably against her, keeping her from feeling his skin pressed tightly to hers. Lifemates have so close a bond, Kara, that they must share one another's bodies and minds often. It is a need when our souls and hearts are so connected. Two halves of the same whole must be brought together very frequently, or the demands become so great that control is no longer a possibility. He had picked the information he needed out of her mind and was descending into the very top of the mountain through a narrow crevice barely discernible to the eye even from above. The relief in both of them was tremendous. Living with her family was as much a part of Desari as breathing, but the strain of not being alone with Julian was overwhelming. She raised her head even before they began the descent through the passageway that wound deep into the inner regions of the slumbering volcano. Their world. Their home. Her mouth found his blindly. Clothes were simply wished away, tumbling off unchecked as their bodies continued to wind downward through the channel. At once Julian's hand moved to cup her bottom in his palms, urging her body to his. Desari laughed softly, breathlessly, the heat of the mountain interior itself mixing with the fire burning in her body. She wanted him right at that moment, moving through the air with a languid pace. We cannot do this, can we? She asked him, her tongue stroking caresses over the pounding pulse in his neck. His entire body clenched in reaction so that she couldn't help but do it again, the erotic scrape of her teeth adding to the temptation of her bare skin against his. Her full breasts, aching with need, thrust temptingly against his chest, and she pressed the invitation of her hot, creamy entrance against his abdomen. Julian groaned aloud, his hands lifting her over the thick evidence of his desire. Do it, Desari, right now, he whispered hoarsely as he began to lower her over him, fitting them together like a velvet glove. Do not tease me, cara mia. Let me feel my blood flowing into you as I take what I so desperately need. Her power over him was all-consuming. To have this Carpathian male with his enormous strength, with all his skills and abilities, so completely enamored, so in need of her, was exhilarating. She lapped gently at his shoulder, tracing a trail of fire over corded muscle to his neck to find his strong, steady pulse. He groaned softly deep in his throat as she allowed her teeth to tease his skin. Desari. Her name was a plea for mercy. They were moving so leisurely now, Desari was barely aware they were still floating through the passageway. She could feel his body invading hers with exquisite slowness. Julian felt her tight, fiery sheath surrounding him, adjusting to his thickness, squeezing him with strong muscles so that he clenched his teeth to hang on to a vestige of control. Then her teeth sank into his neck, sending a bolt of blue lightning streaking through his body, slamming into him with such sexual ecstasy, he had no other recourse but to surge into her with hard, sure strokes, to thrust decisively into her mind to share his erotic thoughts, the emotions and the sheer, passionate pleasure her body was giving his. He felt her pure and censored joy in the sharing of their minds and hearts, their bodies and souls, in the spice of his blood flowing like the finest wine into her. Desari's hair fell around them in a cascade of ebony silk, brushing their sensitive skin like millions of fingers caressing them. He tasted wild and untamed, an erotic blend of animal and man. Julian could taste the very essence of his life through her, and it was erotic beyond anything he had ever known. They hovered in the air, mating wildly, Julian plunging into her again and again, holding her body exactly where he wanted it, exactly where he needed it to be so that the friction building was fiery hot and gripping him almost to the point of pain. Desari closed the tiny pinpricks in his chest with a slow, leisurely lap of her tongue clearly designed to drive him to madness. She threw her head back, exposing her throat in a clear invitation to him. Her arms circled his neck, and she began to move her hips, riding him almost helplessly with the same fast pace he had set. She looked beautiful, her dark eyes glazed with passion and her mouth a lush enticement impossible to ignore. Julian's mouth wandered down her satin skin, between the soft swell of her breasts, his breath catching in her throat, so that she gasped with pleasure. A small sound escaped, a low cry of need. Desari arced into him even as her hips matched his frantic rhythm. She wanted the whip of lightning flashing through her body, burning her with leaping flames. His tongue stroked her skin, the curve of her breast. His teeth teased her erect nipple gently while his body claimed hers with a fierce possessiveness he had never known he could feel. "Julian," Desari whispered in an agony of anticipation, a siren's temptation, her melodious voice sending feathers of pleasure down his spine. "I may burn up before we have finished." He answered her as only a life mate could, sinking his teeth into the pulse beating so frantically over her breast. She cried out and clutched him tighter as white-hot heat pierced her skin. Incredibly, his hips thrust harder into her, his hands holding her still while he drank deeply. The sensation of her body spiraling, gripping him tighter and tighter, went on and on until he could no longer think. There was only feeling, only pleasure, only the erotic taste of her. One skin, one heart and soul. They were soaring together through time and space, and it went on for eternity. How he loved her. How he needed her. She made him alive after centuries of such a bleak emptiness, and he could barely believe his happiness would last. He felt that at any moment it might be wrenched away from him, and he knew he would be far more dangerous than he had ever been in his life. Savoring the taste of her, their combined sense, he was drowning in ecstasy. He could feel her surrounding him, her velvet muscles rippling with strength, while she cried out to the very top of the mountain. The intensity of their shared climax rocketed them through the passageway, over cliffs and boundaries of time and space. She clung to him while he feasted, while his body remained locked to hers. Desari's soft little sigh of total acceptance brought him out of his daze, where there was only pleasure, only senses reeling out of control. That sigh brought him back to the here and now. Desari's head was pillowed on his shoulder, her long lashes fanning her cheeks. She looked pale beyond belief, her skin nearly translucent. Julian swore as he impatiently closed the tiny wounds over her breast. His palm swept back the long hair from her face. "Desari, look at me, Piccola. Open your eyes." It was a clear order, delivered in a voice filled with compulsion, filled with naked worry. She smiled drowsily, leaning into him so that he was bearing her weight. "You must feed, Kara. I have taken far too much blood from you in my insatiable hunger. It is unforgivable that I would not see to your care even in the midst of such passion. I have no excuse, my love, but you must drink." He pressed her mouth to his bare chest. Desari's head lolled back on her neck. She murmured something unintelligible, a sound of love. Julian took them both safely to earth and gently untwined their bodies. Her protest was more a slight frown passing across her dark-winged brows, a faint pout to her lips, than anything verbal. Julian cursed himself and his utter lack of control once again. There was no censure in her mind or heart. She was as accepting of the animal side of his nature as she was of the Carpathian male side. He had taken far more blood than he should have, indulging his passion at the price of her strength. Julian cradled her in his strong arms, bending to kiss the corner of her mouth. "Hear me, Piccola, love of my life. I have taken far too much from you. You must replenish yourself with what I provide." This was no soft plea, it was a strong and deliberate command, a compulsion sent mind to mind by a male of their species with tremendous powers. He gave no thought to it, simply issuing the order to ensure her health and safety. Julian slashed a line over the heavy muscles of his chest and pressed her mouth firmly to him. He was angry with himself, angry that he had been so selfish in his passion. Had he spent so much time with animals that he had forgotten how to behave as a man? He was more beast than civilized. His newfound emotions were far more difficult to deal with than the most powerful of the undead he had ever vanquished. The lines in battle were always so clear to him, yet now his emotions rendered his unshakable control dust. He found himself tied up in knots, not wanting to hurt her feelings or do the wrong thing, that she might think less of him. He found himself constantly at war with his own instincts. He wanted to carry her off and keep her safe for all time and eternity. Julian lay his head over hers. "It seems I need to keep you safe from your own life, mate." Desari stirred in his arms even as she fed under his hypnotic command. Deep within the layers of compulsion, she felt his fierce anger at himself for what he considered his abusive nature. She sent him her warmest love. She managed to project the gentle smile forming in her mind to share it with him, the deep feelings she had already developed for him. It was astonishing to Julian that she was already so much a part of him that she could feel the depths of his rage at himself and seek to soothe him. And she had somehow managed to do so. He became more calm and accepting of his nature. He was what he was. He could never change that. He wasn't even certain he would want to if he could. Desari saw his strengths and allowed him to view himself through her eyes. It was another priceless gift she offered him, and he would treasure it always. He was finding out quickly why the male of their race so desperately needed the balance of their life mates. Their women brought light and compassion to their inner darkness. Julian lifted his head and regarded her carefully, searching her face for signs of recovery. Color ran under her skin, a much healthier glow. Breathing a sigh of relief, he allowed her to awaken slowly. His arms cradled her protectively. "I am sorry, Kara. I should have been far more restrained in possessing you." Her hand brushed his throat, sending heat coursing through him, a sense of belonging and acceptance he had never known. Her smile tugged at his heart. "You are my love, Julian. You would never harm me. I know that as surely as I know I would be incapable of harming you. I was quite satisfied, if you must hear me say it, although I suspect you know that you provided me with pleasure such as I could not have imagined before." He stroked her hair, his eyes like molten gold. "It is more than giving you pleasure that I want, it is sharing something beautiful beyond compare, and that I cannot do if I cannot control my desire for you." His expression held infinite tenderness as he watched her face. Desari found she couldn't breathe for a moment. Julian Savage was a beautiful male of their species, but he always looked so remote and rather harsh. She could not believe she was now seeing such tenderness in the depths of his eyes, in the curve of his mouth, in the touch of his hand. "Do you think that I would trade you for someone gentler?" she asked very softly. He closed his eyes for a moment to hide the pain those words caused. "You have no choice who your life mate is. We both know that, Desari. If you had, perhaps you would have wanted someone far different than me." Her smile robbed him of air. "I believe in God, Julian. I always have. Living through the centuries as we have, I have witnessed many wonderful, miraculous things he has wrought. I believe we were created two halves of the same whole. I had no idea this was so until I met you, but I am now convinced. I would never want another, never fit with another. I can feel that we are right together, and I do not believe God would put together two creatures who did not suit one another." She rubbed at the frown on his face with the pat of her thumb. "I find your enthusiasm for me very sexy, Julian. You can want me like that any time." Her smile was a siren's teasing enticement. Effortlessly, he shifted her in his arms so that he could press her against his heart, and he found himself breathing again after holding his breath. "I do not ever want to be without you, Desari," he admitted softly. The words were torn from his heart. He felt them leave his body, felt the truth in them. She wound her arms around his neck, liking the feel of his long hair against her skin. "I do not expect you to ever allow us to be apart. I am counting on that, life mate. Now stop talking so much and find us a place to rest this night. Tomorrow we will proceed to Konakti in the bus with the others. They will remain at the campsite we have established this night. A faint grin curved her soft mouth. That is, if the bus will actually run. It is a disgrace that none of us have mechanical abilities. Even I read the owner's manual and found it too boring. We do not need mechanical abilities, Julian reminded her as he spun around, taking her with him as if she weighed no more than a feather. We were meant to travel differently, under our own power. If we want to blend in with the rest of the world, she pointed out, we can do no other than travel in the mortal's machines. It is much faster to travel our way through time and space. She laughed softly, the sound a husky blend of velvet and wine pouring over him, into him, so that Julian knew the meaning of joy. It was a woman's laughter, her smile, the glow in her dancing eyes. It certainly is less frustrating to simply join the wind and go where we wish without following those endless ribbons of highway, she agreed. He took the right-hand tunnel entrance, drawing the directions from her mind. The path opened almost immediately into a wide chamber. At once he waved a hand to open the earth. It is early dawn, Kara, and I would spend more time enjoying your company, but you have performed in front of so many people, and you are tired. I do not mind, Julian, she told him. I rather like the way you spend your time with me. She pressed closer to him, her naked breasts against his bare chest. His answering kiss was slow and tender, a gentle exploration. In this one thing I will have to insist. Your health must come before all things, even our pleasure. On the next rising we will have more time together. This dawn you must rest. She tried to keep the amusement out of her mind. He was so positive he was giving her an order. Of course. Julian, she murmured softly, her long lashes feathering down to cover her dark eyes. Her body moved restlessly against his, her full breasts pushing into the heavy muscles of his chest. If you say we cannot, then I must agree with you, but I am sorry to hear that it is so. Her hands were moving over his buttocks, her fingers tracing their toned muscles. Her fingers moved his hips, caressed his thighs, worked their way to cup the weight of his rising desire in her palm. I will do as you say, life mate, if that is what truly pleases you. Her mouth drifted down over his throat and chest, following the pattern of golden hair to the taut muscles of his belly. Beneath her caressing fingers, his body thickened and hardened in response, his gut clenched hotly, and the breath seemed to slam out of him. You are deliberately testing my resolve, Piccola, and I am failing the test miserably. That is exactly what I wanted to hear, she answered complacently, her mind already occupied with much more interesting matters. Chapter 15. The bus limped along, the engine sputtering and coughing, growing louder and louder with each passing mile, leaving thin trails of dark smoke. Even the air inside the vehicle seemed thick, making it difficult to breathe. The two leopards growled uneasily from time to time, the tips of their tails twitching in protest. The entire experience was making Julian wary. He was restless in such proximity to so many of his kind. The leopards had to be watched and controlled. They had quick, unreliable tempers, and even among the Carpathians they were quite capable of doing great damage if riled within such close confines. In any case, Julian felt a disturbance in the balance of power around him and knew the other males were also aware of it. The crowded dimensions of the bus gave him the feeling of being trapped, although he could easily dissolve into molecules and flow through the open windows if he so desired. The edginess of the males was communicating itself to the animals, making it all the more difficult to control their wild natures. Darius was wasting precious energy keeping the cats in check. Julian shook his head at the insanity of the way this family unit lived. Desari drummed her fingers impatiently on the back of her seat, wanting to kick her brother. The entire mood inside the bus was one of intense frustration. Darius had insisted they travel together, leaving the other vehicles in a campground. It was uncomfortable to say the least. She wanted to be alone with Julian, and she knew he was unused to being so confined with others. He would be hating this. Darius glanced at his sister just once, his black eyes empty. I do not have to explain myself, he reminded her quietly. He didn't bother to point out the disturbance in the air. One of their kind was near, but one who had long ago chosen to trade honor, his very soul, for a few moments of high during a kill. Darius knew the enemy was far too close to avoid a confrontation, and the women were the target. All of them knew it. Desari also needed more time to be alone with Julian. The couple needed space to get to know one another. Darius watched Julian closely. He respected his sister's life mate, his casual strength, the way he chose to keep Desari happy at the cost of his own comfort. The troop had taken so long trying to patch up their faltering vehicles again that they had little time to make their way to Konocti for their next concert appearance. Darius liked to get to concert sites a day ahead of time to scout around and be certain the security was to his liking. That balance of power was now gone, and the air was groaning with the presence of evil. All of them could smell the stench of a recent fire, the smoke and odor trapped in place by the absence of a breeze. This time, at least, they would be in familiar territory. Konocti was Desari's favorite place to perform. It was a smaller and more personal space than the huge stadiums she was usually booked to sing in. Desari liked the area, too, formed by volcanoes with hidden steaming pools and glittering diamonds scattered here and there. They had long ago established several bolt holes for each of them and could even have a semblance of privacy from one another. "Stop the bus, Diane." It was Sindel who called out suddenly, urgency in her voice. "Take that little road off to the side instead." "We do not have all night," Barak growled without looking up. "We are supposed to talk with the head of security, and, as usual, we are already late." "Diane, keep driving." Sindel's slender frame began to shimmer. Desari gasped at the action. Sindel rarely defied the males, yet she was dissolving into mist, determined to seep through the open window into the darkened sky. Barak reached out casually, a deceptively lazy-looking action when his hand had really blurred with speed. He caught Sindel's long hair before she could disappear completely. "I do not think so, Sindel. You have not scanned, or you would feel the dark empty spaces that can only mean one thing. There is danger very close to us." A small sound escaped Sindel's throat as she reappeared in her solid form. "Do you not hear the cry of the earth to me?" "I can do no other than answer," she replied softly. "Dark spaces mean nothing to me. Danger means nothing when the earth calls to me. Those things are for you and the other males to attend to." Barak looped a fistful of her silky hair around his wrist. "I know only that you are placing yourself at risk, and I am uncertain whether my heart can stand such a thing twice in 2 risings. In my head I hear the cries of the wounded land, the burned trees. I cannot continue without aiding that which is dying." "I must go," Sindel said. "It is who I am, Barak." It mattered little to her what the others said at these times. She could do no other than heal the earth when it was crying out in pain to her. Diane sighed softly, a little helplessly, and, with obvious reluctance, complied with her demand, slowly turning onto the dusty road leading into the mountains. It appeared to be an old logging road. Barak sat quietly, no longer protesting, but he didn't let loose Sindel's flowing hair, ensuring that she did not run straight into trouble. The bus rounded a curve, and Desari stared in horror at the sight. The entire west side of the mountain was a blackened ruin. Diane slowly eased the bus to the side of the road and came to a complete stop. He had no choice in the matter. Sindel had risen, ignoring Barak's restraining hand. The male Carpathian sighed and rose with her, reluctantly allowing her hair to slide from around his wrist. Desari watched as Sindel pushed open the door to the bus. Her face reflected the same deep grief Desari had witnessed each time Sindel found the earth damaged in some way. Julian stood, a frown on his face. He didn't like the blank spaces in the area around them. He glanced from male to male, outraged that they would chance one of their precious women out in the open when she was so clearly threatened. Desari touched him lightly, a warning to be still. He glanced from her small restraining hand on his arm toward Darius. As always, the man's expression was impossible to read. Darius was seeking outside of himself, obviously searching for anything that might threaten his family. It was out there. He felt it. All the males felt it, yet none of them seemed to want to stop Sindel. Barak took the initiative, as he always did lately when anything involved Sindel. He shrugged his shoulders with his easy, fluid grace and sauntered with seeming carelessness after her. She was already moving through the twisted, charred acreage, her hands weaving a strange but fascinating pattern in the stillness of the air. She glanced over her shoulder at Barak, a slight frown on her face. "Do you hear it, Barak? The ground is screaming in pain. This fire was set deliberately by something evil." Sindul's voice was soft and gentle, a mere whisper, yet all of them, with their acute hearing, could clearly understand her. "Evil as in," Barak prompted her. "Not a fire lover. Neither is it a human." She had already turned her attention back to the blackened trees and soil, dismissing the source as unimportant to her. If the men wanted to deal with such a terrible being, that was their right and privilege. She was of the earth, was part of it, as surely as it was a part of her. She loved the soil, the trees and mountains. All of nature sang to her, wrapped her in loving arms. It was as necessary to her as breathing. Nothing could have stopped her from going forward to help her beloved earth. Julian watched as she bent down and touched the charred soil with caressing fingers. He swore the dirt moved around and over her hand, wanting the contact with her. He found himself holding his breath, shocked at what he was witnessing. Where Desari's gift was her voice, Sindul's was evidently much different. She held a deep affinity to the earth itself, could cure what was diseased or damaged. He moved to the door of the bus and watched in awe as her hands buried themselves deep in the blackened soil, weaving the same beautiful and intricate pattern beneath the dirt so that above-ground ripples began to shape themselves in an ever-widening spiral. Julian stepped from the bus and moved to one side, careful to stay out of Sindul's way. Desari laced her fingers tightly with her lifemates. Darius and Diane were deploying as they always did, guarding the perimeter of the area, their attention on the skies above them and the trees around them. Something was out there, something that had set a trap, something evil that had known Sindul would be unable to resist the screaming of the earth. Part of Julian could not turn over guardianship of Desari to the other males even for a moment. So he remained at her side and simply watched Sindul, fascinated by the ever-widening circle of richness, spreading, growing. The color of the ground itself was slowly beginning to change to a rich, fertile, deeper black, unlike the charred dullness that had been there before. He became aware that Sindul was chanting in the ancient tongue. It was melodious and beautiful, the words an ode to the soil, the essence of the earth. He understood the ancient language, thought he had heard every poem, every lyric, every healing art there was. Yet this chant was completely new to him. Julian easily interpreted the words, found them to be mysteriously soothing, yet joyful. The words spoke of rebirth, of green growth and glittering, silvery rain, of tall trees and lush vegetation. He found himself smiling for no reason. Sindul had never looked more beautiful. She shone. Rays of light surrounded her for all to see. Desari slipped her arm around his waist. "Is she not as I said? Magnificent. Sindul can heal the worst scars on this earth. Anything will grow for her. I am so proud of her abilities when I see her like this. Anything of nature responds to her. Yet it can be so hard on her. Part of her takes on the pain of the destroyed forests, the soil." "Our women are truly miracles," Julian said softly, more to himself than to her. None of his people had known of this. Not a single Carpathian male alive had known a woman old enough to have gifts such as Desari and Sindul displayed. Their remaining women were miraculous in the light and compassion they brought to the darkness of the man, but they were far too young, mere fledglings, to have developed their own powers. He glanced down at Desari. She was looking up at him with unmistakable love shining in her eyes. His heart seemed to stop. His breath caught in his lungs. She was beautiful beyond anything he had ever witnessed in his centuries of living. When she looked at him like that, he felt something close to terror, something he had never experienced before. He had experienced vampires numerous times, had fought in wars, had suffered grave wounds that he had somehow survived, yet he had never felt fear or actual terror. Now it never seemed to leave him. Last dawn it had been so. This rising it was even more so. There was a price to be paid for happiness, the terror of losing it. "Women should be locked up and kept far out of sight," he growled, half meaning it. Desari rubbed his arm in a soothing gesture. "I have survived many centuries, Julian, and I intend to survive many more. I cannot think why I would be in more danger now that you have joined with my brother in the guardianship of Sindel and me. I will be even more protected than before. He stiffened, his face suddenly expressionless, but his eyes filled with pain. He had endangered her. He was marked, and they both knew it. It does not change the fact that I would prefer you to be perfectly safe at all times, Julian said gruffly. He was shifting position subtly, automatically, without thought, his body crowding Desari's, shielding her. His eyes turned skyward. Darius. He sent the call on the mental path he was becoming familiar with. I am aware of it. Darius's answer was calm and unruffled, as if they had all the time in the world and would not be under attack at any moment. Take Desari and get her to safety. I will return as soon as I know she is far from harm. You will stay with her and protect her should I fail. Diane and Barak will perform the same duty for Sindel. Julian took Desari's arm. Come on, Kara, we must leave now. Desari glanced from his harshly etched features to her brother's expressionless face. The undead is coming, she said. Julian nodded. He was watching Barak, now moving into position to protect Sindel. Diane moved to flank her. It shocked him that they didn't just scoop her up and carry her off. Sindel seemed oblivious, her concentration total. They should get her out of here, he said aloud, his disapproval apparent in his voice. He found, as important as it was to him to guard his life mate, he was torn, for the first time part of a family, unwilling to leave off protecting the others. She is no longer within her body, Julian, Desari said softly. She is soaring free, moving through the earth to heal that which has been destroyed. Where there are blackened ruins, she will coax small buds to life. They will grow lush and tall and spread quickly throughout this area. Trees will sprout and be strong. Wild creatures will aid in the recovery, flocking to this place the moment it will support life. The men cannot disturb her while she is out of her body. Julian let his breath out slowly in a long hiss of irritation. His first thought was to get Desari to safety as Darius had commanded, but it went against his every instinct to leave Sindel so exposed. This was a trap, Desari, purposely set to ensnare her. A lure meant only to draw her in. He is trying to use her skills against her. How do you know this? I have seen similar traps, ones designed to snare a particular individual. He will try to take her without her body, so that we must give it up to him to prevent her death. We cannot leave her. Julian sent the warning to her brother on their private path. Darius, this trap is for Sindel alone. I have seen such things before. There can be no other explanation. I have tried to pull Sindel back to us, but she is too far spread across this land. He is drawing her away from us more quickly than I would have thought possible. There was no fear in his voice or mind, no expression whatsoever. Julian, Darius continued aloud, I have never encountered such a trap, but Sindel is slipping away from us far too fast. Barak, Julian snapped immediately, you and Desari are closest to her heart. Desari can use her voice to hold Sindel to us. You must go after her and find her. She will most likely be difficult, disoriented, still half in the earth and half hypnotized by the trap that has been set. Darius, Diane, and I will go after the undead. He is very skilled. Be very careful, this one is strong. He will not be an easy adversary. Barak glanced at Darius for confirmation. The leader simply nodded his head. Unfamiliar with the technique the vampire was using, he was not above using whatever expertise was offered. You are certain you can track Sindel while you are out of your body? Julian asked Barak, his voice deliberately without inflection. He had no intention of offending Barak, but he didn't know any of them well enough to know their abilities. Darius was the only male of the group Julian had absolute faith in. The leader was capable of defeating any opponent, and certainly he could track a member of his family unit out of his own body. I can find Sindel anywhere in this world, at any time, Barak responded, his voice low and confident. And I can protect her. Julian nodded. Good. He turned back to Diane and Darius, trusting that Barak could do as he claimed. A vampire this cunning has been around a long time. He would not be making his move against 4 male Carpathians unless he believed he had a very good chance of defeating us. He must realize Darius has tremendous experience. He has studied this unit for some time, but he might not know about me yet. This trap took long-term planning, so it is safe to assume he has spent time setting it up. He has probably been counting on the fact that Sindel has been absent from the band these last couple of months, and the link between all of you has weakened. It is why he chose her as his target and why he earlier sent the lesser of the undead to do his bidding, the one Barak, not an experienced hunter, so easily defeated. How is it you think that he has studied us without our knowledge? Darius inquired, his voice devoid of inflection. I cannot answer that, Julian replied. I can only surmise that we are dealing with a powerful being, patient as most of his kind are not. He will try to concentrate on destroying you, Darius, as he knows you are the most lethal to him. He will count on you sending Diane away with Desari. He will strike at you the moment he thinks he has Sindel sufficiently enthralled in his web. Then it would be rude to disappoint this one, Darius answered softly, his black eyes empty, ice-cold. Julian nodded his agreement. Diane, I must ask of you that you stay with Desari and see that she comes to no harm should I be mistaken. Perhaps I could draw him out with my voice, Desari offered, suddenly anxious, not wanting to be separated from Julian. You will not attempt to draw out the vampire. Diane will keep you close. Stay linked with me unless I break off suddenly, and do not merge again unless you are in danger. Please do as I ask. Without your cooperation, I will be unable to help Darius. Desari bit her lower lip. Diane was moving to her side, his face grim and harsh. I will concentrate on holding Sindel to us, she agreed as Diane gently but firmly took her arm. I will not fail her. It will be a struggle. Do not think it will not be. The ancient undead will not give up his plan easily. It will take the combined strength of both you and Barak. Call her to you now and hold her to you. Draw her back if you can do so. Darius and I will hunt this monster down. Diane can hunt with him. She couldn't help herself. I must stay with Darius if I am to keep my promise to you. Diane has not the experience to help should there be need. Desari sent him waves of warmth and love, surrounding him for a moment in the wealth of emotion before she shimmered into transparency and allowed Diane to lead her away from the danger zone. In his mind, Julian heard her soft, persuasive voice, a weapon powerful beyond imagining, a soothing, luring spell calling out to the woman who was like a sister to her. It was a call of need, of love, promising unity, sisterhood, and family. Julian shook his head to rid himself of the powerful tug of Desari's enchanting magic. He glanced at Darius. She is unique in my world. I marvel every time I hear her. Darius was busy searching the area around them, all senses alert. As I do, he replied sincerely. The women had extraordinary powers. Although he had had the privilege of knowing them for centuries, it had not lessened his memories of admiration of and awe at the women's incredible gifts. Darius remembered his pride and love for them, and held tightly to that memory. No one would harm his women. Julian's shape was already contorting as he launched himself skyward, wings spread wide so that the sharp eyes of the bird could catch anything unusual on the ground below. He had a much wider range of vision from above. He studied the blackened area, looking for anything that jarred the line of the landscape, no matter how slight it might be. He knew Darius would seek the vampire using the ability they all had to feel faint shifts in the air or land itself. Darius was a very dangerous male, one a Carpathian even as powerful and experienced and confident as Julian would not want to have to battle. This vampire had not lived as long as he had without knowing it would be tantamount to suicide to go against one such as Darius. They were dealing with a truly powerful ancient. Julian concentrated on blocking out everything but what he must find. The real threat to Darius would come from another direction. The undead would be wrestling the combined strength of Desari's voice and Barak's determination to reclaim Sindel. Julian believed in Desari's love for Sindel and Barak's determination that no one would ever harm her again. He was certain they could hold Sindel to them while Darius battled whatever the undead could throw at him. Julian, within the body of the circling bird, caught a slight movement in a blackened tree a few feet from Darius. The bark, already racked with pain, dying a slow death, seemed to ripple once. Julian fixed his eyes on it. It rippled again, and the tree trunk itself began to split apart. Darius was moving now, away from the tree toward the middle of the burned landscape. The twisted, blackened ruins of what had once been a beautiful forest looked suddenly sinister, as tree branches reached out like eerie stick people. Darius was being drawn into the very center of the trap, the vampire deliberately showing a blank space where he wanted Darius to go. High above, the bird circled the blackened land and watched as several charred trees began to ripple like waves, the bark separating from the trunks, long black shadows moving silently to surround the tall, broad-shouldered man. Darius, Julian whispered in the leader's mind. I am aware of them. They are not aware of you. Has Desari anchored Sindel to us yet? Darius continued moving toward the center of the blackened forest. He looked neither right nor left, striding with easy, fluid steps, as if out for a mere walk. No one would have guessed he was communicating with another, or that he had a single care in the world. Julian noticed he had shifted his line of travel slightly so that he was veering toward the west. Desari drew Sindel back toward us enough to give Barak a chance to merge his spirit with Sindel's. They are together, all three matching their strength against the power of the vampire. He must abandon his minions to their own fate if he wishes to capture her. He will go for her body if he cannot take possession of her spirit. Julian knew Darius's assessment of the situation was correct. Julian would have to keep the undead from Barak and Sindel's bodies. He could not afford to turn too much attention to Darius's coming battle. He would have his own soon enough. Barak and Sindel's flesh and blood bodies must be guarded at all costs. Above the bird, dark storm clouds began to gather. They were large and ominous, filled to overflowing with water and energy. The arcing of lightning lit the sky, followed quickly by the rumble of thunder, as if heralding the opening to the great battle. Not fire, Julian urged quickly. I am not completely without sense. These creatures are honed in fire. Fire will only increase their power. Darius sounded as calm as ever, without expression of any kind. Within the bird's body, Julian found himself smiling despite the danger surrounding them. Darius was a warrior. He had total and complete confidence in his own abilities. Julian found himself believing that confidence was well-founded. Lightning flashed from cloud to cloud, long whips of fiery energy. Thunder crashed directly overhead, slamming the earth with a roar of sound, shaking the ground with tremendous vibrations. The black shadow figures seemed to flinch at the sound, their strange shapes contorting, lengthening, so that they appeared to be thin caricatures of humans clothed in long, hooded robes, empty, staring sockets where their eyes should have been, the slashes of their mouths gaping open and moaning low and incessantly. The robed figures stretched their tree branch arms outward and began to form a loose circle around Darius. Still the leader did not look toward them. His pace did not falter, nor did he appear to hear the awful groans escaping from the ghouls pursuing him. Once he shook his head slightly so that his long ebony hair fell around his shoulders loosely, giving him even more the appearance of an ancient warrior. He looked what he was, a dangerous fighter, his face harsh and merciless. There was no pity in his black eyes, no compassion for those fashioned by the undead. The shadow figures began to murmur softly, an ancient chant as they circled toward the left, the ring loose and flowing as they appeared to float above the charred earth. Julian felt his heart slam hard in his chest. A binding from the depths of darkness. Could Darius possibly know a counterspell? It was difficult not to become too absorbed in what was happening below him, not to rush to aid. Julian's task was to watch those two bodies, to ensure that no harm came to them. He circled lazily above Barak and Sindel, watching the earth for signs of disturbance. His mind was still merged partially with Desari, that he might know the battle they waged with Sindel for her freedom from the undead's trap. The vampire was patient, pulling at Sindel relentlessly, bending his will to one purpose only. His best chance was to draw Sindel's spirit away from Desari and Barak, that he might triumph. Desari was a formidable opponent, her beautiful voice casting a safety net of silver and gold for Sindel's spirit to wrap itself in. The tone was so pure that the undead, without soul, wholly evil as he was, found the voice diminishing his immense skills. He was unclean, and the purity of the notes was a gentle but powerful reminder of the foul, vile path he had deliberately chosen for himself. He saw himself as clearly as if Desari were holding a mirror to his face. The long centuries showed on his face, his skin rotten and decayed, peeling from his skull in long strips. Worms crawled through his body, and the vileness of his existence was laid bare for him to see. Poison blood, taken from dying humans and Carpathians alike, dripped like acid along his skin, pitting what once had been smooth flesh. It seeped from his flame-red eyes and oozed along the talons that were his fingernails. His fetid breath was a visible hue of green and yellow, and his hideous voice was a hiss of grating sounds in such stark contrast to the purity of Desari's beautiful voice that he pressed both hands over his ears and screamed in agony. As he did so, he lost, for one small moment, his hold on Sindel. Immediately, as if he had been waiting for just such a reaction, Barak's grip on Sindel became more firm, his spirit so completely merged with hers that he felt her horror of the attack. It encompassed her mind, filled her with self-loathing. She believed she had somehow drawn the evil to her, that she was endangering the rest of her family by staying with them. Julian felt the sudden hesitation in Desari, the small cry of denial as Sindel made an attempt to slip away from Barak. The Carpathian male, so much more easygoing than any Julian had ever met, suddenly displayed a will of iron. Sindel came up against the solid barrier of Barak's will. The vampire roared his anger, the sound in competition with the cracking of thunder. Barak held fast. There was a quiet confidence in him. Sindel would not be taken from them. He was willing to die should it be necessary to prevent such a thing. The moment she felt his total resolve, Sindel once again threw her strength in with Barak and Desari's, moving backward slowly, but steadily toward her body. The bird watched the ground carefully now, could see the upheaval as the struggle intensified between the vampire's vicious resolve and Barak, Desari, and Sindel's stand. Movement caught the bird's eye as Darius reached the epicenter of the trap. At once the wind picked up in strength, wailing in protest as the circling ghouls moaned and clacked their branch-stick arms together in an old, rhythmic beat accompanying their chant. Darius stopped moving and raised his head slowly toward the sky, his arms widespread, as if offering himself to the distorted shadows. He stood in complete stillness, a marble figure without expression. The ghouls' voices rose horribly, the sound grating on nerves and tearing at the Carpathian's mind. The ancient chant, which had been muffled before, now was audible to Julian, and he could understand the words. He had known deep within his soul what they were trying to do, but hearing the binding spell, seeing the shadowed figures closing the ring tighter and tighter around Darius, dismayed him. He had no real idea of Darius's understanding of the language or what the words could evoke. Darius did not seem in the least concerned with what the undead had wrought to slay him. He looked serene, completely at peace, and it instilled in Julian a new respect and deeper belief in Desari's brother's abilities. When the attack came, it was preceded by a sudden chilling silence. The robed shadows with their sunken pits for eyes went motionless and silent, their upraised branches growing sharpened points, several knives protruding from each stump. Darius remained as still as a statue, the wind whipping his ebony hair around his face. He stood as straight as an arrow, his broad shoulders like an axe handle, his powerful body radiating strength and elegance. Julian actually felt the gathering of power in the air. It vibrated around him. Below, the ghouls began their rush at Darius. Near the motionless bodies of Sindel and Barak, the ground swelled until it bulged ominously. Julian began his descent, forcing his mind to stay focused on his own battle. When it struck, the strength of the attack was enormous. For a moment Julian couldn't breathe, his lungs fighting for air, so that it was only his tremendous discipline that allowed him to remain calm. In the next heartbeat, he realized the attack was directed at Desari. The undead had bypassed Sindel and Barak to trace Desari's beautiful voice back to the source. He was striking directly at her, projecting his will to choke the life out of the source of that voice. The vampire knew her through Julian. He had betrayed his own life-mate. The ugliness, the shame, the horror of that childhood moment rose up to engulf him, so that for one moment he was a boy again facing an utterly terrifying monster. The vampire had whispered to him for over 500 years, whispered of using him to harm those he was loyal to, his prince, his twin, his life mate, should he ever have one. Julian had studied, experimented, battled hundreds of years to prepare himself for this moment, certain he could protect those around him from the eyes of the shadow within him. But he had betrayed his beloved Desari. No, Desari reached for him, her fear choking her but her warmth invading the coldness of his bones, of that terrible haunting moment that had changed his life for all time and driven him to a barren, lonely existence. He found you through me. It is but a trick. Keep to your duty. Ignore the undead's grip on me. Every instinct in him cried out that that was illogical. He knew he had felt her panic, her throat closing. His mind was still partially merged with hers, and his body was so tuned to hers that he shared her pain and fear. But could what she said be the truth? As her life mate, his entire being, every nerve, muscle, and sinew in him screamed at him to go to her, to aid her, to join his strength with hers. He agonized over it for what seemed an eternity yet was but a heartbeat. He had waited for this moment, prepared for this moment, for centuries. He did the most difficult thing he had ever done. He closed his mind solidly to his life mate. Julian plunged straight toward the bulge in the soil, moving relentlessly toward the two helpless bodies. The undead had no choice when he realized his attempt to distract Julian had failed. The vampire had to release his grip on Desari and remove the energy holding his trap in place so that Sindel and Barak's spirits were free to return to their own bodies. He needed every vestige of power. He had to fight the hunter, his merciless enemy, the enemy he had created. He had sensed Julian's presence only when he had traced the source of the voice holding his prey with so much strength from him. Enraged, he had thought to destroy the woman, yet he had sensed the larger threat to him. He then recognized through her the boy he had made into a merciless, relentless, solitary killer. For centuries, he had tormented Julian from across time and distance. Until, one day, recently, without warning, he could no longer connect totally with the shadow within Savage. The boy had become far stronger than the vampire had imagined. Now he knew he had no option but to destroy Julian, or at least seriously wound him to give himself time to escape. For the first time in hundreds of years, he felt something close to fear. The leader of the group was engaged in battle with his ghouls, but the ghouls' movements were directed by him. If he had to withdraw from them, Darius would certainly triumph and join this new threat to destroy him. With a vulgar cry of rage, the undead burst from beneath the earth, flying straight toward Julian with dagger-like talons stretching toward his enemy's eyes. Julian was shape-shifting as he closed the distance to the vampire. He stretched into a long, scaled serpentine creature shooting out of reach of the talons and breathing a burst of flames over the half-man half-beast rushing toward him. The vampire screamed as the fire poured over him, withering the twisted talons back into curled fingernails stained and blackened with the blood of his many victims. The undead whirled in midair and slashed at Julian's exposed chest. Chapter 16. Desari felt the touch of unclean hands wrapped around her throat. As the hideous grip tightened, she felt the shock of the monster's discovery. This was the ancient, the undead who had destroyed Julian's childhood. Whatever this evil thing had wanted before, it now wanted to destroy her life mate. Focused on capturing the weakened Sindel and busy studying the family unit, it had not even known that Julian was close until it had touched her. The moment Nosferatu had traced Desari's voice back to her, he had scented Julian as surely as if he had been standing beside her. She was angry with herself for not masking Julian's presence in her mind or his scent on her body. She was certainly skilled enough to accomplish such a minor thing, she just hadn't thought of it. In all their talks of partnership, she always acknowledged Julian the superior in battle, yet she had considered herself up to whatever was necessary. Now she was ashamed and embarrassed by her failure to protect him. As the all-too-real illusion of bony fingers around her neck tightened even more, she simply stayed still, her voice not coming from her throat but from her heart, pouring out of her like a silver stream of love and compassion, of fearless strength and eternal honor. The vampire could not maintain his hold for long from a distance. Her neck began to grow warm, distracting her for a moment until she realized the undead's fingers were being burned by the touch of her skin. Was that something Julian was doing? Desari detached herself from her body so that she would not feel the skeletal fingers attempting to choke the life out of her, attempting to silence the purity of her voice for all time. She knew the vampire was not actually touching her. It was an illusion, one that could kill but still an illusion. Desari didn't falter with her song, not for an instant. She kept her thoughts centered on Sindel. Stay with me. Stay with us. I will always need you in my life. Never leave us. Do not allow your precious gift to go from this world when it is so badly needed. Stay with me, Sindel. Beloved sister, my grief would know no bounds were we to lose you. Stay with me. Fight this monster who threatens to take you from your true family. Never deprive those of us who love and respect you of your presence in our lives. The notes of the music said even more than the words. They sang of deep emotion, of loving. They sang of compassion and understanding, of a need so great, of love that could never be shaken, the complete, unconditional love of a sister. The notes and the emotion ensnared Sindel as nothing else could have. Sindel's guilt was overwhelming her, filling her gentle soul until her heart cried droplets of ruby-red blood. She believed she had somehow summoned this demon, this vampire who was determined to destroy her entire family. If she gave herself to him, if she sacrificed the rest of her life, perhaps she could save them. He was continually pulling at her, feeding her guilt. He was confusing her mind so that she didn't know what was real and what he had wrought with his trap. Had her soul cried out to his, begged him to find her, to release her from her endless existence, as he was insisting? No, that was Barack. There was something different in him these days. He had denied a sibling relationship with her, ordered her around as if he had the right and she had not earned her place within their family unit. Yet he had put his life on the line, fighting one of the undead when it had come for her, wanting her to join its ranks of filth and vileness. Even now, Barack was not allowing this evil one to take her. The voice in Sindel's head softened almost to the point of tenderness. A falsehood, she was certain. Barack could inject anything into his voice and his sensual features, make any woman believe he could care. But he was an ancient one who could not really feel anything. You have done nothing to draw this evil one to you, Sindel. There is no evil in you, no wickedness. You are the light in our lives, as is Desari. Without you, there is no existence. I will not allow him to take you from us, from me. Know this, woman. If you do not stand with me, merge completely and allow our combined strength to fight his hold on you, then I will follow wherever he takes you and battle to the death for your return. There was such resolve in Barack's voice, Sindel could do no other than believe him. Yet merging her mind so completely would open to Barack every memory she kept locked away even from herself. She would never be able to look at him again, to face him, knowing he had seen the attack Savon had made on her body. He would know her every thought. The humiliation and fear. The degradation. Even worse, he would know her secret, innermost thoughts, the ones she withheld even from herself. A low moan escaped, and she felt the vampire tighten his hold. This she could not do. Not for any of them, not even her beloved Desari. She could not allow herself or Barack to read those secret desires and needs. Barack struck without warning, going from passive restraint to swift and immediate action. His mind thrust itself into hers, taking possession of her as surely as if he had claimed her body for his own. Sindel found she could not resist him, whether because she was just too drained by the energy she had expended healing the earth or because she was helpless before the determination, the single-mindedness of Barack. Perhaps all along he had been far more powerful than she had imagined. Whatever the reason, he meant exactly what he had threatened. He would follow her wherever she went and fight to the death to return her to their family unit. He would never give her up to the evil one. Sindel finally took the least line of resistance and threw her strength in with his. Desari fed the two of them with her own power and voice, applying steady pressure against the hold the vampire had on Sindel. She could feel the undead's fingers slipping from around her own throat. He could not sustain his energy in so many different directions. If he was to fight to retain Sindel within his trap, he had to release Desari. As the stranglehold lessened, Desari's voice continued to pour out in a stream of beauty and triumph, a songbird free to roam the skies, to aid all within range of her voice. Darius heard the silvery notes, joyous, a celebration of life. Around him, in the nearby fields and streams, he caught the reaction of the wildlife to her voice. It swelled into the wind and was carried easily across the blackened ruins of the forest. It held the ghouls silent as they began their charge. They thought him helpless, caught in the snare of their master's trap, the binding spell making him their prisoner, yet Desari's voice prevented such a thing. Her notes, resounding in his head, kept him safe as nothing else could. His sister. She had always filled him with such awe. So beautiful from the inside out. Her womanly magic, a force for good, was far more powerful than what he wielded. Because he no longer was able to feel, he held fast to his memories of her. In this battle, he relied on her voice. She would not fail to hold Sindel. Her voice could do no other than torment the vampire, weakening him further. Darius felt the earth tremble, knew the struggle the undead was having with Barak, Sindel, and Desari. He knew the precise moment the monster allowed Sindel to slip through his fingers. Darius felt the hesitation in power, the shift. As the ghouls launched their combined attack, the vampire burst through the earth's soil in an all-out assault against Julian. Darius waited until the last possible moment, holding himself still, arms outstretched, a seeming sacrifice to the evil one. His face was turned up to the heavens, the darkened clouds and arcing lighting, the wind whipping his jet-black hair around him. He slowly lowered his head so that his merciless eyes encompassed the rushing ghouls. Fiery flames seemed to dance in the depths of his gaze. He looked invincible, a phantom of the night, the prince of darkness, yet his outstretched hands were turned palms up toward the heavens in supplication. The very heavens seemed to answer his silent prayer, opening the gates so that a flood of water poured down as if a dam had broken. Through the sheets of rain ran bolts of electricity that never seemed to seek the ground. Thunder crashed and rocked the ground, deadly as any earthquake. Seams burst open in the earth, ragged tears that allowed the water to rush along like ever-swelling rivers. The ghouls had reached the very epicenter of their master's trap, their stick arms reaching to gore Darius with so many knives, yet Darius was already gone from the center of their ghastly circle. Only the sheets of water were there to pour over the wailing creatures. Steam rose from the thin, robed figures, hissing as it released the caricatures from their bondage. Black smoke melded with the white steam, the putrid mixture rising as vapor and dissipating. Darius didn't wait to see the results of his handiwork. He was already rocketing toward the two beasts in battle, one darkly evil, one a golden warrior, slashing at one another in the sky. The vampire, raging at the destruction of his plan, ripped at Julian's chest with razor-sharp talons, hissing hideously, spewing tainted saliva along with his wrath. He screamed his disappointment as Julian somehow miraculously twisted away from his attack, the dagger-like claws missing by a millimeter. Julian was already maneuvering around for his strike. A raging vampire was a careless one. Julian shut out all thought, all reason, all emotion. His attack was swift and brutal, scoring long furrows across the unprotected belly so that blood began to run freely in 4 streams. Julian moved out of the line of assault, circling. Darius exploded into the battle, his retaliation vicious and without mercy or fear. He drove in straight for the kill. His challenge was clear. The undead could elect to stand and fight, but either way, Julian or Darius would destroy him. It was kill or be killed. If Julian and Darius were inflicted with mortal wounds, so be it. The vampire would die with them. There were no half measures in either hunter, no pity or mercy. This ancient menace had dared to challenge them. He would be destroyed. The vampire had not lived as many centuries as he had by tempting certain death. He might be victorious against one experienced hunter, but not both. He had lost his advantage. He dissolved as quickly as he was able, streaking away through the rain-washed sky, using the storm to hide the traces of his passing. Julian immediately mind-merged with Desari to ensure she was fine. Even as he assured himself that she had come to no harm, He was trailing the vampire, using the droplets of blood to stay on the trail. The storm was diluting the poisonous brew, but Julian would know that scent anywhere. The stench was in his own blood, his soul, in the dark shadowing that had robbed him of his twin, his family, and people. The undead had long tormented him, but now had committed an unpardonable sin, had attempted to harm his life mate. As far as Julian was concerned, there was no other choice but to destroy him. His entire life's training had been for this moment. Darius, too, was moving so quickly through the sky that he was a mere blur. He had no intention of allowing this vampire to go free. This evil one had challenged his ability to guard his family, and he was more than willing to pick up the gauntlet. The blood was almost impossible to trace now, so Darius allowed the fury of the storm to wane. The stick figures below were annihilated, the rain dissipating the dark shadows to vapor. Sindel's healing art did the rest, prevailing against what the undead had wrought against nature and the earth. Sindel called forth the energy of the universe and the being they revered as the father of all life. Already new life was struggling to take hold, small buds pushing through the soil, seeking the moisture of the storm. Darius had the foul stench of the monster in his nostrils and was prepared to follow him all the way back to his lair. Back off, Darius. This is no amateur. Do not follow him to his lair. He will be far stronger there. Darius did not acknowledge Julian's softly spoken advice. He streaked through the sky after the fading trail of droplets. Julian swore beneath his breath in several languages, knowing full well that Darius could hear him. He had no choice but to allow the family leader to accompany him. The vampire might flee to avoid this confrontation, but if cornered, he would be extremely dangerous. Julian knew this vampire more intimately than most, knew him to be an ancient of great power. And ancients were never easy to destroy. Julian? Desari's musical voice flowed into his mind to warm him. Where are you going? I feel your worry. That arrogant brother of yours is more stubborn than anyone I have ever met, and that includes Grigori. He insists on chasing the undead back to its lair. Darius is a tremendous fighter. There was a wealth of confidence in Desari's voice. He would never leave a vampire alive that has shown itself to him. How could he do other? He could lure it out into the open, away from its lair on the next rising. It is wounded, my love, and angry that it was thwarted in its attempt to acquire Sindel. It knows me and is afraid. Fear in these creatures only increases their cunning. Now it is returning to its place of safety. A vampire's lair is one of the most dangerous places on Earth. I have cautioned Darius, but I cannot leave him alone to battle when I know he is moving into a trap. Julian was winging his way through the air fast, hard on the tail feathers of Darius. The rain had slowed to a steady drizzle, but the air felt heavy and thick. Julian shook his head at the foolishness of what they were doing. Darius believed in the straightforward approach. At the same time, he was a lethal adversary, one fully committed to destroying an enemy even if it meant his own life. Julian understood, but through long experience, he had learned to pick his battles. Darius had to attack anything threatening those under his protection, but some part of him was urging him to fight to the death, wanting to take the vampire with him to eternal rest. The idea of losing Darius left Desari raw with fear. And Julian found he could not bear Desari's fear. He felt the presence of evil, the thick air surrounding them making it difficult to think. It was a common trick used by the undead to buy time. Julian simply directed his body on his instincts, trusting himself and his own strength and power. Darius had often come up against the same snare, the effort to slow them down. He charged forward in a direct flight to catch up to their enemy. The attack came without warning from behind both of them, two experienced hunters unprepared for the hurtling spear that zeroed in on the shadow in Julian like a heat-seeking missile. Neither knew whether it was Desari's cry of fear as she launched herself skyward or their own instincts, but as Julian turned to face whatever was threatening him from behind, Darius, flying slightly above and ahead, plummeted to place his body between his sister's life mate and the incoming spear. The streamlined weapon the vampire had fashioned was well made and deadly. It sliced through flesh and bone, catching Darius's body imprisoned within the bird, just below the heart. Diane. Without conscious thought, Julian took over the leadership, calling the other Carpathian to their aid, then racing to catch Darius's body as it fell from the sky, at the same time searching around him for the vampire who had suddenly turned the tables and was now in the far better position to escape or attack. Desari, breathe for him now. Take a breath. I need you calm. Breathe for him and keep him alive. The spear sliced his heart, and he had no choice but to cease breathing on his own. Merge with him and bind him to us. Julian gave the order as a healer. He had learned much of the ancient art by watching Grigori, the Dark One, Darius, and Desari's brother and bloodkin, their people's healer. Dot reached them, cradling Darius in mid-flight, leaving Julian free to guard them as they raced toward their own safe haven, a mountain with pools of heat and fire within it. Julian's breath came out in a long, slow hiss. He could not continue to track his archenemy while Darius was in such need. Darius had saved his life and Desari's. Julian's sense of honor would never allow him to do other than what was right. The others did not have his powers of healing, although their closeness would help enormously. Julian followed the others, guarding them from behind. His mind was already merged with Desari's so that he could better follow the patterns inside Darius's mind, so that he could examine the mortal wound even in flight. Darius had a strong constitution, a will of solid steel. Ultimately, he would choose life or death for himself. No one would hold him to earth if he decided to go to eternal rest. It only strengthened Julian's own belief that Darius was blood brother to Grigori, the Dark One, the greatest hunter and healer of their time. Barak and Sindel had already opened the mountain to make entry easier to the narrow passageway leading deep within the earth. Barak moved ahead of the group as their scout, his senses flaring out for every scrap of information he could ferret out. He looked for traces of the undead, blank spaces, strange smells, anything that might signal the presence of an enemy. Together he and Sindel worked to prepare a healing room. They found the richest soil. Sindel went down on her knees to add to the richness, chanting softly while Barak circled the cave, placing herbs and candles in a pattern along the wall. Diane placed Darius's body into the bed of soil so carefully prepared and stepped back to give Julian room. Desari sank onto the edge of the sunken earthen bed, her entire attention centered on her brother. He was no more than a spirit while his body lay lifeless under her stroking hand. Tears were running unchecked down her face. She was well aware of Darius's strong will. If he chose to stay with them, it would certainly be his choice alone. She could not make him do anything he didn't want to do. He will stay with us. Julian's calm voice was in her mind. Strong. Gentle. Certain. Darius knows that all of you need him. He will not leave you alone until he is certain all of you will be safe without him. Julian said it firmly, knowing Darius's spirit could easily read Desari's mind and hear his words. Desari needed reassurance badly. Julian touched her shoulder, brushed her hair tenderly. Without looking at the others, he took a deep breath and released it, concentrating on losing himself, becoming pure energy, a white healing light that floated out of his strong body and into the body lying so still before him. The wound was a terrible thing. The spear had entered just below the heart, tearing through sinew and tissue, arteries and veins. The tip had caught Darius's strong heart, slicing a wicked cut before driving on through almost to his back. This spear had been meant for Julian. Most likely it would have killed him. And Desari would have died, too. I owe you a tremendous debt, he murmured softly in his mind even as he began the difficult work of healing Darius from the inside out. Darius had managed to shut down his systems immediately, his spirit merged with Desari's that he might aid them if necessary. Julian could read the intentions of the leader as surely as if they were his own. Darius would not leave his family unprotected until he was certain Julian could take his place. And then Julian was nothing but light and energy, pure white heat to be used for healing. He closed the terrible wounds in the artery that were draining the precious fluid of life from Darius. The heart required tremendous concentration. The gash was deep, and Julian could make no mistakes. He became aware, after a time, that the sound of chanting was surrounding them. The words were ancient and soothing to him, filling him with a quiet confidence for the work he had to do. This was the most extensive repair on anyone he had attempted, and the familiar words in Desari's beautiful voice gave him needed peace. She was there with him every step of the way, holding Darius to her, lending her strength to Julian even as her voice surrounded them with the healing words of the ancients. He was aware of the others joining in the melodious chant, lending their voices to the healing process. Becoming pure energy tired any healer quickly. It was a difficult process to put one's body aside thusly. At the end, Julian felt so drained that he slipped from Darius's body and found himself staggering, his enormous strength gone. He sank down onto the soft earth and allowed his head to fall forward so that his long hair hid the deep lines of strain in his face. Desari stroked a long caress through the tangle of golden hair, her heart beating a steady rhythm to support her life mate. Julian was so like her brother. He simply, masterfully, took control of a situation and did what had to be done. The two were very similar in character. She felt the stirring in her mind. Not the path she shared with Julian, but rather the familiar one she had known for so many centuries. Darius would live. Diane had moved into a position where he could watch the procedure closely. He is going to live? The question was addressed to Julian rather than Desari, a tentative olive branch from the second in command. Julian glanced up at him, fatigue etching harsh lines in his features. Darius will not leave this world until he is ready to do so. Then there will be no one who can stop him. He will live, but he needs blood and rest. All of us must feed well that we can supply him. He will need to be safeguarded at all times. The vampire is aware Darius is injured and thinks him vulnerable now. He will actively seek his resting place in hopes of an easy kill. Beside him, Desari stirred in protest, her slender body suddenly pressing itself against Julian's, as if for protection. Julian responded immediately, his arm drawing her to him, shielding her from the world. There will be no easy kill, Desari. Darius, even in his present state, is dangerous. His mind alone holds enough power for the kill. Do not fear for him. In any case, we will provide safeguards to protect him should the vampire get past any of us. He will come after you. Sindel spoke the words softly, her voice so beautiful it seemed to reach out and touch Julian's soul. He hates you all, every male, and intends to use me to destroy you. She raised her eyes to Julian. But he hates you most of all. He thought to control you, and he cannot. I felt his rage. Julian's glittering eyes examined the woman standing with her head bowed a little distance from the others. She was very pale, her eyes enormous. She looked fragile and vulnerable, as if she might break should the wind blow too strongly. He felt Desari twine her fingers through his as if to prevent him from speaking. Barak stirred, a restless, fierce movement the women misinterpreted as aggression. Julian read it as fiercely protective. Barak saw himself as a shield between Sindel's vulnerability and all others who might hurt her inadvertently or, worse, on purpose. He cannot use you against us, Sindel. You are our beloved sister and under our protection, just as the earth is under yours. Your power is too strong for this evil creature to corrupt. When he spoke, Julian chose each word carefully, adding a subtle push with his velvet voice. He wishes you to believe you draw evil to you, but it is only one of his illusions. The undead have many traps they use in the hopes of ensnaring one of us. I have spent centuries hunting these creatures, and I have seen such traps targeted for specific individuals. You cannot be touched by his taint. It is impossible, as you are too pure. I know this through my mind merge with Desari. Every one of us knows this. Sindel's long lashes swept her cheeks. I do not know this. Barak stirred again, a low growl rumbling within his throat. At once, Sindel's slender frame began to shapeshift, wavering somewhere between that of a human female and a female leopard. Desari, you must tell Barak to give her more space. Julian knew better than to challenge the adult male. Darius might do so, but Julian doubted it. Sometimes Carpathian males allowed their protective natures to overcome their good sense. Barak was not likely to back off just because an older, stronger, more dominant male told him to. Desari had a much better chance of getting Barak to back off with her soft, winning way and her magical voice. Julian didn't blame the man, Barak felt fiercely protective of Sindel and was still in a dangerously combative state. Once the demon within was aroused, it was difficult to overcome the savage, predatory instincts of their kind. Desari's answer was so perfect, it was all Julian could do not to clasp her to him. She didn't so much as glance at Julian or in any way act as though they had communicated. Sindel. She whispered the woman's name softly, lovingly, so that the leopard shimmered between human form and animal. Do not leave me as yet. I am in sore need of your comfort. Desari projected just the right note of weariness into her voice, and even Julian was a believer. How could she not be tired after her tremendous ordeal? Of course she was. He could feel it in her now as her body swayed slightly against his. Her large eyes touched Barak's stone-hard features. I know she wishes to flee, Barak, but if you would, please step aside and allow her to come to me. I have a great need to be with my sister. You have the Golden One to aid you, Desari. Barak's words were harsh, but even as he sent the message winging through the air between them, he moved away from Sindel, allowing her a clear path to Desari. It was Desari who moved, rather than Sindel, covering the distance between them in a few unhurried steps. As they came together, their arms surrounding one another, they simply disappeared from the men's sight. Barak swore aloud and turned burning eyes on Julian. There is the matter of the undead before us, and we have not fed, nor have our women. Julian shrugged, with his casual strength coming easily, fluidly to his feet as if he was as fresh as at first rising. Then we must see to their needs, he responded quietly, sidestepping the bristling Carpathian. Barak shoved a hand through his long hair, furious for no reason at all. He had never felt so edgy, so on the verge of violence before. He wanted to make the kill. To have such a foul, unclean creature as the undead come so close to capturing one of their family was unthinkable. There were 4 males to guard the women, yet the trap had been sprung, and Sindel once more had been the victim of an attack. It made him feel like clawing and raking the heavens above. It made him feel a failure. He had promised himself it would never happen to her again, yet that filthy abomination had managed to touch her mind, made her doubt herself, made her relive Savon's brutal attack and believe she was in some way to blame. Julian. Diane was studying the Carpathian with knowing eyes. It takes a tremendous amount of energy to heal a wound such as this one. Go with Barak and feed heavily, that the 2 of you can provide for our family. I will guard those here. Do not fear the task is too great. I may choose to follow my brother, but I am capable of fighting should there be need. Julian waved a hand to close the ground over Darius, weaving intricate safeguards to ensure the leader's rest wasn't disturbed while he was gone. He nodded to Diane, already rising to make his way from the mountain. If he didn't hunt prey soon, he would be sending his life mate out to do it for him. Soft laughter immediately enveloped him. I heard that thought. I was certain you would, beautiful one. I will return immediately. Do not allow Sindel to disappear on us. Right now she is in more danger from herself than from any vampire. Desari sighed softly, her breath whispering along the inside of his mind. It is true, Julian. She feels as if she is responsible for placing all of us in danger. I am trying, but the thought trailed off and Julian felt Desari's sorrow. Piccola, do not worry so. We will not allow anything to happen to your family. A note of amusement crept in. I cannot wait for your arrogant brother to rise. I will taunt him repeatedly over how I had to repair the damage to his family unit. I am sure you will. Julian burst into the dawn air, the light striking cruelly at his eyes. A part of him was locked to Darius. He had been inside the man, a part of him, just as Darius had done for him. They were linked strongly to one another. And Julian was not altogether certain he had as much faith and trust in the other males of the family as Darius seemed to show. Either of them could be close to turning and masking it. Leaving Darius so vulnerable, lying as one dead, where a trusted friend could so easily slay him, kept Julian locked to his life-mate's brother. Desari had given him what he had lost centuries earlier. She had given him a family. He would do all he could to protect it. The wind brought the scent of prey to him, and he altered his course with ease. He streaked across the sky, uncaring whether or not Barak was following. He intended to make certain he was gone only a short time. I thought you said Darius was still dangerous, even as he lies sleeping. Julian sighed. He should have known Desari would so easily read his thoughts, just as he could always touch hers. It is so, Kara, he is very dangerous. You can feel his power radiate from him. But I am not certain he would be expecting the attack to come from one of his own. There is no one who could surprise Darius ever again. Except perhaps. Julian could feel Desari pause and give consideration to her statement. Then the little minx had a flashing thought, hastily censored. She was up to something, no doubt about it. Julian didn't mind, as long as her brother, not he, was the intended recipient of her scheming. Chapter 17. The call to awaken came not from within himself but from outside. At the command, his heart took one beat, and his lungs drew in air. There was pain with his first breath, and Darius quickly assessed the damage to his body without moving a muscle or flickering an eyelid, without allowing anything else to intrude while he took inventory. A thick wrist was pressed to his mouth, and he felt, more than heard, the soft command to replenish what he had lost. He knew immediately who was donating so generously to him. The blood was ancient and powerful, potent as it soaked into his starving cells, carrying with it the energy and strength of a true ancient. Darius slowly opened his eyes and stared up at the blonde stranger who was his sister's mate. Darius savored the effects of the fresh blood pouring into his body, strong, rich, ancient blood, and already he could feel the healing powers working within him. He studied Julian as he fed from the man's wrist. Julian was powerful and enormously strong, equally confident. It showed in the way he carried himself, in the straight stare of his strange amber eyes, and the set of his shoulders. It showed in the fluid way he moved and the quick decisions he made without hesitation. His leadership qualities were evident when he carefully sidestepped possible challenges by the other males, never allowing his own ego to get in the way. Julian knew he was infinitely capable. He had nothing to prove to anyone, or to himself. Right now he was wearing that sardonic expression Darius was familiar with, as if he were laughing inwardly, amused at life and those around him. As if he had some secret knowledge of which none of them were aware. Darius decided he probably did. Aside from the knowledge already imprinted on them before birth, Julian had the advantage of learning from ancients. He also knew things about their own kind that Darius's family did not. Very carefully Darius closed the wound, even in his weakness, ensuring he left no telltale mark. He made no attempt to move. His heart was not yet completely healed. He knew what it had cost Julian in time and energy to repair such a near-mortal injury, and he had no intention of tearing the knitting gash before complete healing could take place. "I am not yet healed, Julian," he said in his mild, expressionless tone. Julian's mouth curved into a smirk. "No? Do you think you should heal so quickly, then? I put you in the ground only one scant hour ago. I awakened you merely to supply you with blood. Even you require more than 1 hour. And no, I have not yet tracked the vampire to his lair, but I will on the next rising. Be assured of that." Darius's black eyes fastened on Julian's gold ones. "I have no doubt that you will find the one you seek. I know the kind of man you are." He was already tired, and his voice was fading, his thick lashes drifting down to cover the relentless, merciless, obsidian eyes. Even with the blood of such a powerful man, his body was so torn, the wound so savage, he was exhausted with just a small amount of effort. "You did not want to stay any longer in this world." Julian crouched down beside the leader so that he no longer towered above him. "It was in your mind to seek eternal rest. You cannot hide that from me any more than I could hide what I am from you. What made you stay when you felt yourself so close to turning? I can feel your fight every waking moment. Your life is endless darkness. What made you stay when you needed eternal rest? You did." The reply was simple, brief, yet Julian could read the truth in those 2 words. "I read some of your memories. I knew of your intention to seek eternal rest before you discovered what you call your life mate, my sister. I do not know much more, only that she made it worth every moment of your struggle with the darkness devouring us. You have roamed the world and were certain you would never feel again, but you do feel. You laugh. There is a real joy in you that you cannot hide. I had no idea there was hope. I thought that for our males, Once we lived a certain length of time, there would be only two choices: eternal rest or the loss of our souls. Now that I have found this information, I can do no other than try to lead the way for Diane and Barak. I will hold out as long as I am able to, until I know the crouching beast is close to overcoming my strength, and then I will seek eternal rest. If I can once again feel before I cross over, then it will be worth all the long, dark days. Darius's voice was very soft, a mere thread of sound, as if he could not find the strength to speak more strongly. I would like to feel the love I have for my sister and my family, not simply remember that there once was such a feeling. It made no difference to Julian that Darius's voice was fading. Like all Carpathians, he had incredible hearing and could turn the volume up at will. In any case, Darius continued, his long lashes hiding the dark depths of his eyes. I will wait until there is no hope at all for me, so that Diane will realize he must also have hope until there is proof otherwise. He grows weary of this earth and has spoken often of resting. And he will not follow you so easily. My charming personality, no doubt, Julian agreed. Diane is a quiet soul, not dark of nature like me or Savon. Diane has always chosen the right paths instinctively. Yet as the darkness grows within him, the heaviness in his heart expands. Hidden within him is an explosive predator, all the more dangerous because he is so opposite to the man. Diane struggles to understand that side of his nature while we simply accept it. He was deliberately imparting knowledge of his family to his sister's life mate. Darius's voice was so low now, Julian was unsure whether he was really speaking aloud or mind to mind. You grow weak, Darius. Sleep. We can talk of such things when you are healed. Deliberately, Julian allowed his voice to drop an octave, to take on the low, hypnotic tone of his kind. Soothing, peaceful, healing. An underlying command, very subtle but nevertheless powerful. Darius smiled, a mere flash of strong white teeth. He heard that push in Julian's voice and recognized it for what it was. Even in his weakened state, he would ordinarily have resisted such a mind touch, but Julian was going to do as he wished anyway. He would hunt the undead without Darius, and argument with him would be futile and tiring. Darius planned to sleep for a long while. I go under, Golden One, but do not think you managed to make me overlook the fact that I must thank you for my continued existence. Or curse me. Julian stepped away from the black, rich soil, then watched as the breath ceased and the heart quit beating in Darius's chest. He waved a hand so the soil would fill in around and over the body, providing the healing balm to mend the terrible wounds. His hands wove the patterns of strong safeguards to ensure Darius would not be disturbed. He stood for a long moment, savoring the unexpected warmth that came with belonging to something. Once he hunted and destroyed his ancient enemy and knew all was safe, he would seek out his own twin brother. He ached to see Aiden again, to meet his life mate, and to present Desari to him. Though he dreaded having to admit the truth that he had been marked by a vampire as a boy, he now longed for what interaction with others could bring into one's life. He wanted to be part of a family once again. You are already part of a family, Desari reminded him, her body brushing his, her arms circling his waist from behind. She had materialized out of nowhere, her presence filling the healing chamber. She was there, completing him, his air, his heart, the part of his soul that really lived and loved and mattered. Without conscious thought, he sent up a quick prayer of thanks that he had been granted such a priceless treasure when he felt so undeserving of her. Julian loved the way she smelled. He inhaled, and her scent washed over him, clean and sexy. This mess? With all these males? Julian allowed a low, rumbling growl to escape. This is no family. This is a man's nightmare. Desari deliberately moved against him, her body soft and pliant with invitation. Is that what you think? What I think is, Julian circled her slender throat with his large hand in mock threat. You are deliberately tempting me when I have important, pressing business to attend to. Her slender arms instantly circled his neck so that she could press her body against his hard frame. I am a superstar, life mate, yet you wish to leave me alone at every opportunity. There are men everywhere who would be happy to take your place by my side. He bent his head, his teeth scraping a provocative rhythm over her pulse. Desari went liquid, boneless, her stomach clenching in anticipation. No, they would not be happy to take my place at your side, cara mia, because I would promptly end their lives in a most unhappy way. You're such a caveman, Julian. You look tall and elegant and princely, yet you have not matured beyond the cave. Desari allowed her tongue a brief inspection of the taste of his skin. She closed her eyes to savor the moment. I have no intention of rising above caveman mentality, he growled in her ear, his breath teasing tendrils of hair and sending little flames dancing through her bloodstream. There are so many benefits for the caveman. You like playing the part of the dominant male, no doubt, she whispered, her voice so husky with need that his body tightened in urgent, painful response. Her mouth moved over his throat, her hands seeking skin beneath his shirt. I have a need of you, life mate, and you are deliberately ignoring your sworn duties to me. Little minx. Julian curved his arm around Desari's shoulders and began walking from the chamber into the maze of tunnels carved from molten lava. They were numerous and deep, leading throughout the large mountain, deep within the earth. It was hot and humid, steaming so that the heat soaked through their clothing as they walked together. Little beads of sweat formed and ran over their skin, following intriguing paths. Desari's white silk blouse clung to her so that her breasts were dark, enticing shadows, her nipples even darker. Her long hair became damp and heavy as they descended deeper within the earth, and she stopped to twist it and knot it at the back of her neck. Julian smiled faintly. How do women do that? His eyes were on her body, the way her breasts lifted in innocent seduction when she raised her arms to attend to her hair. Desari turned her head to look at him. Do what? That thing with your hair. Julian leaned down to taste a small bead of sweat running down the back of her neck. He felt her shiver, felt the answering shiver deep within his own body. His hand slid under the edge of her silken blouse to find hot satin skin, his long fingers caressing each rib. How do women tie up their hair without looking at it? His voice was raw and edgy, reflecting the way his body was reacting to hers. Why does it feel like forever since you touched me like this? She whispered. It is hot, Julian. It is getting that way, he agreed. A thought took his shirt from his body so that his bare skin gleamed like bronze. In the blackness of the tunnels, to them it was as if it were daylight. The walls gleamed with yellow sulfur, and all around them was the beauty of nature, shimmering and glittering beneath the earth, ever moving, ever changing, the minerals that enriched the soil and made it fertile and healing. The very things that built the land masses themselves. Because their body temperature could regulate itself, enabling them to be inside the earth, a part of its wonders, they saw it all happening where most humans never could. Desari felt the intense heat, not from the earth but from deep within her own body, from Julian's fingers radiating just under her bare breast, along her side, lingering, caressing, bringing her body to life. Julian stopped abruptly, his palm cupping the back of her neck, bringing her to a halt as his mouth fastened on hers. Molten heat raged between them. The taste of them, the moist heat of their mouths mingled. His fingers twined themselves in the thick ebony hair she had so carelessly secured, holding her to him so that he could explore her mouth with languid, lazy seduction and fierce, burning hunger. It was like creating a firestorm. The more they shared, the hotter the flames. Julian pulled away first, trailing kisses down her throat to the valley between her breasts. Her breasts thrust so invitingly through the silk, his mouth simply found her nipple through the material. The sexual jolt slammed into her body hard enough that he experienced it also, and he answered by dragging her closer, his mouth drawing her breast into its velvet fire, his tongue stroking, his teeth scraping gently. There is something so beautiful about you, Desari, he whispered against her. Something I could never resist even if I wanted to. His hand slipped across her stomach to her jeans. Sometimes I think if I do not take you fast enough, you will disappear, and I will wake up, and all this will have been a wild dream. He confessed it against her breast, his breath hot on her aching flesh. Already his hand had dealt with the fastenings of her jeans and pushed impatiently at the material so he could find the damp heat between her legs. She was always so ready for him, every bit as wild with hunger as he was. He slipped 2 fingers into her, his own body reacting as her muscles clenched around him. He closed his eyes and savored the way her body bathed his fingers in welcoming hot dampness. He felt there was no way to express the depth of his feelings for her, no way to find words for the intensity of his love and admiration for his hunger and need for her. He could worship her with his body, yet never find the right way in all eternity to say that same thing. Her body was so hot and tight and welcoming. A solace, a comfort, a dazzling place of heat and ecstasy created for him exclusively. His mouth found her breast once more through the silken fibers, felt her body respond with another rush of liquid heat. She made a soft sound, moved her hips against his hand, arched her body more fully into his. She was restless with hunger and need, maybe even more so than he. Julian loved the way it made him feel, to know that she wanted him, needed him with the same savage intensity he felt for her. He allowed himself the freedom of trailing kisses down her throat, of tearing the silken blouse from her glistening body. "You are so beautiful," he murmured again, awed that she was such perfection. His hands traced her skin, the shape of her, from her shoulders to her waist. It was easy enough to dispense with her clothes, and he did so, wanting to see every inch of her just because he could, because she belonged with him. When he touched her again, his hand was trembling. "What you do to me, Kara, should never be done to a male." "Really?" She asked it with a hint of laughter, but her voice was husky with love for him. She read his thoughts as easily as he read hers. She knew the way he felt about her, words or no words. "Do you think it is too much to ask for a bed?" His laughter bathed her throat in warmth. "You want a bed? You do not ask for much, do you, Kara Mia? I thought we could try to make it to the lower caves before we go crazy here." She linked her hands behind his neck. Julian responded immediately, swinging her into his strong arms. He moved with the preternatural speed of their race, taking her through the network of passages, following the map in her mind. He sent his command ahead, preparing the chamber for their arrival, lit candles throwing dancing shadows on the shimmering walls, rose petals on the ground leading to the large bed in the center of the room. Julian lowered her gently to the sheets, blanketing her body with his own. He didn't want to be separated from her, not even by an inch. They had little time before they would have to seek the shelter of the earth, and he intended to rise before the vampire could escape. Desari caught his face between her hands and held him so she could look into his eyes. "The way you love me, Julian, so beautifully, so much, that is the way I love you. You are everything to me. If only we have the next few moments together, everything that came before was worth the time we have had." He could drown in her eyes. They were deep, fathomless, a siren's lure. Bedroom eyes. He had heard the term, but had no idea of its true meaning until that moment. "I do love you, Desari. You know it is so much more than mere physical desire." "Of course I know. I am of ancient blood, my love. Even one such as you would have a difficult time hiding the truth from me." She raised her head to reach his perfect mouth with her own. They melded together, a living flame, coming together as if time and space ceased to exist. Everything fell away until there was just Desari and Julian locked in their own world, where violence and unhappiness could not touch them, would never touch them. His hands moved over the satin of her skin, seeking every inch of her. The feel of her beneath the rough palm of his hands was incredibly sexy, adding to the fire spreading through their bodies. He savored her softness. She was exquisite, every hollow, every swell. He loved the triangle of dark curls guarding her damp, steamy treasure. His hand slid lower, caressed, lingered, once more found the heat inside her. Desari moaned softly, finding his back with her hands. She needed something strong and solid to hang on to while her body rippled and danced with pleasure. She nuzzled the warmth of his throat, tasted his skin, caught a bead of sweat running over his chest with the tip of her tongue. She heard his heart, the strong beat, the rhythm that matched her own, that belonged to her. His fingers were buried within her, strong and sure, bringing ripples of pleasure to her so that her breath was coming in small gasps and she writhed against his hand, seeking relief. Julian moved then, his knee parting her thighs to give him access. For just a moment as he lifted himself above her, He stared down into her dark, beautiful eyes. It was impossible to believe, even now, with her lying, waiting, beneath him, her body crying out for his, that she truly belonged to him. He caught her hips firmly in his hands and thrust deeply, burying himself completely in her tight, hot sheath. He heard the breath slam from his lungs at the intensity of completeness, her body tight and hot around his. He began to move then, long, hard, sure strokes, his hips surging forward, over and over, each time trying to bury himself deeper. She was surrounding him with heat and fire, a velvet sheath that locked him to her, that allowed them to become one, as they were meant to be. Desari was moving with him, matching him stroke for stroke, her body clenching his, releasing, gripping again, until he wanted, even needed, to cry out with ecstasy, but his lungs couldn't get enough air to do so. He bent his head toward the temptation of her breasts. His incisors exploded into his mouth. Without warning, he sank them deep, so that Desari felt the white-hot pain and pleasure mingle together and flow from her to Julian and back again. It was impossible to tell who was feeling what. They were locked together, body and mind, heart and soul, even their blood flowing together. He felt her body tighten around him. She was gasping, her nails in his back. Julian. She whispered his name, or maybe it was in his mind. He felt her mind-shattering explosion as her muscles spiraled around him in waves like an earthquake. It was far too much to expect self-control as Julian's own body tightened to the point of pain. And then he was exploding outward, upward, convulsing with sheer pleasure. He could not maintain the intimacy of feeding while his lungs were raging for air and his body was burning itself up. Julian held her to him, his arms possessive as they curved around her slender body. Very gently, he stroked his tongue across the pinpricks over her breast. She was clinging to him as if he were her anchor in the center of a storm. It made him feel amazingly powerful. Desari reached up to trace his lips. "You have a perfect mouth, Julian. An amazingly perfect mouth." He arched an eyebrow at her. "Just my mouth is amazing? You are such a man." Her eyes laughed at him. "You need constant reassurance that you are magnificent." He nodded. "Magnificent. I like that. I could live with magnificent. Good choice of words, life mate." She circled his neck with her arms. "Arrogant male. Darius is right, you know. You are incredibly arrogant." But deservedly so, he pointed out. He bent his head once more to find her mouth with his. She had the perfect mouth. And she tasted delicious. There was something about the way she clung to him that turned his heart over every time. Desari shared herself with him without inhibition, without reservation. She gave herself completely into his keeping when they were making love. Carefully, he eased his body out of hers and rolled slightly so that his weight was off of her. Her long lashes fanned her high cheekbones, making her more exotic-looking than ever. She snuggled closer to him, enjoying their time alone together and the silly conversations they always seemed to have. "You grow sleepy, cara mia," Julian whispered, leaning down to kiss her forehead. "We should go to your brother's chamber. I will check him once more before we go to ground." Desari refused to open her eyes. She made a soft purring sound, completely contented to lie in his arms. "Not yet, Julian," she protested softly. "I do not want to leave this place for a little while longer. I can feel how tired you are, my love. I can do no other than." "Do not say it." Desari thumped his chest. "Just lie there and hold me. That is what I want. Men are such difficult creatures, Julian. I am beginning to realize this." He rubbed his chin on the top of her head, her hair catching in the shadow along his jaw. "Men are not difficult. They are logical and methodical." She laughed softly. "You wish it were so. I must tell you, although I am taking a huge chance that you might become impossible to live with, that you are an extraordinary lover." "Keep talking, life mate. I am listening," he responded with a deep satisfaction. Magnificent was only a starting place. Extraordinary lover is the perfect description. I see that now. Her soft laughter washed over him, as gentle as a breeze. Touching him. Just like that. She could touch him with her breath. Julian wrapped his arms around her tightly and buried his face in her ebony hair. "Why is it you always smell so good? Would you want me to smell like a cave woman?" I do not know, Kara. I do not know what a cave woman smells like. She opened her eyes at that, her long lashes fluttering in the sexy, flirty little way she had. You'd better not want me smelling like any other, Julian, or you will find out what a real ancient woman can do when she is enraged. You do not know what rage is, my love. He rubbed his face in her hair once more before lifting his head. There is no rage in you, nothing that can be called upon to save your life should there be need. Desari immediately sat up, coming to her knees to face him, her long hair spilling around her, framing her slender body. Where did that come from? Why would you worry about such a thing at this moment? He is still out there. My sworn enemy, the one who resides in me. And whoever sent the human assassins after you is still out there, and you are still insisting on singing in front of crowds. He tried to censor the thought before she could read it, before it actually was in his mind, but it was too late. She was a shadow within him, just as he remained locked to her mind. Desari smiled, her eyes loving and warm. There is no need for this constant fear you are developing. I have survived centuries and will survive many more. I plan on having a family of my own someday, with my handsome life mate. No one is going to take my future from me. I may not have what it takes to fight those who threaten us, but I am highly intelligent and have many gifts of my own to ensure my safety. And I can take care of you too, should there be need. We are partners. I will lean on your strengths often, as I hope you will lean on mine. I have more faith in you than you can know, Julian replied honestly. I just never had anything to lose before. He rubbed the bridge of his nose and gave her a faint smile. I used to watch some of the human men, the ones I knew really loved their women, go through the agonies of fearing something might happen to take away their happiness. I always wondered what was wrong with them that they couldn't just enjoy what they had right then. Now I am like they were. If we were in your homeland and far from my people, would our life be so different? In some ways. Many ways, he admitted. You will have to come there with me soon. It is so beautiful and the soil there is amazing. Nothing can match it. Sindel would be astounded. And what of your brother? She rubbed her hand along his jaw, coaxing the shadows from his eyes, pleased that his invitation obviously included her family. Aiden and his life mate. We must go to see them very soon. I want to meet this man who looks as you do. Julian was silent for a moment. I, too, want to see him. I owe him an explanation. Then we will go. Desari pretended there was no vampire waiting to destroy her family. Tell me what the people are like in the Carpathian Mountains. Julian thought about that for a moment. A slow smile softened the faintly harsh edge to his mouth. You always come up with great questions, Piccola. To be honest, I never thought much about what they are like. Mostly they are hard-working people. They pull together in times of crisis. Mikhail and Grigori are very much like Darius. Leaders, hunters, protectors, healers. It will be an experience meeting your older brother, for you and Darius. His smile deepened, reaching his glittering eyes. Raven is Mikhail's life mate. She is very much her own person and quite a handful, from what I understand. You would probably become great friends. Try to sound like you might like that, Desari encouraged him, trying not to laugh at the pained expression on his face. I think the only safe thing to do is lock you up somewhere far from the rest of the world and keep you to myself. For one moment he was half serious, wondering if there was a possibility he could get away with it. I might like that. Desari put her hands on his chest to push him back onto the bed. We are never alone like this, and I think it is very necessary that couples have plenty of time for the things in life that they need. Like great conversation. Her hand moved through the golden hair on his chest to follow the path across his flat, hard stomach. Do you hear me conversing with you? She asked softly. Her nails were tracing patterns across his skin, moving dangerously low, tangling in golden hair, encountering the thick length of him. The breath jolted out of him, and beneath her gently caressing nails he grew harder and thicker, and the need began to build. I thought you were listening, she murmured. See what can happen when we take a little time to be alone. You should not spend so much time chasing enemies. Desari shifted position so she could straddle him, slowly lowering her body over his. Even as she felt his body enter hers, the exquisite slowness heightening the pleasure, Julian suddenly sat up, his arms dragging her against him. He was aggressively male, his hips moving with powerful, sure strokes as Desari clung to him, her breasts pressed into his chest and her head on his shoulder. Julian held her tightly to him as he thrust upward into her. There was no greater joy than to merge with her, physically and mentally. There was no greater joy than to simply be with her, share her body and heart and mind. Julian took his time, wanting their time to last forever, wanting to be one for as long as they could possibly stay that way. In the end, they were gasping for air, clinging to one another, sated and exhausted. The sun was obviously making its way to the highest point in the sky, and their bodies began reacting as they normally did, protesting the time of day with tremendous fatigue. Soon, neither of them would be able to move. Even though they were already deep within the earth, the daylight still had the unwanted effects on them. Julian raised his head first, all too aware of his growing weakness. "Kara, I am sorry, but we have little time, and I must see to your brother. I feel it necessary to sleep above him to ensure his protection." Desari nodded wordlessly. She had never felt so tired before, her body like lead, yet her heart and soul were completely content. She wanted nothing more than to be with Julian in the soil to allow rejuvenation. Secretly, she was very pleased that Julian would care to protect her brother. She loved that about him, his willingness to accept responsibility for her family even though he decried it at every turn. It took a few minutes to gather enough strength to get up and clothe themselves before moving back through the lava tunnels to the healing chamber. At once, Julian was aware Sindel had been there. He could smell her particular clean scent. The chamber was filled with aromatic herbs and candles, and the rich healing soil so important to their race. Julian opened the earth for Desari right above Darius's resting place. It beckoned to them, promising them soothing peace and restoration. Gratefully, Julian accepted what the earth offered. He lay beside his life mate, one arm circling her, her head resting on his shoulder. She kissed him once, very briefly but tenderly, and at once her heart ceased to beat and the air left her lungs. He lay there holding her to him, astonished that his life had changed so drastically, that he was part of something involving so many others, and that he didn't dislike it as intensely as he made out to all those around him. Once more he set the safeguards, ensuring that no one would disturb Darius and that the chamber itself was safe from any who might come seeking them in their time of weakness. Once more he waved his hand, and the soil covered Desari, closing over them so that there was no trace of their existence on the surface. Several feet below them, Darius rested, protected. The last thing Julian did before he succumbed to the sleep of the immortal race was to program his body to awaken just before sunset. He had his mortal enemy to hunt, one who would be trapped by the sun for a few precious minutes, giving Julian time to locate him. Chapter 18. The disturbance that awakened Julian was not one of aggression, but of something within the soil itself. He felt the earth move around him, felt the properties of the soil enrich even as he lay within it. Above him, he could hear the soft chant, feel the vibrations spreading out in a ripple effect, one that moved on and outward, one that reached deep within the earth to find Darius and the soil blanketing his body. Sindel was already up and working her magic. The sun was beginning to make its way across the sky, slowly toward the sea. Julian rose slowly, making certain Desari was aware of his intentions and would rise with him. He did not want to startle or frighten Sindel, a male Carpathian appearing beside her just before sunset. Sindel sank backward, allowing Julian room as he burst through the topsoil. She was relieved to see Desari right beside him. "Sindel," Desari greeted, hugging the woman to her. "You have risen early to ensure our brother is well cared for. I am grateful to you." "I felt his pain within the earth," she replied softly. "It has used much of its energy to aid him. I thought if I provided for the earth, it would aid in healing him faster." She was very pale after lending her energy to such a task. She brushed a tired hand across her forehead, leaving a smear of dirt in its wake. "You know the earth will heal him quickly with your aid." Desari touched her with a gentle hand. "Your gift is one none of us could do without." "I must go now," Julian said. "I must find the vampire's resting place before he has a chance to rise. I am already late." Julian, no, Desari protested. As she turned to face him, she raised her arms in a kind of objection, creating a slight stirring of air. The wind she brought forth blew softly, a whisper really, tugging at Julian's long blonde hair. He caught up the strands and secured them at the nape of his neck. Very gently his palm cupped Desari's face. I have to do this, Kara. You know I do. I can do no other than to see to your safety and that of your brother and the other female. At her quick frown, he hastily made the correction. Sindel. He glanced at the other woman. I cannot allow this monster to continue to terrorize either one of you. And you know he is the one. His shadow is growing within me, a stain I must cleanse from my body. Why must you go now? Darius will be completely healed in another few risings. You are not at full strength. I know you must destroy him, but you can wait for a more opportune time, Desari protested. Her teeth worried her lower lip. She knew he was going to go despite anything she said, but she felt she had to try. She was in his mind, and it was written in stone that he would hunt the one that had threatened them all and so seriously injured Darius. The ancient vampire was Julian's mortal enemy. He had robbed him of his life and home, and now he threatened his newfound family. A slow smile softened the hard edge of Julian's mouth. You know very well I am at full strength, Piccola, and that I can do no other than go. Do not give me a hard time over this. Desari swept back her hair, her long lashes sweeping down to cover the expression in her eyes. Then return quickly, life mate. We have much to do in the next few risings. My concert schedule is already set, and we are expected. It would raise suspicion and cause unwanted attention if we did not show up when we are expected. I have little to say about your chosen profession, life mate, he growled, catching her chin, forcing her to look up at him. His mouth found hers in a long, slow kiss filled with promise. I will return quickly, cara mia. Have no fear. She shrugged with pretended carelessness. I have none. You will rid the world of this creature and allow us to continue with our schedule. Of course, Julian replied, as if he were going off to a banking job. He touched her chin with a gentle fingertip, the gesture so tender, Desari found herself blinking back tears as he moved away from her. As Julian started out of the chamber, Barak materialized almost in front of him, blocking the way. It is my right to do this thing. I will hunt. Sindel, kneeling in the rich soil near Darius, swung around so fast she nearly fell over their leader's resting place. What in the world are you saying? Have you completely lost your mind, Barak? What has gotten into you these last months? You have no business chasing monsters around. Her voice was the strongest Julian had ever heard it, a husky blend of sounds that made one think of bedrooms and satin sheets. That voice could easily stop a man in his tracks, and Barak was not immune to its magic. The Carpathian male turned to look at her, his dark eyes cool and calm. You will stay out of this business, Sindel, and behave as a woman should. I would think one kill on your hands would be enough, Sindel went on. It is not your calling, or have you acquired a taste for such things? The undead cannot be allowed to follow us or make another try for you or Desari, Barak replied without anger. You will be protected. For one moment Sindel's beautiful eyes came alive with a flash of brilliance quite close to anger. You are taking far too much on yourself, Barak. You have no claim to make on my behavior. Our leader can chastise me if he so desires, not that it would do any good if I did not choose to follow him. I tire of these tantrums. Whatever I did to cause Feehan to turn on me, I have paid for, many times over. You can quit punishing me for my sins. I refuse to tolerate it any longer. Is that what you think, Sindel? That I blame you for Feehan's behavior? Barak rubbed his forehead thoughtfully. What am I saying? Of course you think that. I have been in your mind and have read the guilt you feel. But do not reflect such thoughts back on me, Sindel. I live to protect you, that is all. And I will do so despite your harsh judgments of my capabilities. It is my duty and my right. Sindel stood up, her slender figure fragile and beautiful. Her chin was up, her eyes alive with pain and pride. You wish me to be responsible for another death? I will not have such a thing happen to you. I will leave, Barak, and when you come home there will be emptiness in my place. A slow smile curved Barak's mouth. He crossed the distance between them, ignoring Desari and Julian as if they weren't witnessing the strange conversation. His hand caught Sindel's chin and held her so that she was forced to meet his steady gaze. "Do you not hear your own words, Sindel?" His thumb rubbed gently, almost tenderly over her skin. "You said when I return. You know I will defeat this enemy, just as I defeated the other. Do not fear for my life. I am not nearly so careless as I pretend to be." Her large eyes shimmered with tears. "Everything is so out of kilter, Barack. I cannot find myself. I cannot imagine existing if something were to happen to you." She swallowed, then jerked her head away to shake it as if denying her own words. "Any of you. We have lived so long together, and now it is all coming apart." Desari slipped an arm around Sindel. Barack's teeth flashed again. "It is merely changing, Sindel, not coming apart. We will weather this crisis as we have so many others." "We must go," Julian said. "The undead will rise any moment now, and he knows we will be hunting him." He turned abruptly and took the passage leading to the chimney entrance, certain Barack would be with him. Barack was correct. He had the right to hunt this demon threatening his family, but Julian was a solitary hunter. He had no real idea of Barack's abilities and felt responsible for the man's safety. Silently, he cursed the Carpathian male's sense of duty when it came to their women. Even as he did, however, he knew he was counting on Diane to guard the women and Darius. Should Diane fail, he was counting on Darius to protect them all, even wounded as he was. Barack was silent, allowing the blonde stranger to take the lead. Obviously an experienced hunter, the man was accepted and even respected by Darius. Julian was blasting upward through the narrow chimney toward the sky. Once out into the open, he shapeshifted, winging his way toward the south and the thick forest. Barack followed, a silent shadow, willing to do whatever it took to rid their family of this evil entity that threatened Sindel and Desari. Julian blocked out all unnecessary intrusions and concentrated on the incoming data his senses were recording at a rapid rate. Immediately, he turned slightly southeast and streaked toward the blankness in the air. The vampire was rising and radiating the stench of his presence, covering his tracks with a blocking spell. The very absence of data gave him away. Rising was always the most vulnerable, disoriented moment for any Carpathian or vampire, that one wrenching instant they came out of the solace of the earth. Julian struck, even from the distance they were, hoping for a lucky hit, sending a bolt of light and white-hot energy slicing through the sky over the region of blankness. The sound was tremendous, a loud crack that shook the trees beneath them as the bolt traveled faster than sound. He was rewarded with a hate-filled cry of pain. The sword of light had tagged their enemy but had not disabled him. At once Julian plummeted toward the ground, zigzagging, spiraling, moving so quickly it was impossible to see him. Barack broke away, realizing Julian was expecting retaliation. He followed suit, splitting off, taking a completely different route to make it more difficult for the vampire to score. At once the sky was lit with jagged bolts of lightning. Like arrows they fell in all directions, leaping from cloud mass to cloud mass and arcing toward the ground itself. Sparks rained on the earth, and the sky lit up, raining fireworks. Within the display of white light, colors suddenly began to shimmer, blues and oranges and reds, tongues of flames like heat-seeking missiles. The colors raced back toward the oncoming vampire, swarming, gathering in number and strength. They raced through the sky, turning this way and that, obviously following an invisible trail. Again Julian was rewarded with a scream of rage. At once the ground shook, and trees were blackened as the monster retaliated. Far away, both Carpathians heard the faint, feminine cry of pain. Barack swore. He attacks her. He used the mental path familiar to his family, hoping Julian was aware of it. He is trying to draw her out. Can he do such a thing? Barack considered that. He had been in Sindel's mind. She was of the earth, as they all were, yet her gift was an affinity the rest of them could never experience. She would feel the earth crying out, the death of the living plants as they withered in pain. I am afraid it will be so. She will feel the earth's pain as we cannot. And she can do no other than attempt to heal it. Go then, stop her. I have instructed Desari to hold her there until you get there, and she has bound Sindel with her voice, but she says the pain in Sindel is torture to see. Go quickly, Barak, and know that I will destroy this monster while you keep her safe. Whatever promises you must make to her will be kept. Barak believed him. There was something of Darius in Julian Savage. A quiet confidence that clung to him like a second skin. A second attack on the foliage below, and Sindel's soft cry spurred him back toward the mountain. Julian shut off his connection to Desari and the others. This vampire was his ancient enemy, very dangerous and highly skilled. The vampire had found a young boy so many centuries ago, lured him into a world of knowledge and excitement, then betrayed him and marked him with the darkness of the undead. He had tormented Julian, whispered taunts and threats, forced him to endure the screams of his victims, to feel their terror before he killed them. And he had shamed Julian, taunted him with the knowledge that he would forever be alone, tainted, shadowed. The monster was finally before him, and they would face one another across the battlefield alone, as it was always meant to be. Julian dissolved into a fine mist and spread out across the sky, moving in a semicircle toward the vampire's position. 3 bolts of lightning slammed to the west of him, and he realized Barak was deliberately exposing his presence as he raced toward the mountain, hoping to give Julian more time to get in a position to attack. Julian immediately took advantage of the vampire's momentary distraction, streaking through the sky even as he built up fog on the forest floor so that it drifted in wide bands and began to rise in banks of mist. The vampire was directing his attacks from a cliff above the forest floor. Julian could see him now and vaguely recognized the remnants of the once handsome Carpathian male. Now the face was sunken and gray, wisps of hair clinging to the scalp in tufts, the body old and gnarled. The vampire had not had time to feed. As Julian materialized behind him, the vampire whirled around with a low cry. Julian smiled politely. It has been long, Bernardo. Much too long. I was but a boy, and you were telling me you were off to the libraries of Paris, in search of historical documents that might give our people a clue as to what really happened between Gabriel and Lucian. Did you ever find such a thing? His voice was a soft blend of purity and confidence. Bernardo, monster of his dreams, his life. This cunning, crafty ancient who liked to consider himself a great scholar. Bernardo blinked, taken aback by the casual conversation. It was totally unexpected. He had not had a conversation with anyone in over 200 years. That is so. I was looking. I remember now. His voice was gravelly but thoughtful, as if he had to reach back to find the moment in time. I found 2 entries that might have alluded to them. One was in a personal journal, that of a count. He wrote that he saw 2 demons fighting near the cemetery right there in Paris. That the fight went on for some time, a vicious battle but almost choreographed, as if each combatant knew what the other would do before he had done so. He claimed the 2 continually changed from one being into another. He wrote that both fighters appeared to have suffered terrible wounds, yet there was no trace of either fighter and no blood on the ground when he was able to get close enough to examine the cemetery. He told no one of his sighting for fear of being ridiculed. It does seem possible, then, that you uncovered something our people have searched centuries for. There was praise in Julian's soft voice. And the other entry? Where did you find that? It had been the excitement and lure of this mystery that had first ensnared Julian's interest in Bernardo's studies all those years ago. It was a mere line or 2 in a record kept by a supervisor of the cemetery workers. A personal record, no more. It alluded to one of his workers, who he suspected had drunk far too much wine one night. It was the same date as that of the Count's memory. The supervisor wrote that one of his men told of a fight among wolves and demons that ended in mortal wounds. He would no longer go into the cemetery and work, as he was certain the demons had risen from the graves. Julian nodded. You were once a man I thought had greatness in you. I looked up to your learnedness. But you betrayed that trust. The vampire blinked at him, uncertain about his mild tone. You wanted knowledge. I gave it to you. Julian could feel the power building in him, around him, in the very air itself. Century after century, each dark, barren rising, the aching need for his twin, the lost fledgling years. It was rising in him, the bleakness, the emptiness, the dark stain of humiliation and isolation. All he'd had left was his honor. His prince and the healer had known and had recognized his need to be of value to his people, but this monster before him had altered the course of his life for all time. You gave me a living death, Bernardo. Julian moved then with blurring speed, whipping toward the ancient monster as the creature suddenly surged forward. His fist was outstretched and plunged deep into the chest cavity, using the vampire's forward motion to aid his attack. I studied your methods, every kill. He whispered the words, his golden eyes gleaming savagely. You taught me the importance of knowledge, of knowing your enemy, recognizing him, and I learned well. He wrenched the pulsating heart out of the chest and leapt away with the withered, blackened organ in his hand. It sickened him. There was no triumph as he thought there would be. The vampire screamed in rage, a high, unearthly sound that hurt the ears and sent wildlife scurrying for cover. You learned well the kill because I live in you, he hissed, poisonous saliva spewing from his mouth. You are no different than me. You wanted to be like me, but you did not have the guts to embrace the life. Bernardo staggered toward him, his rotten teeth jagged and stained from thousands of kills, his body beginning to collapse in on itself. Julian stepped back farther, full, aware the aberration was still dangerous as long as the heart was in proximity to the body. He flung it away and directed a blade of light to incinerate it. At once the body began to flop around, spewing tainted blood that crept toward him relentlessly. Julian calmly sent the energy toward the body and then the blood, removing all evidence of Bernardo's existence. At last he used the white-hot heat to sear away the taint from his hands. From his soul. It was over. At long last, it was over. He had never felt such sorrow, an oppressive, nearly numbing force weighing him down. He found himself down on one knee, his body shaking, his chest burning. This thing had nearly destroyed his life, had taken so much from him. The vampire had made him believe it was invincible, and Julian had spent centuries acquiring knowledge for this one moment in time. It was over in seconds. Only seconds. When the vampire had cost him so much. Bernardo was right. He had turned Julian into the very thing he despised. A killer without equal. The shadow had grown and spread, consuming him. Julian's face was wet with tears as he looked up at the night sky. He was a monster without equal. A hunter without equal. Come to me, Julian. Desari's soft voice washed over him like a cool, fresh breeze. I do not think I can face the crowd there, beloved one. He answered her honestly. He was used to a solitary existence, and at this moment, when the weight of his life's sorrows hung on him, when he realized the numbers of his people he had slain, when the cost of losing his twin for all those long centuries burdened his soul and shattered his heart, when he felt like a boy, shamed and damned by his own reckless youth, he wanted to be away from others. Would it help if I came to you, my love? There was the merest hesitation, as if she was afraid he didn't want her near. Despite the stony ache in his heart, he found himself nearly smiling. How could he not want her at his side? His heart, his soul, the blood running in his veins. His other half. It would help a great deal. He turned his head to watch her approach. Even in flight, her movements were wholly feminine. Whether on the wing, racing on four legs through the forest, or walking within her own body, she was the most beautiful woman he could imagine. He stood up as she landed lightly on the cliff beside him. She took his breath away. His tears away. She took the dark shadow and dispersed it for all time into the night. Desari stood with the night sky at her back, her long hair cascading around her. Her smile held so much love for him, he could only stand spellbound, enthralled for all eternity by this one woman who completed him. She had given him his life. She had given him a family. She was his home. Julian held out his hand for her. Desari's mouth curved invitingly. She placed her hand in his, her fingers entwining with his so that they were woven together as they were meant to be. She moved right into his arms, sheltered against his heart. She turned her mouth up to his, tasting his tears, his boyhood, the terrible burden he had borne for so long. She kissed him, her body molding to his, and in his mind her beautiful voice rose in song just for him. The notes skipped from his mind to the sky, silver and gold notes of joy and happiness, of courage and admiration. She sang of love between two people, sacred and beautiful. She sang of peace and happiness. His hands moved over him possessively, lovingly, checking his body for wounds. Her warrior was home. Whatever lay ahead for them, whether human assassins or vampires, it didn't matter. They were together, one and the same, and they were far too strong to allow anything to take what they had away from them.